Engine screaming in the Carolina heat, dust and rubber burning on the concrete street. Turn it up loud for the talk of the track. Valhalla's on the mic and he's never looking back. Green flag drops and the thunder begins. Welcome to the show where the family wins. Valhalla leads the charge with the headset on, streaming live from the dusk till the early dawn. Beside him is the boss, the CO in command. His wife keeps it steady, the best in the land. And don't forget the general Thor's on the beat. Four-legged legend making the circle complete. We're talking gear, HEOs in the draft and the turn, watching every single gallon of the high-octane burn. Valhalla Sports Talk. Yeah, we're riding the wall. Berserkers in the front, we're standing tall. We homies represent, let the engines roar. We're kicking down the gates and we're breaking the door. From the infield party to the checkered flag, got the winner circle spirit in the victory bag. Valhalla Sports Talk. Valhalla Sports Talk. Walk through the infield, smell the charcoal and grease. In the sea of speed, we find our own peace. Got a cold beer dripping in the summer sun. The party's just started and it's never done. Beautiful women waving flags in the stands, while the V-homies cheer with the drinks in their hands. Berserkers going wild, yeah, they're bringing the noise. Playing with the fastest of the big track toys. Fried chicken, barbecue, and the smell of the tire. Valhalla's got the channel setting spirits on fire. White flag waving, one lap to go. Heartbeat racing, put on a show. Rubbing is racing, paint on the floor. Push it to the limit, give me some more. Valhalla Sports Talk. Yeah, we're riding the wall. Berserkers in the front, we're standing tall. V-homies represent, let the engines roll. We're kicking down the gates and we're breaking the door. From the infield party to the checkered flag, got the winner circle spirit in the victory. Valhalla Sports Talk. Valhalla Sports Talk. Valhalla Sports Talk. He's diving to the inside, clearing the pack, leaving all the rivals on the back of the track. Across the start finish, hear the crowd go insane. Valhalla's name etched in the hall of the flame. Burnouts in the grass, hey! Smoke filling the air, hey! Another NASCAR win, hey! Nothing else can compare. It can compare. Victory is ours.
What's up, everybody? What's up? Valhalla Sports Talk is on the air. NASCAR Cup Series Racing, the Anduril 250 Race the Base from Naval Base Coronado, and Valhalla Sports Talk is here for all the action. Let me do some early shoutouts. Anyway, this race is set to start in about 8 minutes, at least pre-race festivities. Festivities starting in about 8 minutes. I want to wish everybody a happy Father's Day to all the pops out there. Also, happy Father's Day to all the moms out there that are handling that deal as well. So, yeah. So, happy Father's Day. This is going to be on Prime on your local television dial. This will be on Prime today. And it looks like we do have the bubbles, so that's kind of surprising. Kind of surprising. I'm trying to get into something here, and I can't get into it. All right, we're showing live on the main page, too, so that's bueno. SVG on the pole, Carson Hocevar second, Ryan Blaney third. Let me do them shout-outs to the earlier rivals. 25 in the house. Shelby Minnick in the house. Good to see you back, Shelby. Russell Reed in the house. Paul Greenwell up in here. Jalapeno. Cho checks in. Jay Ramos is at the track. Mr. Canadian Turkey. I root for the pace car. Well, thanks for sharing. Grand Slam in the house. Bet Toyota 10,000. Shelby already in on betting. Betting is open. Use your Valhalla Sports Talk points to bet the winner of the game. Young Weasel is in the house. Hey, Valhalla, hope you're having a great Sunday. By any chance, would you happen to know if the Dodgers play this Thursday when the U.S. plays in the World Cup? I don't know. I really don't know. Craig, get the bone up in here. What's up, Craig? What's up? See, this is why I need that cat cleaner, y'all. It was Kelsey in the house. Happy Father's Day to all the pops up in here. This is Shelby. What's going on with you, girl? What's going on with you, Shelbs? You go to visit the fam bam since you're newly retired? Today's paint schemes are scrolling. A lot of patriotic ones, obviously, with them racing on a naval base. David Catalano drops a membership. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you for your support.
Braden E. Nelson receives the membership. Please thank David for his generosity. Grand Slam in the house again. Let's go 9s. This is Craig kept them all. Go number 9. All right, so we've got about 4 minutes to the start of the race. Let me tune into MRN.
Starts, and I think one other road course start on this platform.
And I know that's probably
they are
loud.
A handful to drive, so I'll be learning all day long, to say the least.
Appreciate your time and enjoy it. That's Jimmy Johnson, 7-time Cup Series champion from just 20 minutes down the road in El Cajon, California.
And he does have a road course win to his credit. The Hall of Famer won at Sonoma 16 years ago. The Coca-Cola countdown.
I'll bring it down a little bit. You tell me if you lose me on the audio.
3 minutes away from throwing the green
Tell me if
flag
you lose me
here this afternoon. That's brought to you by Coca-Cola.
Hard Nose in the house. What's up, Hard Nose?
All
right, I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back.
Like your car insurance, it's custom to, yeah.
All right, we'll go to the all scan while they're doing whatever that was. We will go to the all scan while they do that. Now, the all scan, you can't hear for crap. It makes absolutely zero sense, but I'll turn it up to 100 and see what happens. Not yet. My kids are coming here today. There you go, Shelby.
I got you over in 2. You got me.
There you go, Miss Shelby.
Yeah, much better today, I think. Had a little bit of a pull here, so hopefully it's a little helpful.
Happy Father's Day to our Father in Heaven and to you, Mr. V, says David Catalano. Thank you, Mr. Catalano. So this race yesterday, I watched some of it. You know, the O'Reilly series. I watched some of it. These cars actually get airborne at one point on the track. All 4 tires off the ground. There's Jason Kelsey as well. So there's an aircraft carrier when they come down a front stretch here that you can see. San Diego, a beautiful city, chat. Beautiful freaking city. I think we should go there. Yes. Go to the beach. Watch the truck race. It was wild, says Craig. All right, let me turn down this audio again and try to find MRN again. You guys tell me, you know, when it sounds really horrible, okay? I can't control that audio. I don't understand why.
For the Anduril 250, row 20.
Cody Ware, Greensboro, North Carolina.
Row 19.
Eric Jones, Byron, Michigan.
Christopher Bell, Norman.
Been to San Diego. It's a damn beautiful city. We went there once on a vacation too.
Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Row 17.
Ty Dillon, Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Olive Branch, Mississippi.
Row 16.
Noah Gregson, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Austin Cinder, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Row 15.
Chase Elliott, Dawsonville,
A lot
Georgia.
to think about there. Thor couldn't go if we went to San Diego, though, because we wouldn't have no way to board him.
Mooresville, North Carolina. William Byron,
if we went anywhere.
Row 13.
Denny Hamlin, Chesterfield, Virginia.
Cole Custer.
Where's the drinks, Bobby? This is Rusty McShackleford.
Riley Herbst, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Ross Chastain, Alva, Florida.
Row 11.
Chase Briscoe, Mitchell, Indiana.
Kevin Magnuson, Roskilde.
Row 10.
Alex Bowman, Tucson, Arizona.
Joey Logano,
Tucson, Arizona.
Connecticut.
Row 9.
Austin Dillon, welcome, North Carolina.
Tyler Reddick.
New little Game of Thrones thing tonight, y'all, at 5, right after the race.
Texas. Hey, Giamma.
Crazy.
San Jose, California.
Row 7.
Kyle Larson, Elk Grove, California.
Corey Heim, Marietta, Georgia.
Row 6.
Bubba Wallace, Mobile, Alabama.
I'm new here, says Damian Ariano.
Now,
What's up,
top
Damian?
10 starters. Starting 10th.
Austin Hill, Winston, Georgia.
Top 10.
Starting 9th.
Michael McDowell, Glendale, Arizona.
Starting 8th.
Connors Village, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Starting 7th.
Ryan Priest, Berlin, Connecticut.
Starting 6th.
Daniel Suarez, Monterrey, Mexico.
Starting 5th.
Todd Gilliland, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Starting 4th.
Zane Smith, Huntington Beach, California.
Starting 3rd.
Ryan Blaney, Hartford, Ohio.
Starting 2nd.
Carson Ostovar, Portage, Michigan.
And starting on the pole.
Shane Van Gisbergen, Manukau, New Zealand.
That's the starting lineup for the Anduril 250.
All those drivers have been introduced to the fans, a capacity crowd here at Naval Base Coronado. As Alex Hayden told us earlier, all 50 states, 17 countries have purchased tickets and are in attendance for this race today. 67% of the house has never been to a NASCAR Cup Series race before, and they are in for a dandy. Let's pause 10 seconds for
there we go. Here goes the
the
invocation and all that good
Network.
stuff.
The NASCAR Cup Series is racing in San Diego, California today at Naval Base Coronado. Motor Racing Network is with you live with flag-to-flag coverage of the Anduril 250 race at the base. Mike Bagley here alongside Alex Hayden and Todd Gordon. Steve Post and Chris Wilner in the pits. Soon we'll hear from Dave Moody, Tim Catalfamo, Kurt Becker, and Dan Hubbard. The racing weekend got started Friday. Lane Riggs won the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series event. Yesterday it was Austin Hill going to victory lane in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and right now the spotlight shines brightly on NASCAR.
The Dodgers are set to start in about 7 minutes, y'all.
In the NASCAR record books. Let's go trackside for pre-race ceremonies.
Please welcome
Wormy in the house.
Chief Operating Officer
Carmen Don Allen. New foe in the house.
True
Bet Kia.
privilege to be
10,
here with all of you today. Standing at the birthplace of naval aviation, it's a great reminder that NASCAR and the United States Armed Forces are a deeply rooted history built on mutual respect. When we sat down to map out the 2026 season, we wanted to do something truly historic to honor America's 250th anniversary, something that would bring our two communities together like never before. That vision is exactly why we are getting ready to fire the engines to race on one of the most unique courses in NASCAR history, Naval Base Coronado. On behalf of everyone in NASCAR, I want to extend our deepest gratitude to the United States Navy for their incredible partnership in bringing this event to life, and to all of our service members and military families, both here and around the world. Thank you for your support, your sacrifice, and for making a historic day like today possible.
Now we ask you to please rise as you're able, as American country music singer Gabby Barrett performs America the Beautiful.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of gray, for purple mountains of majesty,
All right, next is going to be the invocation.
Now we take you from the tarmac across the base to the USS Carl Vinson on the San Diego Bay. Please welcome Captain Joshua Spoiler Winker, joined by
Appreciate the like, y'all. Appreciate everything.
Pena.
On behalf of the United States Navy and the crew of the Carl Vinson, welcome aboard the flight deck of America's favorite carrier.
Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome USS Carl Vinson Command Chaplain Philip Carson.
Almighty God, as we gather in the birthplace of naval aviation to witness this historic race, we are reminded of the magnitude of your grace upon our young nation. Lord, around me is a sea of men and women who choose service to nation above self, and I am humbled. I pray that their example would inspire each of us to look beyond ourselves and be more than we are. Finally, Lord, for the teams and drivers today, watch over them, and may they run well the race before them. In your name we pray. Amen.
At this time, please remove your hats and veterans render a hand salute. As the United States Navy Ceremonial Color Guard from Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, Washington, D.C. presents our nation's colors. To honor America with the performance of our national anthem, please welcome the Navy Band Southwest Ceremonial Band.
The Anduril 250 race at the base, next on the Motor Racing Network.
All right, chat. So national anthem complete. We'll get the command to start engines, and we'll go from there, y'all. We'll go from there. Let me try to lock in. Let me try to lock in this the bubbles and all that good stuff. I really don't know what I'm looking at on the map, to be honest with you. I really don't. Kind of funny, but at least we're gonna have them. I sure thought we weren't. I sure thought we weren't gonna have them. Let me turn off those cars for a minute until we get them running around here. till we get them running around, y'all. Where are you? I need to hook this up to a hotkey, y'all, because it would be so much easier if I did. What's up, Carmen? Aunt G in the house. Yeah, happy Father's Day, everyone. She ain't gonna get rocked, says Dong Dang. I've got that up. I'll put all the scoring plays for the Dodgers up. I'll put all the scoring plays. I've got that game up. I'll be putting up the scores on the screen here as well shortly. Kevin Mariola, welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor will be proud. General Thor will be proud. All right, let's see if MRN's back.
Our weekend at Chicagoland Speedway.
They're not back yet. Yeah, on this map here, I have no idea where the track is. I mean, I have no idea what I'm looking at here. What's up, Sammy Boy Smith? And so many Navy guys on pit road here, y'all. Seabees. So they said something like over 60% of the people at the track today have never been to a NASCAR race. I'm sure that's done by polling or something, as they come into the track. But yeah, interesting. How's everybody doing today, though, chat? How we doing? Let's make some noise up in here. Tell me where you're watching us from today. Food ready. Going to start the barbecue. There you go. Letard and Earnhardt are in. No, they're not going to call it from up in here, are they? I guess they are. They're going to call it from the island in the middle of the carrier, the big tall tower. So it's going to be SVG and Carson Hocevar on the front row today. No, it hasn't started yet, Paul. Do you have any dinner plans? Yeah, we're going to do brats and steak. Ori checking in from Australia. Oi, oi, oi. Columbia, South Carolina in the house. He says a cousin works on the 38 team for spec teams. North Carolina up in here. Sheehan gave up a single. Yeah, I don't need play-by-play of baseball, just scoring plays. Just tell me when they score. I am tired from last night. I have celebrated Father's Day. There you go, Cho. Hard nose already hitting the slots. Here's the command to start engines 1 to 10, with 10 being best.
Anticipate that will get better as the day goes on and we lay more rubber down on this racetrack and the drivers get more comfortable with the line they run around here. Of course, Alex Todd is giving us the technical nature of car preparation and strategy execution, but these drivers have to survive this road course first.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it. A big group there.
Take laps out of it.
I'm going to give that a 7 out of 10, Chad. A 7 out of 10.
Maybe even 4 hours. No, it's not hot.
They should play it right now for you.
And as much as you're working,
there's a whole group of sailors.
Go around this race course this morning, multiple laps. This is a demanding course.
It is. It asks a lot of driver. It asks a lot of machine. It asks a lot of the pit crew. And we are so glad that we can bring it to you live here on the Motor Racing Network. Let's go trackside right now for the command to fire engines.
And now, live from the USS Carl Vinson, here
we go. Here's the command, y'all.
Famous words in motorsports.
I'm behind the TV by about a minute.
The sailors of the United States Navy who are stationed right here on the USS Carl Vinson.
Gentlemen, start your
Let's go, man.
The engines come to life on the pit lane as the Naval.
I don't know, dog. I don't know who's going to hover today, buddy.
Overhead, we're getting ready for the green flag and history in NASCAR racing.
Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments?
Let's go to all scan again. I don't think you'll be able to hear it, though.
I can hear you well, too, yeah.
Hey, Appreciated Energy Asylum. Sheila in the house. Sheila up in here. Let's get these cars moving around so I know where the track is on this map. I can dial in my screen here. Let's get them moving around, NASCAR. 9 out of 10. It was good, Hard Nose. I liked it. They did a good job. Of course, soldiers used to yelling in unison. Big Kahuna in the house. Hey, happy Father's Day, Big Kahuna. Mikey in the house. I'm going to the movie theater in a few hours. This is Grand Slam.
Nick, you got me on 3, okay, right?
Wonder if the officials are as quiet.
It's near and dear to my heart. Big T.
All right, they still not rolling off. Let me go to that page, give it a little refresh. Give it a little refresh here, y'all. Arson Hocevar just might put a bumper to SVG and end his day. Baltimore won. Uh-oh. Let me grab that score. Y'all.
Caution, hurry, go ahead and roll off.
Somebody needs to take out SVG quickly. All right, there we go. We got cars moving now. Let's see where they go on the map, y'all. So I know where I can put the little cars back. I know where I can put the scrolls at. Let's go back to MRN.
Stockdale Boulevard. That's named for Congressional Medal of Honor recipient, Navy Vice Admiral and former vice presidential candidate James D. Stockdale. That leads to a flat 90-degree left-hand
So there's
turn
where they're
number
going
2,
straight at the
and
carrier.
Rogers Road straightaway, then another 90-degree left on K Road, paralleling the aircraft carrier USS Carl Vinson that's docked right alongside this race course. From there, they'll head into the site of Marlboro, New Jersey's Tim Catalfamo.
Thank you very much, Dave Moody, and good afternoon, everyone. Here in turns 3 and 4, as Dave mentioned, when they come out of the left-hander in turn number 3, they will be running parallel to that USS Carl Vinson that is sitting docked in the Pacific Ocean with a lot of members of our United States Naval Academy that are in a grandstand that has been put on top of the deck to watch this race this afternoon, and they're going to have a great view. When they race down this short stretch to turn number 4, which is Quay Road, as Dave mentioned, they go into a bend in turn number 4. It's going to bend to the right a little bit, and it's a long corner and a blind corner, so the drivers will have to be careful as they navigate this section of the track. Also, yesterday we saw some of the issues that the drivers had. There's some manhole covers that have now been permanently secured. There's also a couple of storm grates, so the drivers still have to be careful because that is going to make this section a little bit rough as they go bouncing over those things to get into the 4th corner. Once they clear turn number 4, they will hug the coastline, head up Quay Road, going uphill ever so slightly to turn number 5.
And turn 5 is known as Carrier Corner. That is a bend to the left, which sets up a rundown Row Road. That is termed as the backstretch here at Naval Base Coronado. That leads to turn 6. A bend
I still
to the
have
right,
no
turn
idea,
7,
man. I
cut
mean,
back to the
I'm
left.
roughly in the
And
right
then
place.
it's on to Softly Street, which leads to turn 8, a 90-degree left-hand corner. That will lead to the Coronado chicane, turn 9, and Kurt Becker of Altamont, Illinois.
Thank you, Mike, and we are positioned at the north end of the course on the airfield portion of this racing strip here today. Absolutely a spectacular day to go racing. Jersey barriers, catch fences, both the drivers left and drivers right. The fans have filled the stands on both sides of this portion of the course as well. We will be covering turns 9 through 12, a right-left combination.
Oh, now they're gonna come back
And what
down
we have
again.
seen so far in the other series this weekend is coming off corner number 9, which is a right-hander. Sometimes a driver gets alongside another to battle for position. It's a quick jog through turns 10 and 11, and then a drag race down the short chute headed back into the left-hander turn 12. We'll have all that action covered from our spot atop a scissor lift in and amongst the fans here this afternoon.
Turn 12 and 12A and 12B is a series of corners that is awfully narrow, arguably the most narrow portion of this entire circuit. You go into turn 12, it's driver's left, 90 degree. Then you swoop
Can you guys hear me
past
okay?
90 degrees, driver's right, before another quick flick of the steering wheel to driver's
Dodgers
left.
already down
That'll lead you
2-0.
onto a short straightaway. At this point, you're on the tarmac part of the airstrip here. They'll race their way into a left-hand bend. That's turn number 13. It significantly widens out, but the race line may be 2 lanes wide at best because you got to funnel back down to double wide or even more preferred single wide for right-hand turn number 14. Off turn 14, they'll come into the view of our Dan Hubbard from Anaheim, California.
Well, thank you, Alex, and good afternoon, everybody. My scissor lift is about 200 yards south of turn 15, a flat-out second-gear left-hander that takes the field to a high-speed short stretch. That's where they grab third gear for just an instant before leaning hard on the brake pedal, downshifting from third down to first gear and tossing their car into the second chicane of Naval Base Coronado. It's a quick flick to the left.
I got too many things on, yo.
Well, you have to come to a complete stop before continuing. I'll be here to tell you who gets it right and who gets it wrong.
Top
at
drops
the chicane.
10. Thank you,
After
Top.
which the field
Thank you,
swings
Top.
out and sets up for the final turn, the lefty turn 16. That's where our anchors Alex Hayden, Mike Bagley, and Todd Gordon will pick up the action.
And that will bring the field back to the start-finish line.
Thank you, Top.
NASCAR Powerball. The chase to 1 million is on.
Now they go to commercial break. I can't remember where they were at on the map, chat. I can't remember where they were at. That ain't gonna work either. They can't drive in the water. That won't work either.
All right, clean up.
What's up, Leon? They got bases loaded, the Orioles do, with 2 outs. Where's Denny going to start? Let me look. I don't see him, bro. Wait, 26. 26 for Hamlin. 26.
Number is to the right.
Short track racing.
Oh, little retaliation. Holy cow!
Learn more about NASCAR regional tracks near you at NASCAR.com/regional.
This is Daniel Suarez. You are tuning into the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
26.
Today's broadcast is presented by Progressive Insurance.
All right, so
Progressive Insurance
they go to the bottom of the first inning. Baltimore gets 2.
Progressive.com.
Time now
and
for
leave
a
the
deeper
bases
dive into
loaded.
some stories before the drop of the green flag. This trip to pit road is presented by Jack Link's Protein Snacks. Jack Link's Protein Snacks, the official protein snack of NASCAR, comes in original, peppered, teriyaki, and so many more flavors. All made with 100% beef. Grab your favorite from the snack aisle today. Steve Post.
Alex, the talk and toast of the town thus far has been
What
Shane
sports app do I have? What you talking about?
He's won 6 of the last 7 road course events, and on the course most similar to this, the streets of Chicago, he's 2 for 3. I talked to Stephen Doran, his crew chief, this morning and asked him what concerns you, and what concerns him is tire wear, which is what concerns every crew chief, but also what concerns him is an awkward timed caution that puts people on different strategy and may put them at a disadvantage. He said you can't control any of it, but we will just adapt and go as we want to go. Talked about the additional set of tires. Todd talked about those as well, and Steven said we have just the exact set of tires that we need for the race, including those qualifiers that we'll use somewhere during the day. So Stephen Doran, very, very happy with the race car, very happy with everything thus far this weekend. Now it's the strategy and the tires that has his concern. Up to the end of pit road, Chris Wilner.
Well, Steve, you mentioned the toast of the town being SVG, but the hottest driver in NASCAR the last 6 weeks has been Denny Hamlin. 3 straight wins coming in today, all from the pole. 5 top 5s in the last 6 weeks, but like Superman, there is a bit of kryptonite. It starts today, back-to-back road and street courses. For driver 11, that's been tough sledding. 2 top 10s in the last 13,
How are they going through
13
buildings?
road course races. His average finish is 19th, but for Chris Gale, he said today it's all about survival. A top 15 will feel like a win, which is tough coming from a team that has chipped into the points lead from 130 down to 19. And their driver, he's also looking 2 steps ahead. Denny told his team today there are exactly 7 days, 4 hours, and 15 minutes away of being done from road courses for the rest of the year. He's excited for 2 weeks from now to go back to Chicagoland. But again, all about survival for driver 11 here today.
This does kick off a mini West Coast swing here in the NASCAR Cup Series. We're racing today in San Diego. Everybody's going to make the trek north to Sonoma Raceway in Northern California next weekend. But right now, Alex, all the pomp, all the circumstance, all the attention is on Naval Base Coronado as we are getting ready to add another chapter in NASCAR's history book.
And when they open the gates to the race fans today at 9 a.m. local
All right,
time,
here we
will
go.
unblock
Pace car to
much
pit road
earlier
here in
than
a
that,
second.
Mike. There has
We're
been
about to
an
get underway
absolute
on the
buzz
TV.
of
I'm behind it.
excitement. Quite honestly, going all the way back to Thursday when we all got to town, but what we had and experienced this morning wandering around the Midway and dealing with fans and talking with them, it has been nothing short of spectacular.
Hey, they're underway,
The
y'all.
excitement level is absolutely through the roof.
And everybody is looking forward to the waving of the green flag that will happen in just a moment. And that'll set us off for a 75-lap challenge. Stage 1 will end at lap 20. Stage 2 will end at lap 40. And the checkered flag will fly, scheduled to fly, at lap 75.
As we're getting set now, pace car, it's a Chevrolet Corvette. All three
Are you able to watch it, Carmen, or
represented with the pace vehicles. It's time to race on the base. To call the start
bottom
for the
left
Motor Racing Network from Milford, Delaware. Here's Mike Bagley.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth in the starter stand, ready to throw the green flag and get us underway here in San Diego County. Here comes the field out of turn 16 into the restart box. The Secretary waves the green flag, and we are off and running here in San Diego. Shane Van Gisbergen wastes no time in getting away. Matter of fact, he'll lead the field by a car length to turn 1.
SVG opens it up to 2, now maybe 3 car lengths. That'll shrink a bit on braking now. Out of the left-hander, on to Rogers Road. Shane Van Gisbergen quickly away with the lead. The challenge is on for second. Carson Hocevar feeling some heat. Drivers right will fend off for now the advance of Zane Smith.
Zane Smith is there. Ryan Blaney there as well. They are actually side by side for third into turn number 4. Give the advantage to Ryan Blaney at the exit of turn 4, but Zane Smith remains with them. Racing wheel to wheel for third behind the leader headed to turn 5.
Hard racing there. They set up for the left-hand turn number 5. They'll downshift just a bit. Now the sprint of what's known the back straightaway here. There's a massive dip in the road there. These teams have to negotiate. Shane Van Gisbergen, the race leader, has a car length and a half as they race their way to turn number 6.
I like the track, y'all. I kind of like it.
In second, the looks in the rearview mirror sees Ryan Blaney closing in there. He's in third. Battle on for fourth. Zane Smith, hands are full. Daniel Suarez is there. Try to move exiting turn number 7.
I know what I got to do.
Get it done. Tucks back in single file as the field races through turn 8.
Todd Gilliland is also right there.
I got to pause this when I got a chance to let it catch up.
Turn number 9 for the first time this afternoon.
Otherwise, I'm spoiling it. What's up, DB?
Zane Smith, they go nose to tail as they work their way over to the left-hand turn.
Catch the highlights afterwards.
Turns 12A and B, soon to become turn 13. Everybody minding their P's and Q's so far, and it's Shane Van Gisbergen. He is the maestro. Battle for fourth flares up. Here's Daniel Suarez. He's there. Going to take a peek to the inside of Zane Smith. This Ford and Chevy battle, wheel to wheel.
I got to slow down my TV is what I got to do.
Wide. Suarez gets into him as they race to turn 15.
Shane Van Gisbergen, for the first time through the left-hand turn 15, has the lead.
Yeah, the bubbles are up there, Shelby.
To Carson Hocevar and Ryan Blaney.
They're up there. You don't see them?
Three-car breakaway. Zane Smith right in that fourth position with Daniel Suarez in fifth.
Shane Van Gisbergen will lead lap number 1 on the base here in San Diego at Coronado. Lap number 1 is complete as Shane Van Gisbergen. They flash by the start-finish line. Carson Hocevar is right there in the second spot. Then it's Blaney as they all go back to turn number 2.
SVG has not been able to step away from the field as we've seen him do on road courses in the past. Challenge on a little further back. Tail end of the top 10. Diving down to the inside.
SVG Hocevar, your top 2. Blaney still in third.
They're going to race nose to nose. McDowell has drivers left the inside line in 3.
McDowell will slide in front of Connor Zillich and take that spot away. Now here comes Austin Hill. Yesterday,
they're hard to see, the bubbles, Shelby. They're really hard to see this week.
Directly behind Connor Zillich. Everyone cleanly through turn 4, headed up Clay Road.
Austin Hill turning the wick up on Connor Zillich in the early going. They come off the end of the straightaway there through turn number 6. It's Hill that will slide through and grab the spot.
And Austin Hill grabs that position. That'll put Connor Zillich in the rearview mirror. Zillich doesn't have it all clear just yet. Another car breathing down his neck. Field works their way into turns 6 and 7.
I'm looking for a spot to stop the TV so that I can
not really able to drive away from the rest of the field.
Sync it up with his audio.
Blaney right on his back bumper. Shane Van Gisbergen, the race leader.
Here comes Hocevar now, edges in a little bit closer and sets up for the entry into corner number 9.
The 3 is stopped on the track.
Village and Austin Hill, they continue to go at it near the tail end of the top 10. All of this traffic funnels off the corner and across turn 10 and 11, racing toward the end of the short chute as a couple of drivers start to get restless in turn 12.
That's just how it is, bro.
One of those drivers being Austin
Dillon.
It's
a satellite picture.
Around. He's facing the opposite direction. He's trying to refire his
Chevrolet. It's on a naval base this weekend.
The field has bypassed Austin Dillon. He's just still trying to get that car refired to rejoin this race. For the moment, we stay
So
under
Dillon
the
got turned by the 16.
Shane Van Gisbergen has the field in his rearview mirror, and that parade of NASCAR Cup Series machines works their way through turn number 14 and headed to turn number 15.
SVG has not been able to pull away from Carson Hocevar. Hocevar. So is he playing it cool, or is Hocevar just that quick? Right on his bumper is Ryan Blaney. Daniel Suarez is taking over the 4th spot, and Zay Smith gets drop kick back to 5th.
Leaders come back to the start-finish line, still waiting for Austin Dillon's car to get going in that set of corners we describe as turns 12, A, and B.
And Mike, he has just refired the car. He is right now turning the car around. He backs it up. The fans have let out a cheer as he refires the engine. He now has
Hocevar to the lead here in a minute, y'all.
The Boot Barn Chevrolet will rejoin the field considerably behind. Let's pick up the leaders on the course.
Shane Van Gisbergen halfway.
Yeah, Naval Base this week in San Diego.
But only about a car length out of 3.
Yeah, Shane Van Gisbergen, Davis, not been able to get away from Carson Hocevar or Ryan Blaney. They have hitched right to the back bumper of Shane and have not allowed him to pull away as the race leader. Those top 3 of Shane Van Gisbergen, Carson Hocevar, and Ryan Blaney race to turn 5.
Right behind them, they've got a hard-charging Daniel Suarez who's run them down. Further back, the battle for 6th is a good one as well. Ryan Preece, Michael McDowell, they're making some hay back there in the back half of the top 10. These drivers race up the back straightaway, and they stand on the brake for turn number 6.
Here's a battle for the lead. Carson Hocevar, Hocevar rumbles out of the pocket. He'll peel to the inside of the racetrack. He'll slide under Shane Van Gisbergen, put Carson Hocevar to the top of the leaderboard as Shane Van Gisbergen falls to 2nd with Ryan Blaney in hot pursuit in the 3rd position.
Let's see if Blaney will go right or left. For now, he's going to have to stay in line because he comes to turn number 9. Under braking and downshifting, works off the corner. Shane Van Gisbergen, having just given up the lead, starts to look to the inside of driver Carson Hocevar. Here comes Van Gisbergen again.
Shane Van Gisbergen opens up the inside lane. He'll slide underneath Carson Hocevar. Hocevar's car kicks way wide. The lane left open momentarily for Ryan Blaney. Blaney has to check up and he'll hang on to his race car. Further back, Michael McDowell's on the move as drivers begin to jostle for positions. 5, 6, 7,
RCR
8,
decided to bring it back,
Suarez,
James. I don't know. They gave it to Dillon.
Here comes the field now through the left-hand turn 15. That's a
Not a fan of it, but it happened many years ago.
3rd gear momentarily. Up at the front again, it is
SVG Blaney Preece. Hocevar dropping now.
Ryan Preece right in the 3rd position. Carson Hocevar now all the way back to the 4th spot.
And he's in jeopardy of losing the number 4 spot. Michael McDowell is on his back bumper, applying the pressure. Here's the battle for the race lead at the start-finish line. The Ford Mustang of Ryan Blaney looks driver's left. Shane Van Gisbergen, for the moment, will fend him off.
SVG and YRB, nose to tail, down Stockdale Boulevard into the left-hand turn number 2. For the moment, Shane Van Gisbergen able to hold off the advances and hold on to the lead. Blaney, though, just a car length back. Another car length back to the 3rd-place machine of Ryan Preece.
Ryan Blaney wants the lead, and he continues to pressure Shane Van Gisbergen. A little bit further back, Mike mentioned him a moment ago. The driver on the move is Michael McDowell. He just made a pass for 4th, was able to get around Carson Hocevar. He is on his way to the front.
Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney is on the back bumper of Shane Van Gisbergen coming into turn 5. Blaney again looks driver's left while they've been continuing to wrestle for the lead. Here's Blaney again. He'll rumble out of the pocket, pull to the inside. They're side by side.
Blaney to the lead.
Blaney in the Worth Ford for Team Penske will grab the top spot away under braking into turn number 6. That right-hand corner, and Blaney is the new race leader in Coronado. Shane Van Gisbergen, for the 2nd time here in the opening handful of laps, has been drop-kicked back to the 2nd spot. Blaney trying to run away and hide now. He's opened up a car length and a half over
Herman
SVG.
hits 3 basketballs.
Shane Van Gisbergen has shown he can take a punch and recover. Let's see if he can recover again after giving up the lead earlier to Hocevar.
All right, so they're through 1 in Los Angeles. The Orioles with a 2-1 lead.
Now Ryan Preece gets by. That will drop Shane Van Gisbergen back into 3rd. He's got more company there in the form of Michael McDowell.
McDowell now begins to size up Shane Van Gisbergen. SVG perhaps has worn the rear tires a smidge. It's Michael McDowell.
I should have got the audio
synced
synced at the beginning, y'all. I screwed that up.
The inside lane wide open.
The TV is so far ahead of this audio you're hearing.
That is going to be Daniel Suarez. Can't quite get the job done on his Spire Motorsports teammate. The leaders go to turn 15.
Ryan Blaney
it's hard for me to react because I'm spoiling, you know. I spoil every time I say anything.
Over the 2nd place man, Ryan Preece. They come through the chicane. The quick left, 2 quick right. And again, Blaney gets terrific forward bite. SVG continues to ride in the 3rd position.
out of turn number 16 and back to the start-finish line, completing lap 4. Shane Van Gisbergen has led the first 3. It's Ryan Blaney that now goes to the top of the leaderboard.
Hey NASCAR fans, get the NASCAR app. Join my reward, and every combo purchase on the app gives you a chance to win an exclusive Talladega.
Long shot, Denny Hamlin or Chase Elliott.
NASCAR prize. And when the Hardy's number
Says Opal.
gets a top 10 finish, we also throw you a
205 in the house. We're approaching 2,000 views.
The wins just keep coming.
Hit all the buttons, y'all. Hit all the buttons.
No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older.
Hit the sub, get a video like.
Excluding New York and Rhode Island. Hardy's My Rewards member with web device. Info 15,
I need a caution or something to get synced up here.
Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited. When it comes to drivers, we all have our favorites. Same goes for Zone nicotine pouches, offering a variety of bold flavors, available in strengths of 6 milligrams and 9 milligrams. Whether you're a fan of mint, citrus, subtle, or spicy, you're sure to find an intensity and flavor that lasts. One Zone pouches at a discount, mailed right to your door. Get 20% off at
till the victory is won.
Zone when you use promo code
Blaney, Priest, Van Gisbergen, your top 3.
Complete. Ryan Blaney has just taken the lead. Ryan Priest.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Newfo.
Van Gisbergen put Priest in second. SVG falls to third with Michael McDowell and Zane Smith. The rest of the top 5 from Naval Base Coronado in San Diego. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Sonoma, a spectacular setting for this race.
They make contact. It's side by side through turn number 12. At the line, it's going to be Sawallich. Unbelievable.
Oh, and a race leader.
But we just had a really good race car, and that's what it takes. It takes a good group of guys, a good crew. This is really a team sport.
Catch the ARCA Menard Series West at Sonoma Raceway, Friday, June 26th at 6:15 Eastern, live on the NASCAR channel.
The year was 1993.
So Jimmy Johnson is around. I hope I can get synced up with it.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. He goes to the inside. Earnhart's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona.
But of course they're in a commercial here, so I can't hear
1993
what the announcers are saying.
Season. All the highs and lows. Relive them all on MRN's exclusive podcast, The 1993 Season. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
This is Austin Cindric. You're tuned in to the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Welcome back to Naval Base Coronado. Today's race is brought to you in part by Snapdragon. Get the processor your PC wishes it had. Snapdragon.
Looks like, Dan Hubbard, we got a car that went off course right in front of you.
It's the San Diego native Jimmy Johnson. Somebody made a pass right in front of him. They weren't passing him. I think it was Christopher Bell making a late pass just prior to the entrance of the chicane. Caught Jimmy Johnson by surprise. He locked up the car, locked up the brakes, made heavy contact with the tire barrier with the left side of the machine. There is heavy.
They ain't messing around, are they? What's going on, Word Salad?
So Jimmy Johnson will take that car directly to pit
What's going on, Word Salad?
38th position at the moment.
Ward Homer's the center.
Cars that are out on the track. All 39 starters are still running with Ryan Blaney up front. So why don't we follow up on some of the early stories and some of the issues going on with some of these drivers in these opening laps of the race. This trip to pit road is presented by Paula Casino. Paula Casino is the official resort partner of NASCAR San Diego Race Weekend. See racing's hottest driver, Tyler Reddick, roll up the wins in the number 45 Paula Casino car.
I miss Old Harvick running. You're right.
Or a real winning combination, because real is the way we roll. Steve Post.
Alex, Shane Van Gisbergen led the first few laps, but he just radioed to the crew and said the car is too loose for him to really be able to hustle up on those guys. So he is just concerned.
Real Black Chaos. What's up, man?
Picking and choosing his battles and riding along now. So we'll see what kind of adjustments Stephen Doran will make. We expect pit stops within the next 4 or 5 laps for all of the front runners. Chris Wilner?
Michael McDowell having a good run for Spire Motorsports inside the top 5. He said the biggest question is, how hard do I go? Unsure of maybe the pace he wants to set. We heard in pre-race talking about protecting the rear tires. That's been an issue as far as just figuring out where to go, but says the car feels pretty good. Now, we had documented Todd Gilliland, who qualified with his teammate at front row. Zane Smith inside the top 5 has fallen back just a little bit. 0 rear grip and needs help from the spotters protecting his left side. That's been a factor here this week.
He went to a couple games.
These teams, but still plenty of blind spots, so trying to work with some of them on some timings just to make sure he protects his left side of this race car.
Yeah, all these drivers don't have an idea of how hard they can push it, how much they can ask out of the tires. We're going to see some of them here. We're at lap 6. We've still got to get 3 to 4 more before we want to come to pit road. Somebody may end up using your tires up and getting really loose. It seemed like the rears are what the guys were talking about, showing cords.
Blaney's still in the lead, Priest second, Van Gisbergen third.
The first stop.
Hostvar's faded to 7th.
Here's how they're running, presented by United Rentals, with specialized solutions and technology impacting every part of
Here's
the
your
job.
running order, y'all. Listen up. Listen up.
Right partner, United Rentals. Work United.
On lap number 8, Ryan Blaney has a 2.9-second lead over Ryan Priest. Shane Van Gisbergen is 3rd. Michael McDowell is 4th. Bubba Wallace is being scored 5th. Zane Smith is 6th. Carson Hocevar 7th. Chris Buescher is 8th. Kyle Larson 9th. And Daniel Suarez is 10th.
Austin Hill is 11th. Corey Heim is 12th. Ty Gibbs is 13th. A.J. Allmendinger is 14th. And Todd Gilliland is 15th. Riley Herbst is 16th. Joey Logano is 17th. Chase Briscoe is 18th, with William Byron 19th and Connor Zilic in 20th.
21st is John Hunter Nemechek. 22nd is Brad Keselowski. 23rd at the moment is Alex Bowman. 24th, Cole Custer. Kevin Magnuson is 25th. 26th is Denny Hamlin. 27th, Chase Elliott. 29th, Ty Dillon. 28th, Ty Dillon. 29th is Tyler Reddick. And 30th is Austin Cindric.
Christopher Bell is 31st. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 32nd, with Ross Chastain 33rd. Cody Ware 34th. Eric Jones 35th. Noah Gragson is 36th. Josh Berry is 37th. Austin Dillon is 38th. And Jimmy Johnson, after a trip into the tire pack in the chicane before turn 16 and a trip to pit road, is posted in the 39th and final position.
So we've completed 8 laps. Check that, 6 laps, coming down to the line to complete lap number 7 here of this first stage, which is 20 laps in duration. Todd, there's been some drivers that are climbing the leaderboard. Guys like Chris Buescher, Riley Herbst, William Byron, they've gained 8 spots. Bubba Wallace, on the flip side of that, he's gone up there as well.
Yeah, he's up to 5th at this point, putting a good run together, just being smooth with the race car out here. Obviously, Ryan Blaney leading this by over 3 seconds. That's an impressive run for him. But, when you looked at Bubba Wallace, he said he wasn't a road racer. But he's leading the brigade here for 23-11 and continuing to kind of rub on this path, and he's become a really solid road racer.
Now, that's the good news. Here's the bad news. If you're an Austin Dillon fan, he's lost 20 laps. Connor Zilic has lost 13, or not laps, but positions. Connor Zilic has lost 13. Tyler Reddick has backslid 12. Todd Gilliland 11, and Ross Chastain has given up 10 spots since the start.
And we think about Trackhouse Racing as being dominant at these places, but you've got 2 of their 3 permanent full-time cars.
What's up, Jalapeno?
Backslide there, and Shane Van Gisbergen at second.
Spy man up in here.
We expect out of him. We think he should dominate.
So why don't we follow up on a couple of those drivers with Steve Post and Chris Wilner, starting with the Postman.
Yeah, you mentioned Connor Zilic, and he just radioed to Randall Burnett. No rear tire grip at all. So consequently, they are headed backward. They started 8th. The last I checked, they were 20th and headed in the wrong direction. I think you said Bubba Wallace is headed in the right direction. Chris Wilner, what are they saying?
Certainly has, and it really started on Friday's practice. Steve Post talking to Charles Ike all weekend. He said we focus on raising the floor of his potential as far as on road courses and not worry too much about the ceiling. Today is all about kicking the ball mentality down the field, and they've been doing that. Bubba was pumped after practice on Friday just by keeping it clean off the safer.
Prime goes to a commercial. I'm still not synced.
And then yesterday in qualifying, didn't go for the hero lap, kept it consistent, and qualified 12th. And right now picking up
some
a lot of
Funyuns
cars
today,
on the
Newfo.
field. He said, I've really challenged myself to get good at road racing. Last year I was maybe lucky to finish 20th. Today I'm a top 12 or better road course racer, and he's going to try to prove it today and doing a nice job, already up into the top 5.
Right now he has applied full pressure to SVG. Dan Hubbard.
I don't have the full field
SVG.
up.
Keeping an eye on Bubba Wallace as they exit turn 15, and yes, mission accomplished.
Here we go.
Here's the second spot to Bubba Wallace. He leads SVG into the left-hand flick of the chicane. Ryan Priest now on the bumper of SVG as they exit off the chicane, heading to turn 16.
But they continue to follow Ryan Blaney at the front of the field as Blaney's lead continues to swell. It's up to 3.5 seconds. Now it's Bubba Wallace second, Shane Van Gisbergen back to third, Ryan Preece fourth, Michael McDowell fifth to turn 2.
You mentioned a moment ago, guys, that Corey Heim was off to a pretty good start, running around the 12th position. He had an anxious moment a couple of laps ago in turn number 3 where he drifted wide. Tail end got loose. He slapped the outside wall with the right rear tire. Doesn't seem to have killed the car by any means. He's still holding pace, but he is not where he was a few moments ago.
Here come the leaders into turn number 4. Ryan Blaney already up Quay Road. Bubba Wallace trying to hold off Shane Van Gisbergen and Ryan Preece.
There you go, Mr. Wormy.
Car fight for second, headed up the hill.
Got a couple of drivers on pit road, Chase Elliott and Tyler Reddick. Let's cover the Reddick stop first.
Tyler Reddick said, I just don't have any.
Damn, they got the bases loaded again.
Theme here in the early parts. This is a pit stop on lap number 8. 4 tires.
The Orioles got the bases
down and away. Steve Post looks like Chase Elliott made his way to you.
He did, but he stalled the race car.
Did they strand bases loaded again?
Here in the middle of pit road, trying to get that car refired. He was reporting no grip.
Anyway, they go to the bottom of the second, 3-1 Orioles.
Stop for Chase Elliott. He is now down and away. This pit stop on lap number 8.
In ratios here at road courses, first gear tends to be a lower numeric multiplier, harder to get that thing rolling than it is at oval tracks. Just one of those situations where Chase Elliott didn't get enough throttle to it and stalled his car.
He is going to rejoin the field and cycle back around. We see Ryan Blaney, our current race leader, his lead 3.5 seconds over Bubba Wallace. They're great friends off the racetrack. They're fierce competitors on the racetrack. Exiting turn number 12 right now, headed to turn number 13. Blaney has a healthy lead. Bubba Wallace beginning to clear himself of
there you go, Dwayne. There you go.
But Ryan Preece is right there trying to apply some pressure to the back bumper of the Chevrolet of SVG.
Ryan Preece
they arrested a guy for unlawful entry. Did you see the guy yesterday that climbed the fence during the red flag and went to talk to one of the drivers? The drunk guy that climbed the fence?
Shane Van Gisbergen. Chris Buescher would like to join the fight as well.
Leaders come to the start-finish line to complete lap 9. They come into turn 16. Pit entry is driver's right. We anticipate pit stops coming shortly. Nobody in the front 5, front 10, as again, 9 laps are complete. We are halfway through stage 1. Kyle Larson will commit to pit road. A couple of other drivers are committing to pit lane as well. 40 miles an hour for Larson, Logano, and others. These pit stops will happen at the beginning of lap 10. Let's cover the Kyle Larson stop as he makes its way all the way down the pit lane.
Comes the wheel to the right, brings it into the pit box. Cliff Daniels, the crew chief, they need more rear grip. I know, that's a theme here. Going to be 4 tires Sunoco Racing Fuel for Kyle Larson as he works on his pit strategy here. Left side, right side tires down. Right side tires down. There goes Joey Logano back out on pit road. Ty Dillon is out on pit road. Chris Willer more in front of you.
Grillo Pickle Ford for Todd Gilliland was in with 4 tires Sunoco fuel. William Byron's crew, the Anduril Chevrolet, did a nice job as well. 4 Goodyear Eagles in Sunoco fuel. Corey Heim was in, Alex Bowman, and first competitive pit stop for Kevin Magnuson. Stalled it briefly on pit road, but relatively clean for his first competitive stop.
Ryan Blaney continues to show the way. We've got 11 laps to go here in the opening stage on the race at the base.
Hey NASCAR fans,
green flag goes in the air.
Whether you're sizing up a car or a PC, winning requires performance on the move. Meet Snapdragon X2 Elite, the processor your PC wishes it had. While other processors often throttle back to save battery, PCs powered by Snapdragon X2 Elite deliver max performance when unplugged and mobile. So how do you lead the pack wherever you go? Snapdragon. That's how.
Check out the Motor Racing Network online. Head to MRN.com for NASCAR news, MRN's broadcast schedule, and podcasts. Or find your local MRN radio station. Check out exclusive online NASCAR content on the Motor Racing Network's social media platforms. Follow along on MRN's Facebook and Instagram or on X at MRN Radio. And find all of MRN's video programs on YouTube's MRN channel. The voice of NASCAR online is the Motor Racing Network.
Back here at Coronado, the race leader Ryan Blaney peels off the racetrack. He's going to make a pit stop here on lap number 10. Let's follow Ryan Blaney.
Ryan Blaney brings the car down to the attention of the crew. They hop off the wall over to the left side. Houston France, the tire changer on the front of it. He gets that tire off and on really, really quickly. Man, they're around to the right side now. Pump at a half of the jack. Fuel can is engaged down here as they put the left side tires on. The right side tires on now. Ryan Blaney down and away. That looked like a dandy. Here's A.J. Allmendinger in. Here's Carson Hocevar getting pit service. Ryan Priest getting pit service. More in front of you, Chris.
Started 11th.
Group in the house.
Through the field was Ty Gibbs. Flawless pit stop for his JGR.
Dodgers aren't very good in day games.
Drivers, rear grip, air pressure, for Goodyear Eagles, and Sunoco Fuel.
Apparently having my first burger ever at In-N-Out. There you go, Spy Man.
The new leader of the Anduril 250 from Naval Base Coronado in San Diego. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Meet the all-new RE4000 Bluetooth scanner from Racing Electronics. Hear uncensored audio from your favorite drivers or listen to the live MRN radio broadcast, all hands-free and wireless with Bluetooth technology. Fast, lightweight, and built for race day, the RE4000 delivers zero latency so you never miss a moment of the
50,
action.
y'all, to get
Powerful,
this thing locked
wireless,
in.
effortless, that's the RE4000. Learn more at racingelectronics.com.
The NASCAR Foundation Truck Giveaway is here. You can win a brand new Ram 1500 truck from Daytona Dodge. Each entry is just a $25 donation that helps a child in need. Plus, 4 phase winners will receive a VIP experience at the Coke Zero Sugar 400 in Daytona.
Green flag, we are racing at Daytona.
Enter now through August 17th at NASCARFoundation.org/car giveaway. It's your chance to win big while giving back.
This is Denny Hamlin, and you're tuned in to the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Welcome back to Naval Base Coronado. We continue under the green flag. Caution free so far. We're halfway through the opening stage. Later on in the NASCAR Live Race Day post-race show, we'll award the Xfinity Mobile Reliable Performance. Xfinity, imagine that.
Race lead is now 3 cars battling for it down the hill to turn number 1.
Bubba Wallace has got it, but maybe not for long. Shane Van Gisbergen, he dive bombs to the inside of that left-hand corner. Takes the low line, driver's left, regains the lead.
Bad for anybody that has duty.
Maybe not for long, charging to the inside, Chris Buescher.
Chris Buescher now dives to the inside in turn number 3. Now turning on the Quay Road. Give the second spot to Chris Buescher. He now looks ahead at the race leader, Shane Van Gisbergen. Hugging the coastline through turn number 4. It is SVG leading Chris Buescher by 2 car lengths. Then it's another 2 back to pick up Bubba Wallace.
3-car breakaway up front. They have checked out by 11 seconds over Michael McDowell in position number 4. SVG leads. Chris Buescher second. And Bubba Wallace has now fallen to third as they head up the back straightaway.
Working their way down the backstretch, shoreline to driver's right. There is a car off the pace. It's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in turn 13. Not quite completely stalled, but he is awfully close to that as the leaders make their way into turn number 6.
Here they come now into 6, into 7, and caution is on the speedway. It is the first one of the Anduril 250, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., it is lights out under the hood of that Chevrolet Camaro. This will stop us for the very first time this afternoon. No contact, just no power for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in his Hayek Motorsports entry.
So that will really now put a wrench into some of the thought process for some of the crew chiefs, Todd. We've had a handful of drivers make pit stops. Others did not. Maybe some were going to even stretch the entire first stage.
Yeah, I think I as a crew chief, I think in the learning process here, I was good with the staying out until your tires set off, until you really saw a loss of grip out of them, and then come back just to gather that data for later. If I come and put tires on right at midway, I don't know if I'm going to be able to go.
What's up, Andrew?
15 laps, and that's
Thank
maybe
you, buddy.
what we have in stage 2. But
Thank
with
you,
a caution
Andrew.
falling, this is going to bury those guys that didn't come and get tires. They're going to be cycled back behind everybody that's come to pit road.
Yeah, about 3/4 of the field is yet to make their first pit stop of the afternoon. SVG, Shane Van Gisbergen, top of the leaderboard, just took the lead away. In a 3-car breakaway, Alex, with some unlikely competitors running up front, giving SVG a run for his money.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Bubba Wallace and some of the struggles that he's had in his Cup career on a road course, but having a good run here in the opening parts of today's race. Chris Buescher, maybe not so much a surprise. Chris Buescher's been awfully good on road courses in his Cup career.
He did beat SVG at Watkins Glen just a year or two ago, so he is a quiet road course racer, but one that's up there in the mix. We'll see where it all plays out.
Caution is out, presented by Hardee's. Buckle up, NASCAR fans. Get the Hardee's app and join My Rewards, and Hardee's will start you off with a free sandwich. Plus, earn rewards lap after lap and order your Hardee's ahead.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Meet the all-new RE4000 Bluetooth scanner from Racing Electronics. Hear uncensored audio from your favorite drivers or listen to the live MRN radio broadcast. All hands-free and wireless with Bluetooth technology. Fast, lightweight, and built for race day. The RE4000 delivers zero latency so you never miss a moment of the action. Powerful, wireless, effortless. That's the RE4000. Learn more at racingelectronics.com.
Christopher Bell is on.
Sending you a present is coming, says Andrew.
Christopher Bell, that massive crash a couple weeks ago at Michigan with the damage to the left wrist, and he is going to climb out of the race car. Brent Cruz, the driver that's going to climb into the race car. So Christopher is already out of that car. A couple of minor adjustments to make. A minor adjustment to the gas pedal of the race car, as Brent's legs are a little bit long, a little bit shorter than Christopher's, and a different steering wheel. And these steering wheels can just kind of plug in, and they are good to go. So Brent has climbed in the race car now. They're making sure that everything is fit properly for him. They figure under caution they've got plenty of time to get this driver change done. The steering wheel is on top of the race car right now as they get ready to apply that and get Brent Cruz in the car. Of course, Brent raced in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race yesterday. Raced a lot up front before he got caught up in some problems, but got a lot of laps. He's got a lot of laps around here yesterday. Doing the steering wheel swap now, and Brent Cruz going to take over the controls of the Joe Gibbs racing car that Christopher Bell started this race in.
And changing a steering wheel, that's a pretty easy.
Y'all hit all the buttons.
Connections as they work forward there. Getting down and getting the pedal extensions on, that's going to take a little bit of time, but I'm sure they'll be able to cover that next caution.
And we'll follow up there in a moment from Naval Base Coronado in San Diego. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
NASCAR fans, iRacing Studios brings you
NASCAR
25. Race hundreds of the biggest stars of the sport on top tracks from Daytona to Sonoma. Start your career in the ARCA Menard Series and work your way up to Cup while managing team members, sponsors, and more. Or compete online with NASCAR fans around the world. NASCAR 25, available on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. Head to NASCAR25.com.
SVG back up front.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story
Has
of
anybody
America,
tried the
truth to light.
what's that called? The Philly cheesesteak from Arby's?
And who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
I'm Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the NASCAR Cup Series, live on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
We welcome you back.
I'm being hidden right now by YouTube on some of the search terms.
For the first time, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s car stalled out on the racetrack, needed to be pushed back to the pit lane. We've got 8 laps to go here in stage number 1 when it's late in the race. That means it's time to go. Today's Go Zone is presented by Zone Nicotine Pouches. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited. Whether you're a fan of mint, citrus, subtle, or spicy, you'll find a winner. Get 20% off at nicokick.com/zone when you use promo code RACING20.
Let's pause 10 seconds for
Red
station
Arby's.
identification on the Motor Racing Network.
All right, so they changed Christopher Bell out of the 20 car because of that wrist he broke a couple weeks ago.
In San Diego, it's the Anduril 250 race at the base. Mike Bagley alongside Alex Hayden and Todd Gordon, Dave Moody, Tim Cattle, Famo.
Appreciate it, Leon. Appreciate it.
In the corners, Steve Post and Chris Wilner poised and in position in the pit and the garage areas as they are about to get busy again with a couple of drivers opting to come down to pit lane for service. This will be at the beginning of lap 15. Pit road speed, 45 miles an hour. Back to Chris to cover the pit stop for Brad Keselowski.
Appreciate it, Italian ways. Appreciate it, man. Happy Father's Day, everybody.
The partnership here with the Navy. They've got some sailors on the pit box today. 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel. Behind him was Ross Chastain. Really happy with his race car, but an opportunity to change Goodyear Eagles. A little slow on the right front as he's down and away. Steve Post, more in front of you.
Yeah, Austin Hill, the driver down here getting pit service, going to be 4 tires.
Yeah, I know, Leon. I'm watching it.
Like everyone else, he would like a little more grip in that race car. So Austin Hill is down and away, and driver change and tire change, Sunoco fuel has been all completed for Brett Cruz. He's out on the course trying to catch up to the tail end of the field.
So only 4 drivers elected to come to pit lane here as it opened up on lap number 13. Todd, a lot of the drivers still out there on the original Goodyear tires they started the race on.
Yeah, I think there's probably 10 of them out there on the tires.
Yeah, I love a good Philly. I love a good Philly scoop. But
even with Goodyear,
I've noticed the Arby's one this last 2 weeks.
If you split each stage, the first 2 stages.
My daughter doesn't even talk to me that says Italian way.
I finished stage 2 and that pit stop, and really you got 35 to go. So the tire allotments were going to be, you were going to use everything in every situation. This may be an opportunity if you've had.
Yeah, they're in the top of the third in LA. There, top of the third, 1 away.
Go ahead,
still 3-1 Orioles.
Maybe stop at 2 or 3 to go and flip the stage and get yourself a set of tires ahead. So late in the race, you've got a set in the bag.
Spyman says my pops served in World War II.
Neither has Eric
There
Jones,
you go.
Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, Riley Herbst, Zane Smith, Michael McDowell, Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, and Steve Post. Shane Van Gisbergen has yet to make his first pit stop of the day as well.
Yeah, Mike, and it's exactly what Todd Gordon said. Shane and Stephen Doran were having the conversation, and staying out is called Plan B. And
got you, Italian.
Said, how do you feel about your tires? And Shane asked, how many laps do we have to go? And then he asked, what is tire wear? And they referenced Connor Zilich's car and said his tire wear is not nearly as significant as they thought it would be, and so they are going to stay on the racetrack. Now, the question is,
179 in the house. Hit all the buttons, y'all. Hit all the buttons. We're trying, and we're close. We are very close to getting to 34,300. I need 3 more to get to 34.3 on the subscriber side.
Who is fast, who is slow. You need to make the call, and Stephen Doran has made the call to stay out, but it is on the basis of teammates' tires, part of the factor here in keeping SVG out on the racetrack.
And part of what makes this decision different than Plan A is a caution coming out. Because if you had to run that all the way to lap 17, that's going to be 17 green flag laps. But since we had this caution right after the cycle, then now we've got 3 laps that we're not going to be using up those tires on the racetrack. We're not going to have the wear to it. So we're sitting there, and now you're talking about if I got to get to 17, well, now I've only got to put 14 laps of green flag racing on those tires. I may be able to make that and save myself that set.
Interesting set of strategy circumstances that are unfolding here.
Hauser homers the center, and the Orioles push the lead to 4-1.
Of the course. Of course, the teams are choosing that restart lane presented by Freeway Insurance. More ways to choose, more ways to save. Freeway, your way.
So the drivers for the first time today will get this opportunity, and they got an 11 green flag lap run in. Everybody understands where they're at with their strategies. They understand where they're at, Todd, with their race cars at this point. If you just put on fresh tires, how much can you afford to be aggressive here on this restart?
I think your aggression meter is slightly turned up. You still need to stay underneath the you don't want to put yourself overly aggressive to the point that you make a mistake and cost yourself a day-ending issue. So I think you can be a little more aggressive. If you've got tires on, you're going to put them back on before you start stage 2 at the end of it. So we've got these tires. Now I only need 7 laps if I'm going to the end of the stage. I only need 5 if I'm going to flip the stage.
If you're just joining us, Ryan Blaney has led the most laps in 6. When Shane Van Gisbergen brings everybody back to the start-finish line as the leader, he will lead his 6th. It's SVG, Chris Buescher, Bubba Wallace, Michael McDowell, Zane Smith, the top 5 starters. The field is coming through turn 15, soon to approach the chicane. They will complete lap 14. That'll leave us with 6 laps to go here in the opening stage.
As they work their way 2 by 2 down into that final chicane.
What's your patience with Sheehan?
Chicane's tight enough just under single file conditions, but now
what's up, Mountain Billy?
Double wide in front of you.
They really got to watch their P's and Q's, not only here on pace world speed, but definitely under racing speed. It's going to be a great restart as the field makes the way for that left-hand turn 16.
Here they come through the Poet restart zone. It's Shane Van Gisbergen quickly up to the gearbox. He'll clear everybody. He'll dart out in front and lead Bubba Wallace and Chris Buescher to race side by side for position number 2, headed to turn 1.
No contest on the restart. SVG quickly away by 4, maybe 5 car lengths. The battle is for the number 3 position.
Where is Hamlin? Let me look for you.
Side by side, drivers left to the inside now of Michael McDowell. Move Bubba to the 3rd spot. McDowell.
Shit, I just missed him. He just went by. Give me a sec. I'll get Hamlin for you.
Ryan Blaney trying to shove his way to the inside of Riley Herbst and Zane Smith. He will do so. So give Blaney that spot. Ryan Preece also able to follow through and pass both those 2
All right, Hamlin in 14th, 4.53 seconds back.
Shane Van Gisbergen by 2 car lengths over Chris Buescher.
Ryan Blaney with those fresh Goodyear Racing Eagles trying to take full advantage of it, pressing the issue. He's now going to climb the leaderboard. He's looking for more. He's on Michael McDowell's driver's left. Drag racing up the backstretch, setting up for turn number 6.
Side by side for position number 4 as they race their way through the backside of the course. Up front, it's SVG, Chris Buescher, Bubba Wallace. That's the 3-car breakaway up the short straightaway out of 7. Ryan Blaney running in 4th, and now they're side by side for 5th. Here comes Ryan Preece plowing to the inside of Michael McDowell.
Preece will take over the 5th position. That'll drop McDowell back into the 6th spot, and now McDowell is trying not to lose even more positions by the time they come after corner number 9. You've got Ryan Preece, Kyle Larson, both now getting around the Michael McDowell car. Not a good lap for McDowell.
Up front, Chris Buescher now, full court press on SVG for the lead. Bubba Wallace is there. One driver slips. Everybody's going to capitalize.
True, Spy Man. True.
Blaney's out of line. He wants more to the inside of Bubba Wallace. He'll go. That's the side-by-side battle for 3rd. Blaney clears Bubba. Now it's Ryan Preece on Bubba Wallace's back bumper.
Here comes the field through the left-hand turn 15, and Shane Van Gisbergen playing a game.
All right, 2 more subs to 34-3. 2 more.
A little bit of a 2-car breakaway before they get to the chicane. Chris Buescher looks briefly to the outside of Shane Van Gisbergen. Now he's right on the bumper of our leaders to go to turn 16.
They're both going to have to
11 is up to 11th.
Goodyear's in 3rd place runner Ryan Blaney, who has run down the lead.
No, he's not. He's not. He's further down.
Chris Buescher, they go 1-2, and here comes Ryan Blaney.
How many stages? I think 3.
Since the green flag went back in the air. He is all over the back bumper of Chris Buescher now.
I think 3 stages. We only got a few laps left in this stage. 5 to go. 5 to go in stage 1. They award points at the end of the stage, Scoop.
Meanwhile, gets to the inside of Chris Buescher and takes the 2nd spot away. Blaney wants the lead.
Blaney wants the lead.
Shane Van Gisbergen in turn 4.
Blaney wants the lead. Where the hell's Theo at?
Give the advantage to Ryan Blaney. Drag racing up to turn 5. Blaney in his Ford Mustang takes the lead.
The power of new tires. Blaney is on 10-lap fresher tires than the rest of the top 3. So Blaney goes to the point.
Blaney going to check out here.
Side by side for 3rd. Here come a couple of teammates battling there in Preece and Buescher.
Yeah, they're going to work their way. Ryan Preece on the same tire strategy as Ryan Blaney. Those fresh Goodyear Racing Eagles paying off yet again. He gets by Buescher with no problem. Ryan Preece.
So Blaney going to try to save his tires a little bit here. Take it easy going into the turns.
Van Gisbergen headed to turn 6.
In the meantime, Ryan
and
Blaney
get this stage win.
Opened up on the lead, 5-6, nearly 7 car lengths by the time he works his way through the right-hander, turn number 9. Now Shane Van Gisbergen comes.
Yeah, Gordon was pretty good at the road courses.
The advance of Ryan Preece, and then you've got Chris Buescher. Kyle Larson begins to close in. He's part of this mix as well.
Continuing to watch the battle for second. Shane Van Gisbergen has it.
Said dog
Ryan
doing
Priest
CLO.
sizes him up. Coming up off of turn number 12, there's contact. Priest gets into the left rear quarter panel of Shane Van Gisbergen. Everybody keeps them pointed in the right direction. They make contact down the straightaway again. Left-hand turn number 13. Ryan Priest roughs up
SVG
Shane Van Gisbergen.
pays him back.
A favor. Gets back into the
Pays him back and passes him.
Number 15.
For the moment, SVG holds on to that second spot. Battle for third is on. Someone steps out of
He
line.
said, "You're gonna hit me. Watch this shit."
To the inside of Ryan Priest. A nice nifty move by Larson. He'll take over the third position.
A very physical lap 16 here at Naval Base Coronado. Ryan Priest, SVG, getting into it. Kyle Larson getting a piece as well. And as they come to the line, Ryan Blaney takes back the lead. SVG back to second. Kyle Larson having a good stage one here in San Diego. He'll
Got you,
go
Leon.
to third
Thanks.
with Ryan Priest and Chris Buescher rounding out the top 5.
Priest and Van Gisbergen perhaps jotting down a little mental note for later in the ball game. Right now, Kyle Larson's on the march. He wants the number 2 spot. Slides to the inside on Van Gisbergen. He'll take it, and he'll take Priest with him.
Yeah, Ryan Priest and Kyle Larson both bypass Shane Van Gisbergen, who's been kicked back to 4th. Running now in the 5th spot is A.J. Allmendinger. He just made a pass on Chris Buescher coming out of turn number 4. The leader, though, remains Ryan Blaney.
And trying to drive
Blaney's
away
lead
from the rest of the
3.3
field.
seconds
With the
over
drivers with the
Larson,
freshest
3.53
tires are beginning to
over
rise to
Priest.
the top of the leaderboard. Blaney leads it. The rest of the field now trying to give chase to turn 6.
SVG, Kyle Larson, Ryan Priest, Chris Buescher, the top 5. Good breakaway up front. Behind Larson, they begin to stack up. You've also got A.J. Allmendinger, Ty Gibbs, Chris Buescher,
Hard nose,
and
3
Todd
monkeys.
Gilliland. A good, clean race so far from second on back as Ryan Blaney continues to tiptoe away.
Here's Todd Gilliland now. He makes a move from right to left. He works to the inside of the Chris Buescher car and tries to complete the pass there. A.J. Allmendinger further back side by side with Ty Gibbs. Everybody, as we move deep into stage number 1, beginning to fight for position. That will continue up to turn 12.
And turn 12, A
I guess
and
I'm
B.
still not
Next up for
synced.
these lead drivers in this battle that we are describing. A.J. Allmendinger's hands are full. Ty Gibbs, bonsai, dart to the inside.
Yeah, exactly,
He'll slide
exactly,
under
Scoop. But
A.J.
they do some
Allmendinger.
weird shit at the
Pick
end
up
of the
position,
season
number
for the
6.
last 10
All that
races.
action going on
They reset the
inside
field in the top
10
16 or
as
so.
their field makes their way through turns 14 and now 15. Ryan Blaney, a huge lead for Blaney. Put it at almost 10 car lengths. Here comes the second place man of Kyle Larson. He had Ryan Priest and
Mountain Billy would love to see a Ford win today.
There is Ty Gibbs locking him up in the chicane with A.J. Allmendinger and Todd Gilliland in hot pursuit.
3 laps to go in stage number 1. Shane Van Gisbergen peels off the racetrack. Chris Buescher will follow him
SVG
down
on
the
pit
lane as
road.
well. 2 more drivers, and now a third, Bubba Wallace. He too comes to pit road. Green flag stops to Steve Post.
Yes, indeed. We have got Chris Buescher all the way down in pit road. He's about 2/3 or 3/4 of the way down. Here he is. SVG.
All right, that brings Hocevar back into the top 10. Ty Gibbs up to 4th, Shelby. Ty Gibbs up to 4th.
Balance of the race car. Shane Van Gisbergen said his car got a little loose during the run, and they're going to make a minor adjustment on that car. Send him down and away. Daniel Suarez is in, and Chris, I see Bubba Wallace driving by me. What did they do?
Oh, there's a lot of drivers that came by me, Steve Post. Bubba Wallace said it was neutral and then he needed a little more lateral grip. All these drivers here flipping the stage with 3 to go. So he was in. Zane Smith was in. Really happy with the pace. Concrete was his worst part. Michael McDowell, they almost opted to go the entire stage number 1, but came down when the part of the top 5 came in. He needed an air pressure adjustment. All these cars coming in to flip the stage here with 3 to go.
So when we say flip the stage, pit road, as we come to stage breaks, the pit
Oh,
road
Nicole in the
closes
house.
when that we get within 2 laps to go. So with 3 laps to go, you have the opportunity to come to pit road, get your fresh tires, and just put yourself back out there. You may not even run at 100%.
All right,
you
so
might run at
Prime goes to a
65%.
commercial.
Try not to wear the tires, but then at the stage break, you stay out and you'll cycle in front of everybody that comes to pit road then to get their fresh tires.
Ryan Blaney stays on the racetrack. He pitted at lap 10. He continues to lead. He's just led his 8th lap of the day. Kyle Larson's there in the mix.
One more sub from 34-3.
All these drivers staying out on the racetrack as we work our way around the course, getting ready to complete the 18th lap, and that will set us up for a 2-lap run for the conclusion of this stage, the opening stage of the Anduril 250 race at the base. You surprised that Ryan Blaney has flexed some early race muscle, Alex?
I am, just a bit, because we know Blaney has speed just about everywhere he goes, but
I don't know where I'm at on this
always
thing,
hasn't
y'all.
been that
really
good when
don't.
he's
I guess
getting
we're
his
under
finishes
caution.
when the checkered flag flies. As a matter of fact, Ryan Blaney, 26 straight road courses without a top 5 finish, and he's never had a top 5 in a Gen 7 chassis on a road course. But today's a different day. Ryan Blaney is continuing to be the guy, at least at this point, with 2 laps
Very
to go
confused.
to stage. Mike, we might have a problem.
We have a problem, looks like, for Bubba Wallace. A wheel is loose in turn 10, and indeed, it's Bubba Wallace that's missing the right front tire.
Oh, Wallace is having it's a regular caution. It's not end of stage, y'all.
Toyota Camry. This is heartbreaking for Bubba Wallace because he's been running up front.
What's the matter, Bubba? I ain't got no wheel.
A loose wheel will put us under Hardy's caution number 2, and Bubba Wallace, Alex, is going to have to come back and replace that right front.
Yeah, this is an absolute heartbreaker and a mistake by the team down there on that last pit stop. Bubba Wallace came in, had a good run going, led some laps early in this thing. Bubba Wallace overall is the 7th best pit crew this season. So this is a bit of a rare mistake for Bubba Wallace and his team as they make their way back around the racetrack, Mike, to try to get back and put a new right front wheel on.
And this essentially is going to bring us to the end of stage 1 because the field has to get collected, and then we will come back around for the final lap of stage 1. So an unbelievable set of circumstances for Bubba Wallace. A good day that went bad. He's coming through the chicane in turn 16. He will go to the pit area as Hardy's caution 2 is flying. Today's broadcast is presented by Progressive Insurance.
I guess I'm close now to sync.
Homes, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and more at Progressive.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Yeah, and wheel just
with
came
Valhalla
off, y'all.
Spa Golf Resort, official
It
partner
just
of
came
the
off the
NASCAR
car.
San Diego Race Weekend, June 19th through the 21st. NASCAR's hottest driver, Tyler Reddick from 2311 Racing, looks to roll up another win in the Paula 45 car. The hottest new slots, real winning. Real is the way we roll. Paula Casino Spa Golf Resort.
The thrills of NASCAR racing from over 55 years of Motor Racing Network broadcasts.
Bobby Allison brings the race car right down in the middle of the track, crosses the start-finish line, and he will win the 24th annual Daytona 500.
Bill Elliott wins the Hooters 500. Alan Kulwicki,
Or Bubbles to Nufo.
champion.
We love the Bubbles. This Carbon.
In the whole pack, steaming for the finish line, Dale Earnhardt wins a Winston 500.
Find all the classic moments on MRN Classic Races on any podcast platform.
Hardy's caution 2 is flying over the Anduril 250
I
race.
still one
at the
sub.
base,
I
and this
need
is
one
gonna bring
sub,
us to
y'all.
the conclusion of
For
stage
34-3.
1. Ryan Blaney is leading. Ryan Preece, Kyle Larson, also Ty Gibbs, AJ Allmendinger are the top 5 from Naval Base Coronado in San Diego. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Looking for weekly motorsports podcasts?
All right, they're through 3 in Los Angeles. Through 3, 4-1 Orioles.
Is the play. Hear from NASCAR crew
4-1
chiefs
Orioles.
on MRN Crew Call. All the happenings from regional touring series and local tracks on
Lee
NASCAR
Grover in the
Coast
house.
to
What's up,
Coast.
Lee?
Quick Car Talk on Winged Nation. NASCAR history on MRN Classic Racing.
You don't like
And
old
hear
Pete
from the
Alonso?
drivers on NASCAR Live. MRN podcasts available on MRN.com, YouTube, or your favorite podcast platform. Meet the all-new RE4000 Bluetooth scanner from Racing Electronics. Hear uncensored audio from your favorite drivers, or listen to the live MRN broadcast, all hands-free and wireless with Bluetooth technology. Fast, lightweight, and built for race day, the RE4000 delivers zero latency, so you never miss a moment of the action. Powerful, wireless, effortless. That's the RE4000. Learn more at racingelectronics.com.
This is Christopher Bell. You're tuned into the NASCAR Cup Series on the
Crack myself up, Spy Man says. One Subway sandwich. What?
Welcome back to Naval Base Coronado. We are getting ready
What
to
did I
wrap
miss
up
there?
Stage 1 of the Anduril 250. We are under the Hardy's caution. Problem for Bubba Wallace on the racetrack. Chris Miller, he has brought that Toyota Camry to pit road, but he's not been released to pull back out onto the racetrack yet.
No, the problem, Mike, is this is a 3.4-mile street course, and that right front tire departed, and he had to try to limp his way back to pit road. And so some of that suspension work, obviously the brake rotor as well, dragging on this street circuit, trying to get it back to the pit lane, so they're trying to diagnose some of that issue. Sounded like on the pit stop, the right front tire changer was still engaged when the jack dropped and was having trouble getting the locking mechanism to get completely secured, and Bubba took off, and they knew immediately with the changer sticking his hand in the air. They asked Bubba to try to nurse it back around. Obviously, it did not hold on that long, so tough break for Bubba Wallace, who worked his way well into the top
you said
five.
you wanted
Really
one more
good pace
sub.
as well. Didn't even have much cording on that first set of tires, despite going longer than some of the rest of the leaders. So, but
it wasn't funny.
Set them back just a little bit.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting to me that I would have thought they're in pit box they're in the last pit
There we
box,
go.
the first
Thanks,
one
guys.
when you come to pit road. So if they realize it and the changer comes up waving his hand, they've got teammates down pit road. We've seen the Gibbs cars do that. We've seen the 2311 cars do that. I'm surprised that Charles Tonight didn't have him pull into another pit stall and get that one tightened up.
And it is a 2-lap penalty for Bubba Wallace. So he's being held by the NASCAR officials on pit road for a 2-lap penalty. By rule, if a wheel comes off on the racetrack,
with a hot dog
it is
and
an
Funyuns,
automatic
Lee?
2-lap penalty. So that's going to move Bubba Wallace to 39th, last place in the running order. There's only one other car 1 lap down, and that is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. So all is not lost for Bubba, Mike. He knows he's got a fast race car, but this is just going to be a big hole to try to climb out of.
Stenhouse will get the free pass at the end of this caution. That will leave only one car off the lead lap, and in this case, it'll be Bubba 2 laps down. So, depending on how this unfolds, there are opportunities that could
I'm
come
definitely
up that would
shadow
get Bubba
banned
back
from
on the lead lap.
NASCAR
But he
Live
went
as
from
far
running
as
in the top 5 and
a
having
search
good day
term.
to now having a considerable amount of work to do just to make it back to the lead lap, and then having to drive his way back through this field.
Well, this is going to be a bit of an extended caution. Reason being is because when the caution flag came out because of the wheel on the racetrack, that gave us 2 laps to go before the end of the stage. There was no way we're going to be able to get that retrieved and then get a 1 to go and then obviously put the green in the air. So we're having to wrap up the stage under the caution flag. The field right now is off turn number 11, headed to turn number 12. They're coming to the green and white checkered flag along with the caution flag. Greg Harris is in the flag stand for us today, and he's patiently awaiting the field to come back around to give them the green and white checkered flag.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting when pit road opens because we've had so many caution laps. What will the guys do that split this, that came, like Ryan Blaney, who came at lap 10 or 11, because they've not run that many green flag laps? Will they elect to stay out?
Sheehan's still in there.
Blaney drive right back through the field.
Sheehan is still in there, Chet.
It did stay out. This is... It'll be interesting to see how these crew chiefs kind of digest this opportunity when pit road opens.
And one of the things that we have learned in the opening stage is that tire wear is in play and the power of fresher tires. We saw Ryan Blaney on 10-lap fresher tires just powered by SVG like he was standing still.
But this may be your opportunity to take your lumps in stage 2, maybe stay out and save a set so that you can have an extra set in the play.
Not really.
For what happens in the
I would
stage.
say no.
Again, the field behind the pace car
Kind
right
of.
now. They're
I don't
making
know,
their way
Carmen.
towards
Kind of a
the
potato chip.
chicane. Dan, the field at a snail's pace behind the pace car, but out front, it's Ryan Blaney looking to pick up a stage win.
And the good news for Ryan Blaney fans,
Yeah,
yes,
so
he did
Blaney
have
wins
fresher
the stage.
tires, but he was not forcing the issue at all. He was just cruising, hitting his marks, doing a great smooth job. So when you can do that,
Lee
and
says
build
this
up
might be
that
Larson's
big lead
win.
without really hustling the car, you've got something to work with for the rest of the afternoon.
So the field comes up off of turn number 16. They'll come to the start-finish line and get the green and white checkered flag along with the caution flag. The Hardy's caution here being displayed for the second time in the race, and that'll end stage number 1. Here's how they finish the stage, presented by the Powerball. NASCAR Powerball, the chase to $1 million is on. Start your entries for the chance to win $1 million at NASCAR Championship Weekend. The official lottery game of NASCAR, Powerball. The chase to $1 million starts now. Ryan Blaney wins stage number 1. Ryan Preece will be second.
Like
Kyle
Funyuns?
Larson will be third.
I go through phases with them. Like I hadn't had them for a long time until a couple weeks ago, and now I'm starting to eat them all the time. I need to stop.
And finishing this stage in 10th is William Byron.
In racing, every turn counts. Every adjustment, every decision.
That music probably a problem in that ad.
Equipment. You need the United Rentals team behind you. With specialized solutions and technology impacting every
except he's pissed off SVG.
Right partner.
So
Rentals,
SVG owes him.
United.
Shelby, Ty Gibbs up to 4th. Hocevar back up to 7th.
And the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack and the
All right, Victor, have a good day, buddy. Have a good day. Enjoy your grill.
With an $8 Biggie bundle. The grand finale of
No mention of Hamlin is the best part of this race so far, says Werby.
4, $6, and $8 Biggie deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
4,000 views, y'all.
From Naval Base Coronado in San Diego, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
You've never been one to idly watch someone else do something for you. There's pride in self-reliance and working with your hands.
All right, Orioles runners on first and second with 1 out.
With Diamond Fire technology,
in the top of the 4th. They've already got 8 hits today to the Dodgers 4.
Or be the passenger princess of it. Visit E3sparkplugs.com to put the power in your hands.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no real food or no nutritional value whatsoever,
55
Scoop.
years of Motor Racing Network broadcasts.
Bobby Allison brings the race car right down in the middle of the track, crosses the start-finish line, and he will win the 24th annual Daytona 500.
Bill Elliott wins the Hooters 500. Alan Kulwicki, 1992 champion.
MRN Classic Races.
And in the whole pack, steaming for the finish line, Dale Earnhardt wins a Winston 500.
Find all the classic moments on MRN
Onion-shaped and flavored corn puff.
Podcast platform.
This is Ryan Preece. You're tuned in to the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Flamin' Hot Funyuns? I have not, Newfo. I didn't even know they had them.
San Diego Race Weekend is
I didn't even know they had them.
Transforming defense through advanced technology.
Ford
Have
has
you?
led 11 laps today. They've only led 10 in the last 2 races. And those 10 came at Pocono last weekend. Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, Arby's is advertising the hell out of that Philly cheesesteak.
The leaderboard at lap 20, he leads. Ryan Preece in second, with Kyle Larson, Ty Gibbs, A.J. Allmendinger the top 5.
What a view right there, y'all. Look at that.
Hocevar is 7th. Joey Logano is 8th. Connor Zilic is 9th. And William Byron will finish the stage in the 10th position.
And I'm impressed with Ryan Blaney's aggressiveness here today in this first stage. After he made a pit stop back on lap number 10, there was a caution flag for the Ricky Stenhouse Jr. stalled car on lap 11. So that kind of cycled things, and he was a little deeper
Funyuns in Canada.
10. But once the green came out, he didn't just play it safe. He went at it and forced the issue 3 wide in some very tight spots out there, understanding the scenario. You get out front, then you can dictate the pace of the race, but you got to get through the traffic.
Black Chaos is I could go for a cheesesteak right now.
But it worked.
I asked earlier, RBC, if anyone has had the Arby's Philly cheesesteak.
He's been able to fire up that Ford Mustang.
I'm curious. I'm very curious.
Of course, racing in Shane Van Gisbergen. And now we set ourselves up for what strategic calls are about to be made on the pit road and how this leaderboard could be shuffled up once we take these trips to the pit lane.
So, you know,
there we go.
That is something
Pit
that
road
we'll pay
open.
Close attention to here in just a moment. Because there are different strategies out there, anywhere from lap number 8 to lap number 13. Different strategies lap 17 was the latest most of these drivers came in, all the way back in the 29th spot from Chris Buescher, Shane Van Gisbergen, and others. Pit lane is open. Here comes Ryan Blaney. He's going to lead a parade of Cup cars down pit road to Chris Wilner.
Gibbs finished fourth in stage number 1, slides almost sideways through his box. Crew had to hesitate. 4 tires and fuel. The biggest detriment for him is the rear grip. They make another
like Cheetos. I don't mind them.
Reddick is in. Said the balance is getting better. He was last in on lap 8. They have a little bit of a slow stop.
I don't think we have an Arby's in my city, says Real Black Chaos. Really?
Tyler Reddick as well. He gets 4 tires and fuel. Also in was Brad Keselowski. Steve Moe.
Ryan Blaney is in 4 tires. Sunoco Racing Fuel in general.
All right, 17 drivers stayed out. Gibbs wins the race off pit road, but he took 4.
In turn number 4, he just needs to
Hocevar got 4 as well.
They really dissected that car. Josh Berry was in getting 4 tires and fuel. Carson Hocevar is well getting pit service here on lap number 21.
17 cars stay on the racetrack. Here are the top 5 off pit road.
When I was tuning into the Dodgers, this is wild. Hey, what's up, Benzino? I'm tracking the Dodgers. I'm following it and posting the scoring plays in the chat. Just so you know, I don't leave them completely. I just
to get started.
A little change of pace on the during a week.
With Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, AJ Allmendinger, and Carson Hocevar right behind him.
Down here, Ryan Blaney gets 4 tires. Sunoco Racing Fuel.
From fueling
Out at the White Castle, says Dwayne Reagan.
For over 20 years to innovating 94 octane, the highest octane on the market. Performance is what Sunoco does.
Sunoco cans injected into the car. Bubble wall is down and away.
All Sunoco fuel.
Come on, y'all, keep subscribing if you're new, please. Keep hitting that sub.
Fuel used in NASCAR, from the track to your tank. Sunoco, the official fuel of NASCAR. The NASCAR Foundation truck giveaway is here. You could win a brand new Ram.
I believe it. I totally believe it, Scoop.
Dodge. Each entry is just a $25 donation.
I totally believe
that helps a child in need. Plus, 4 phase winners will receive a VIP experience at the Coke Zero Sugar 400 in Daytona.
Green flag, we are racing at Daytona.
Enter now through August 17th at NASCARFoundation.org/car giveaway. It's your chance to win big while giving back.
Field is giving the 1-to-go signal, and they'll make their choose on the backside of the course. Presented by Freeway Insurance. More ways to choose, more ways to save. Freeway, your way. From Naval Base Coronado in San Diego, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, I'm Kyle Petty, and I want to tell you about a place that's near and dear to my heart. Victory Junction. It's a year-round camp that gives kids with complex medical and physical conditions life-changing experiences that are fun, empowering, and always free for families. Please help Victory Junction support kids who need it the most by getting involved today. Whether you know a child who could benefit, want to volunteer, or join our team, you can be a part of something truly special. Learn more by visiting victoryjunction.org.
NASCAR fans, the time is now to turn your love of racing into free tickets, merchandise, VIP experiences, and much, much more. Rack up fan rewards points by watching races at home, playing fantasy, completing challenges, and visiting tracks. Then redeem your points for epic prizes.
You can do the same to marshmallows. They're called s'mores.
Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards loyalty program today at NASCAR.com.
It's not a s'more until you add some chocolate and put it on a graham cracker, sir. They got the bases loaded now. Do the Orioles with 2 away.
Motor Racing Network's
and Kowser's coming up. He's already got a home run.
Is brought to you by Freeway Insurance. More ways to choose, more ways to save. Freeway, your way. By Powerball. The NASCAR Powerball Chase to 1 million is on. And by National Debt Relief, helping you become debt-free.
Welcome back to Naval Base Coronado, wrapping up Hardy's caution number 2. The field has chosen. They've gotten the 1 to go as they enter turn 13, making their way to the front side of the course. They're coming to the Poet Restart Zone, presented by Poet. Poet is proud to be the official bioethanol partner of NASCAR, delivering high-octane bioethanol with 0 carbon.
As the drivers choose what lane they want to restart in, Tyler Reddick is coming into the race with the championship point lead, but he's seen it dwindle just a bit here as of late. With
made cheese, rice, and brats for dinner, but the brats in the air fryer, $3.50 for $15, and they get cooked perfectly. Taste amazing, says Connor.
Ryan Priest. Zilich will be to driver's
you hear that, babe?
Ryan Priest to driver's left. That's a Ford and a Chevrolet.
Connor says, I made cheese, rice, and brats for dinner, but the brats in the air fryer at $3.50 for 15 minutes, and they got cooked perfectly.
Cars. Pace cars on pit road. Here we go for the restart as they enter the Poet restart zone.
Are they defrosted?
Lap 22 on the board.
You
That'll
should throw
leave us
them in
18
there.
laps to go
right now.
in stage 2. Green is up, back out, and
Sorry,
here comes Ryan Priest up to the gearbox. He'll clear Connor Zilich on the front straightaway, but Zilich is right there, hot to trot, applying pressure for the lead, headed to 1.
Good restart for Ryan Priest. He'll lead the way down the hill on Stockdale Boulevard. Now into turn number 2, the left-hander. Here comes Zilich, under braking. He will outbrake him. He will take the lead away. Connor Zilich to the top of the mountain as they head down toward turn 3. Drop kick back to second is Ryan Priest.
Then behind Ryan Priest, they are side by side for third. Ross Chastain able to make a pass at Austin Hill. Chastain will go third. Hill goes fourth. Chris Buescher the top 5. Side by side for 6th. Behind them, Shane Van Gisbergen racing with Michael McDowell headed to turn 5.
2 Chevrolets mixing it up for position number 6. Driver's right is the preferred line through turn number 5, and SVG will prevail in that battle. Up front,
he singles and scores 2 more.
Number 6 and 7.
Connor Zilich.
We're going to lose that series.
Rebound after challenges in recent weeks leads the field.
We're going to lose that series, chat.
Further back, they're looking 2 and 3 wide, bouncing off each other. John Hunter Nemechek, Brent Cruz, Daniel Suarez in that battle. Up the back straightaway as Zilich leads to turn 9.
It is Zilich with the race lead, and then Ryan Priest and Ross Chastain. Austin Hill in the top 5 as well. Now Brent Cruz is a driver, of course, driving the car started by Christopher Bell. Lost a couple of spots on the restart. He's got Chase Briscoe working up to driver's left. He is mired in a pack of traffic headed off the end of the short chute.
Cruz will prevail in that race, but he's got Chase Briscoe lined up behind him. Then you've got the car of Daniel Suarez, Ty Gibbs. Denny Hamlin is starting to race forward today.
My little sister was a brat. I never cooked her.
To Ty Gibbs.
Adds Orioles to my shit list. Says Real Black Chaos.
That has turned the wick up on Denny Hamlin. They are through turns 12, 12A, and 12B.
Jack Dreyer in, y'all. I know that isn't comforting these days, but Jack Dreyer is in pitching for the Dodgers.
To negotiate turn 14.
Car breakaway, all that action going on behind the leader, Connor Zilich and Ryan Priest. And Priest is up at the tail of Matthew Zilich. He is right on the bumper of that Red Bull machine.
And they'll work their way up off of turn number 16 back to the start-finish line. Lap number 23 goes on the board. 17 to go here in stage number 2. 52 remaining in the race. So here's a look at how they're running, presented by Anduril. The San Diego Race Weekend is brought to you Anduril, transforming defense through advanced technology.
Connor Zilich has just led his first lap of the afternoon with Ryan Priest right behind him in second. Austin Hill is third. Ross Chastain is up to fourth. Chris Buescher falls to 5th. Shane Van Gisbergen running in 6th right now with Michael McDowell in 7th. Zane Smith is in 8th. Riley Herbst having a good run so far today. He's 9th. And John Hunter Nemechek for Legacy.
Oh, my God, we got one around.
In 10th. Brent Cruz being scored 11th.
Buescher turned around.
Is 12th. Chase Briscoe goes
by
15th.
SVG.
Ty Gibbs is 14th. Denny Hamlin 15th. Kyle Larson 16th.
Trouble on the straightaway. One car gets spun around, and it's Chris Buescher. He was racing around Shane Van Gisbergen. They corrected and continue on to turn 5.
So those drivers will begin to grab a gear and pull away. Chris Buescher is going to file that one away in the memory bank. Shane Van Gisbergen really stood on the brakes. Both drivers, Mike, gave up a ton of track position, and they're not out of the mess yet.
And that has created a log jam mid-pack there right outside of the top 10. When those cars got twisted up and tangled up, everybody did a good job of jumping on the binders. That could have been a multi-car crash, Kurt Becker, but cooler heads prevailed in that exchange.
One of the drivers who's trying to work his way.
My favorite Dodger of all time was Garvey, but Koufax is the best. Koufax probably the best Dodger of all time.
Trying to find a way to get around Michael McDowell, and he's got Shane Van Gisbergen breathing down his neck, and now Van Gisbergen makes a move to the inside.
Trying all all he can.
And so they go to the bottom of the fourth. Orioles 6, Dodgers 1.
So SVG grabs another position, sets its sights now on Michael McDowell. Up front, it's Connor Zilic, the rookie phenom, having a rough rookie campaign, leading for the first time in his NASCAR Cup Series career. It is Connor Zilic with the field in the rearview mirror to Dan Hubbard.
Ryan Priest right on the bumper of Connor Zilic. They exit the chicane. Austin Hill in a 3-car breakaway. He joins that fight. Riley Herbst is in fourth. Behind him is Ross Chastain. Then Chris Buescher. Then Michael McDowell. That's where SVG, that's the next victim for SVG is Michael McDowell.
24 laps of the 75 are complete. Connor Zilic continues to show the way, but he's getting hardcore pressure from behind. Ryan Priest is there with him in that Chevy Ford battle for the lead. 16 laps remain in stage 2.
Hey NASCAR fans,
green flag goes in the air.
Whether you're sizing up a car or a PC, winning requires performance.
On your age when you're talking about Koufax? Well, that was before my time even. Koufax was before my time.
While other processors often throttle back to save battery, PCs powered by Snapdragon
Dryer's our new Anthony Bonda.
Max performance when unplugged and mobile. So how do you lead
Ohtani will be the greatest Dodger of all time when he retires, says Nufo. Craig says Steve Yeager.
Gear up. Visit the NASCAR shop online to find all of your favorite officially licensed NASCAR product. The NASCAR shop is the official online store of NASCAR and your destination for all
Theodore Roosevelt and Lincoln are the other two bird farms stationed there. So the other two aircraft carriers.
Or anything in between, visit NASCAR.com.
All right, we'll see you, Italian Ways. We'll see you, man. Take it easy.
Of NASCAR gear today.
One change in the top 5 while we were away. Riley Herbst has gotten by Ross Chastain to grab 4th. So it's Connor Zilic, Ryan Priest, Austin Hill, Herbst, and Chastain, the top 5. Chris Buescher falls to 6th. Michael McDowell, Shane Van Gisbergen, Zane Smith, and Daniel Suarez complete the top 10. From Naval Base Coronado in San Diego, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Every time the siren sounds or lights flash, someone's life is on the line. At Whelen Engineering, we know first responders carry that weight every day. That's why for over 70 years, we've led the emergency warning industry, designing and manufacturing the lights, sirens, and safety systems they trust right here in America. Because when the mission is critical, there's no room for second best. Whelen Engineering, trusted to protect first responders.
Eastern, live on the NASCAR channel.
NASCAR history. What I learned from Ken Squire, Barney Hall, and Ned Jarrett, I could never repay. Ken never told me what to say or what not to say. I learned very quickly that I was never going to be another Ken Squire. I don't think anybody could rise to that level.
Motor Racing Network's NASCAR Live presents podcast 50 Years of MRN. Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career, the 1993 season, Junior's Journey, and more. Search for NASCAR Live on your favorite podcast platform.
This is Kyle Larson. You're tuned in to the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Welcome back to San Diego. We continue under the green flag in the Anduril 250 race at the base. Connor Zilic has just led his 3rd lap of the afternoon, and he sets a record in the NASCAR Cup Series record book, the first teen to lead in a NASCAR Cup Series road course race, and he's doing a mighty fine job now, leading by 1.3 seconds over Ryan Priest.
With 15 to go here in stage number 2, it is the Anduril 250 race at the base here at Naval Base Coronado. Privileged to welcome the Vice President of Marketing from Anduril, Jeff Miller, to the broadcast. Good afternoon and welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Man, we're privileged to be here and be a part of history.
Koufax strike out the great Ernie Banks.
What they're doing. So what is Anduril's reasoning for partnering with NASCAR, and what's the vision behind this partnership?
Well, everyone
what do you think of our hood?
Most iconic sports.
Is that where you're at, Jalapeno? Is San Diego? We were talking about going there instead of Colorado, maybe. I don't know.
We have, and as the official defense
I don't know.
Of NASCAR, we see a real opportunity to introduce our company, our mission to millions of Americans.
And a lot of race fans included in all of that. So the NASCAR audience, what do they have in common with Anduril's mission?
There you go, Leon.
Knowing that we have these deep roots, not only in the military community, but such an appreciation for American values And knowing that we have people that really care about performance, technology, and having people that really understand the value of that performance, it so aligns with the mission that we have at Anduril.
And it's not just about people, it's the culture and part of that. So why invest in cultural visibility rather than just traditional defense marketing?
Well, for us, we've always been a non-traditional company, and we're looking not only to tell people more about our mission, but all of us have a vested interest in national defense. We're all American taxpayers. We all are trying to protect these great American values that we have.
About Billy.
It's a privilege and a responsibility for us to know what we are and what we stand for.
So what's the partnership say about the future of the defense industry?
Well, it says that it's something that we should all care about. It's something that we're all invested in. And as we're looking to continue to build in these new technologies, we're looking for more people, whether that's recruits, engineers, technicians, operators that want to come in and support the mission.
We've seen so many of your products around. As a matter of fact, right outside of our broadcast booth, there's a plane, a drone right outside.
I got you, Jalapeno, got you.
There's all kinds of really neat things. We can't thank you and your team enough for what you're doing to protect us.
Well, it's our mission to, first and foremost, support the incredible war fighters, and for us, they are the real heroes, and we want to make sure that more people know about their story.
Wildly successful weekend. Thank you to you and your entire team.
Happy Father's Day.
Same to you. Thank you. Vice President of Marketing from Anduril, Jeff Miller, joining us here in the Anduril 250 race at the bases. We have Connor Zilic still up front, Ryan Priest second, Austin Hill, Mike, is the third place runner.
Positions begin to jostle on the racetrack. SPG
all right, we're on lap 7 of 20 in stage 2, 27 of 75 in the race. 1 hour into it, 2 cautions, 6 lead changes, 5 caution laps.
Chastain to pick up the spot. Now Chastain in danger of losing another position. He's got Chris Buescher all over the back bumper. Buescher just waiting for the opportunity.
After a spin earlier off the front bumper of Shane Van Gisbergen, Chris Buescher trying to put that behind him and keep a short memory and just move forward here as they continue to work their way down the short straightaway, headed to turns 13 and 14. Good, hard racing here. Dan, in front of you, that is one of the slowest and most technical parts of the course, but it looks like everybody today,
go to San Diego, bring your bank with you. Yeah, no lie. Well, that's anywhere now.
So good. We only had a slight
that's anywhere now, bro.
The road racing expert, the Formula One former Formula One driver, Magnussen, he just had a slight problem and he lost one position right in the middle of the chicane. But other than that, I am very impressed by the behavior and the skill of all these Cup drivers so far. They've learned the ins and outs of the chicane and so far are doing a great job at this end of the track.
Indeed they are. We've had no cautions for contact on the racetrack. First Hardy's caution came out at lap 12. That was when Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
pitching for the Dodgers.
The other at lap 19 for a loose wheel. Bubba Wallace lost that in turn 10, which brought us to the end of stage 1. While we have an opportunity, let's tell you how your favorite driver's running.
It's the old block.
Sunoco Race Fuel with zero carbon bioethanol. From fueling your favorite NASCAR teams to filling up at the pump, Sunoco is trusted to help vehicles perform at their peak. Sunoco. Performance is what we do.
Connor Zilic is the race leader on lap number 27. Ryan Priest is second, and Austin Hill goes third. Shane Van Gisbergen is fourth on this lap. Ross Chastain fifth, Chris Buescher sixth, Riley Herbst seventh, Ty Gibbs is eighth, Zane Smith ninth, and Daniel Suarez is 10th.
Yeah, now it's on Prime, Newfo.
In 12th, Chase Briscoe is 13th.
Things are high everywhere, says Mark. Absolutely.
AJ Allmendinger is 15th. Denny Hamlin is 16th.
Absolutely.
Ryan Blaney is 17th. Todd Gilliland's 18th. Tyler Reddick 19th.
Benzino says, I never thought I'd like this. Damn, cool stream, Val. Thanks. You're welcome, buddy.
Corey Heim is being scored 23rd. William Byron 24th.
Zilic, Priest, Hill, your top 3.
25th. Ty Dillon goes 26th. Cole Custer 27th. Back in 28th is Josh Berry. 29th is Brent Cruz. And 30th after
doing good, Cho. Thank you.
On their last pit stop, Chase Elliott
We're doing good.
Regain some positions.
A couple of laps ago, Brad Keselowski hit the wall in turn 5. He is posted in 31st. Noah Gragson in 32nd. It's Kevin Magnussen in 23rd. Cody Ware's 24th. Eric Jones is 35th, and 36th will be Austin Cindric. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Jr. is 37th. Jimmy Johnson's 38th. The only driver off the lead lap is Bubba Wallace in 39th. He is 2 laps in arrears.
Continuing to watch Ryan Blaney, who's led the most laps in today's race. Blaney at the moment back around the 16th position. He's been making some moves out on the racetrack, especially here coming out of the chicane back on to what is the front straightaway.
Where it says I must be having a stroke or something. I'm seeing the 88 car in first place.
Again, aggressive, but not reckless, Mike, and that was a great way to phrase that earlier with what Blaney's been able to do.
He's doing a good job keeping the fenders on that car, and he's
no problem, Carmen. No problem.
Pressure to AJ Allmendinger. So for the race fans, Todd, that are just joining us, we've got several drivers on differing pit strategies. We've got drivers that pitted at lap 10, lap 13, lap 17, lap 21. We've got 12 to go in this stage. What kind of strategic plays are we looking forward to here, or what strategic plays are in possibility right now?
Yeah, well, there's so many. As you look forward, our 2 leaders right now, Connor Zilich and Ryan Preece, they both stopped at lap 10 was the last time they were on pit road. They stayed out and stretched this, and Connor Zilich has run the fastest lap of the race here recently and continuing to get faster. I think part of that's the driver sorting it out.
Sonoma?
It's the rubber getting the racetrack. But I would think that these two, being at lap 10, they're
been watching VST since 75. Valhalla has come a long way.
Work forward. I think some of the cars that came at 21, they've got to drive their way forward. There's the opportunity to.
This might be it for the NASCAR stuff this year, y'all. This might be it.
If you're deep in the field, you're probably going to take some points.
So let's find out what some of the teams are saying right now here on lap number 28 with a trip to pit road presented by Snapdragon. NASCAR fans, get a PC with the processor your PC wishes it had. Snapdragon X2 Elite. How do you lead the pack wherever you go? Snapdragon. That's how. Steve Post.
Yeah, Connor Zilich, to follow up on what Todd Gordon said, it sounds like listening to the radio and some of the code words that is the game plan for Connor Zilich to get to 2 or 3 laps left in this stage and flip the stage and bring that car in. He ran the first 10 laps and really complained about no grip on the race car. Since that lap number 10 pit stop where Randall Burnett made some adjustments, that car has been really good, and they're going to stay.
He's a lab. He's a lab.
We talked about the little dust-up he had with Shane Van Gisbergen.
What are you laughing at, Benzito? Oh shit, is this guy on fire? Is this guy on fire?
He's got a really good race car here today.
Trouble in turn 12. It's Brent Cruz that looks like is basically blown up on that portion of the racetrack. There's a lot of smoke coming out of that Toyota Camry, and that will put us under Hardy's caution number 3 of the Anduril 250 race at the base. This is after a driver change that happened. Christopher Bell got out.
Where is Elliott? Let me look.
Got in at the end of
Let me look for him.
Back on lap 12, but right now, Alex, lights out.
29th for Elliott, 2-9er.
When you look at this, and I wonder where this is.
Oh, is that what you're laughing at, Benzito? This might be it, bro.
Running an H pattern, shifting pattern, right?
I don't know. I just don't know what to do, y'all. I know we're going to lose it when football gets here. I'm sure as hell not going to do a NASCAR race when there's football games on.
Forward, second gear is back, third gear is back up, forward and away from you, fourth gear is back. That learning that sequence of what you do with these sequential shifters here, where it's continuing to come back to go up.
When NFL gets back, I sure as hell ain't going to do a NASCAR race most days, I would assume.
And he did have some simulator time as far as the NASCAR Cup Series car goes, but this is the first time jumping behind the wheel of a car in competition and doing it on very difficult and tricky street circuit here at Naval Base Coronado. Hardy's caution is flying for the 3rd time today on lap number 29.
Try again, Cho.
As the race heats up, let's take a listen to Denny Hamlin's Progressive number 11 car team.
Progressive car to pit. Hey guys, Denny's in the zone. I'll be taking over comms for a bit.
The car can talk? All right. Well, can you go an extra mile on those tires?
Go the extra mile? Like Progressive does for the 37 million drivers who trust them? They get people back on the road with 24/7 claim support.
I like that attitude. Maybe you should take over full time.
Shh. Danny can still
What are them Dodgers doing? All right, they're halfway there in Los Angeles. Halfway there. Ooh,
Coca-Cola.
Living on a prayer. Dodgers losing 6-1.
And the tall. Peacemakers. Risk takers. For the optimists. Pessimists. For
I have a boxer pit bull. There you go.
For introverts.
College football as well, says Craig. Kept them all.
The thinkers and the doers. For old friends and new. Coca-Cola. For
This
everyone.
race shouldn't
Pick
been
up
on
a
national
Coca-Cola
TV. It's a
and
historic
enjoy
event. They should give
From
people a
Naval
couple
Base
options.
Coronado in San Diego, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Meet the all-new RE4000 Bluetooth scanner.
They're putting the 20 on a hook.
Audio from your favorite drivers, or listen
The
to
20 on the hook. Cruz is in the car. Bell was pulled out at the first yellow.
Technology, fast, lightweight, and built for race day. The RE4000 delivers zero latency, so you never miss a moment of the action. Powerful, wireless, effortless. That's the RE4000. Learn more at racingelectronics.com.
197 in the house, 5,000
The
views.
NASCAR Foundation truck giveaway is here. You can win a brand new Ram 1500
Ducky Robinson
truck
at
from
the plate for the
Daytona Dodge.
Doyers.
Each entry is just a $25 donation that helps a child in need.
So the Dodgers will get on a
Prize winners
plane
will
and head to
receive a
Minnesota
VIP
after this one,
experience
chat.
at the Coke Zero Sugar
And I'll
400
stream
in
Dodgers
Daytona.
Twins tomorrow afternoon.
At Daytona.
Enter now through August 17th at
Pit Road Open.
NASCARFoundation.org/car giveaway. It's your
Pit Road
chance to
Open,
win
a couple
big while
takers.
giving back.
This is Chase Briscoe. You're tuned in to the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Welcome back to Naval Base Coronado. Pit lane is open. There are some drivers that are electing to come to pit road. Second place, Ryan Preece, and fifth place, Chris Buescher, both elect to come in. Let's follow some of these cars, starting with Chris Wilner.
Ross Chastain climbed his way in the top 5. He was lapped on pit road on lap number 13, so kind of midway through some of the strategy calls, they were going to try to push another 6 to 7 laps. Crew chief Brandon McSwain said, let's make an air pressure adjustment here, 4 tires and fuel. Also in Kevin Magnuson. Denny Hamlin is in.
About halfway through
struggling
stage
through some of
2.
the chicanes with some of the grip. They make air pressure, 4 tires and fuel. Also in Alex Bowman getting a chassis adjustment aboard his Chevrolet.
There goes Ryan Blaney down in the way, 4 tires, Sunoco Racing Fuel. They were just in that track position game where they were going to ride it out, but this
drivers stayed out.
They'll change strategy. We had the RFK duo of Chris Buescher in and Ryan Preece. 4 tires, Sunoco Racing Fuel. Both those cars handling pretty good.
Yeah, I'll be
Chase
back
Elliott
in
was
the house.
getting pit service, as well as A.J. Allmendinger getting
Caution
pit
equals
service as
coffee
well.
break.
And got one car with the hood up on pit road. Looks like Ty Dillon's hood is up on pit road, so they're working under in the engine compartment.
Is on second.
Ryan Preece, the first off the pit lane. Chris Buescher, Ross Chastain, Chase Briscoe,
You had a
Ryan
lap
Blaney,
when you lived
right
in Mississippi?
behind him. We've had a total of 3 Hardee's cautions for 5 laps, 6 lead changes among 5 drivers. Ryan Blaney has led the most laps today with 11. Connor Zilisch has led 8th. Shane Van Gisbergen has led a total of 7. We've had no caution for incident today, except for the most recent with Brent Cruz appears to be blowing up there in turn number 12, and that is what has slowed us for the most recent occurrence. That mid-race update brought to you by Wendy's new Biggie Deals. Choose one of Wendy's new Biggie Deals. For a pretty biggie deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Multiple strategies ongoing here in this one, and this is one of those types of races, Todd, that if you're calling it, it can be a bit of a handful to try to make sure you're on top of everything that's going on, but on the same token, this is quite fun and entertaining.
Yeah, it puts good cars back in the field where they've got to drive their way back through, or they've got to strategize their way through it. And as you saw with Ryan Blaney, they were back there. They really didn't make the forward progress. I think they were trying to stretch this one out, but we saw Ty Gibbs actually drive forward there and made a fair amount of headway along with Kyle Larson. So just different strategies, different times, and we saw a split there with Connor Zilisch staying out. Ryan Preece came in. They were the 2 that were leading, last stopping on lap 10.
As we approach the halfway point, this has been a fairly
I'm
clean
sure,
affair,
Spyman.
in stark contrast to Friday's NASCAR Craftsman
I'm
Truck
getting
Series
Jeb
race
in my YouTube
and
recommendations,
yesterday's
says T.
NASCAR O'Reilly
Kubler.
Auto Parts Series race where we collected 23 cars.
I turned off the Dodger game. I'm going to watch World Cup instead.
I'm surprised that everybody's basically minded their P's and Q's and has gotten the job done with minimal contact that has resulted in carnage and
First
caution
thing you
flags.
know,
Surprised
Jeb's
with
a
you
millionaire.
in one aspect, in the fact that based on
End
what
of the
we've
inning,
seen all
Dodgers
weekend
get
long, yes,
nothing.
but not surprised in the other. These are the best stock
They
car
go to the
drivers on the
sixth.
planet. This is the NASCAR Cup Series, the highest level of stock car racing. So we've got the best of the best out there right now. And while it's been awfully aggressive racing, it hasn't been out of control racing as of late. So that's been the big thing about it, and a big takeaway for me. It's been an awfully fun race, and these fans are getting their nickels worth.
As the teams choose their restart lane, presented by Freeway Insurance. More ways to choose, more ways to save. Freeway, your way. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. Back at Naval Base Coronado, Motor Racing Network with the NASCAR Cup Series racing in the Anduril 250 race at the base. Mike Bagley, Alex Hayden, Todd Gordon with you here.
Valhalla Jeb collab.
Moody, Tim Catalfamo, Kurt Becker, and Dan Hubbard in the corners. Steve Post. And
I'm not
Chris
sure,
Porter
Opal. I'm not
in the
sure.
pits and in the garage. We are coming to the restart.
Jeb taking a nap right now?
Lap 31 this time by. That'll set us up for a 9-race sprint to the end of Stage 1 in a race that has seen Ryan Blaney lead his share. Although Ryan Preece has bubbled up to the top of the leaderboard. He's led 2 laps today, about to lead his third as he has taken control of this race towards its mid-stage.
So the 33 car showing in first place. Kempiana, where are you at?
Trackhouse Racing in third. Richard Childress Racing fourth.
Where's Kempiana at?
In position number 5. That's actually the leaderboard hasn't quite reset, so it'll be Connor Zilich up front as the leaderboard and timing and scoring didn't reset as of yet. So
3
Connor
wide
Zilich
up
and
front.
Austin Hill are the drivers out in the front row. It'll be Connor Zilich to driver's left.
Oh,
Austin
big
Hill
wreck!
Drivers right. Green
Big wreck in turn 1.
Shane Van Gisbergen. He's going to force them 3 wide on the front straightaway. Rolls out of the throttle, thinks better up, and there's crashing further back at the front of the field. It was Connor Zilich and Austin Hill got together. Hard contact where the 23
SVG in it, the 88 in it.
Race. And Mike, we've got a bunch of cars.
Ty Gibbs in it, Blaney in it.
Drivers on the restart. It was 3 wide with SVG at the start-finish line. He rolled out of the throttle, made them 2 wide, and it looked like Austin Hill may have locked up the brakes going into the right-hand turn number 1.
Ty Gibbs has gotten damaged. Shane Van Gisbergen is torn up. Connor Zilich, also Austin Hill. This is on the restart going into turn 1. We didn't collect as many cars in a restart match today as we did yesterday.
Big wreck.
We're also going to have to check some of the infrastructure to make sure that that integrity has not been violated when the cars went slamming into that wall in turn
That 97 car, a lot of damage. The 33 junk.
He's not going back around the course.
The 33 is junk.
Back towards the exit.
Crab walking onto pit road.
Chevrolet back. Others now are driving away from the accident scene, including Austin Hill, that was up in the mix after winning the NASCAR O'Reilly.
All the leaders, all the favorites in this race, y'all. Blaney, SVG, Gibbs.
Rather battered race cars that are trying to figure out how to get back to the NASCAR Cup Series pit or even the garage
Zilich,
area.
he couldn't get the car underway. They're going to have to tow it.
Apropos for most of these. You know, these bodies are composites. It's based with a Kevlar, which is the stuff they make bulletproof vests out of. That's what the bodies are, but the suspension pieces, Todd, most of them are aluminum. So while ultra durable in the body part of it, they can be awfully fragile underneath.
Yeah, they can be. And this is a pretty significant hit for, the 33 of Austin Hill, Connor Zilich, the 88, Shane Van Gisbergen in the 97, and I think it was the 54 Ty Gibbs got in this one as well.
So
showing replays of the accident here.
To work their way out. Some cannot drive back. Connor Zilich is out of his car under his own power on the racetrack. Let's go to Chris Wilner.
Yeah, back here in the Cup Series garage, you hear the noise of Shane Van Gisbergen. Really tore up left front end, some of the splitter damage as well. But I'm here with Brent Cruz, unfortunately done for the day after subbing in.
Where's
for
Hamlin?
Bell. What happened, Brent, when you were out there kind of working around this racetrack? Was there any warning?
No, I was just kind of going through the gears and it just broke, so not really sure. Gonna have to look over that one and myself and figure out if
you don't play the Vikings this year.
And that just is a freak accident. I'm not really sure, but once I look at that, I'll have more answers. But yeah, it's just really unfortunate for this whole team. We came here to get the team points, and unfortunately, coming out with not many. So hit it for our whole group, but grateful for the opportunity to be able to come do this and try to learn and help these guys out.
What are the biggest challenges going from the O'Reilly car to the Cup Series car? You had, maybe 10 minutes of practice on Friday. Just what were some of the challenges you faced?
Yeah, I had 3 laps, I think, in the Cup car and like 5 in the O'Reilly
car. Let me use the restroom,
so
y'all. I'll be right back.
Trying to learn to the best of my ability. But yeah, they're just a lot different. The grip level's a lot less. In the Cup car, for one lap it's got a lot of grip and it's got a lot of brakes, and then right after that it falls off a lot, and you don't see that as much in the O'Reilly car, so that's the biggest difference for us.
All right, big learning curve there. Brent Cruz making his first Cup Series start. Unfortunately, engine expired on that Toyota as they continue to sit here back in the Cup Series garage. The DVP area back here behind turn number 16 starting to fill up again. I mentioned Shane Van Gisbergen has the hood up. Their crew continues to work on this car as we expect. I believe Ty Gibbs is also headed back this way as well after getting involved in this latest incident.
Yeah, he talked about DVP. That's a damaged vehicle policy, and it's something NASCAR has gone to. You can work on your car for so long on pit road. After that, you have to take it to the garage area, and there's still only certain parts that you're allowed to change or put back on. That's under the supervision of NASCAR. They'll look through it, make sure it's going to be a safe race car, and they can change certain parts of that to work their way forward. Obviously, an engine failure, that's not one that Brent Cruz is going to be able to do anything with.
Stick around for the NASCAR Live Race Day post-race show to learn who runs the Xfinity Fastest Lap, celebrating their speed on the track and the reliable performance Xfinity brings to your home. The driver with the fastest lap of the race will claim 1 championship point just by running the Xfinity Fastest Lap.
How does Chase Briscoe win? With the hands of his pit crew changing 4 tires in under 9 seconds. The voice of his spotter carving a path through the pack. His race engineer, systems engineer, all working tirelessly to shave off a 1/10 of a second. With his team at Toyota, his crew chief, his fans, his family. It's all of this all at once at 200 miles per hour. From the moment Chase joined Toyota to the moment he ends up in victory lane. So how does Chase Briscoe win? In summary, not alone. Toyota Racing. Your race, your story. NASCAR is a registered trademark of the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, LLC.
Hey NASCAR fans,
Green flag goes in the air.
whether you're sizing up a car or a PC, winning requires performance on the move. Meet Snapdragon X2 Elite, the processor your PC wishes it had. While other processors
I'm back,
often
y'all.
fall back
I'm
to
back.
save battery, PCs powered by Snapdragon X2 Elite deliver max performance when unplugged and mobile. So how do you lead the pack wherever you go? Snapdragon.
All right, top of the 6th, 1 away. Dodgers still down by 5.
9 cars have been collected in this crash here at Naval Base Coronado. Daniel Suarez has been involved. Also,
Looks
Ryan
like the
Blaney,
Orioles are in business
Austin Hill,
again.
Riley Herbst, John Hunter Nemechek.
First and
Ty
second
Gibbs,
with 2 away.
Michael McDowell, Connor Zilich, and Shane Van Gisbergen. From Naval Base Coronado in San Diego, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Did they play Surfing USA while I was away, Kubler?
NASCAR is back for the biggest 4th of July
dang it.
weekend in 250 years. Salute our heroes, continue our traditions, and celebrate America, featuring the Busch Light Summer Music Series. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed. NASCAR weekend at Chicagoland Speedway, July 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets now at chicagolandspeedway.com.
Inspiring story.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to the Daytona International Speedway. He will win the Pepsi 400.
I'm just a pilot, man. You know, I just want everybody to be happy. I want to do good.
Of course, Wormy. I'm a trained professional, buddy. I'm a trained professional.
Network's NASCAR Live presents podcast Junior's Journey. Jeff Gordon, a colorful career, 50 years of MRN, the 1993 season, the road to royalty, and more. Search for NASCAR Live on your favorite podcast platform.
I'm Ryan Blaney, the NASCAR Cup Series, live on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hardy's caution 4.
And so the Orioles strand 2. They go to the bottom of the 6th. 6-1. Orioles.
Turn 1 has put us under that Hardy's caution as the cars begin to make their way back to pit road. Well, those that are limping their way back. The rest of the field has been placed under the red flag in turn 13. And now, like yesterday, The crews have arrived on the scene of the accident in Turn 1 to inspect the integrity of the fencing and the walls.
Yeah, they do. And again, these are temporary concrete barriers that they put all the way around to drivers left and drivers right, all the way around this race course for obvious reasons. But this is essentially in the same spot where they had the big hit yesterday in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Gotcha,
Cubes.
Thanks.
Where it took quite a while to get that repaired. This doesn't look to be as compromised as that one did yesterday. They do have the heavy machinery out there. They're going to try to at least pull those back into place right now and then inspect to make sure that there are no more problems with that concrete barrier or the fence.
Austin Hill has led the field with the green flag with Connor Zilich in second, but being this crash happened at the front of the field, that will be jumbled up because all these drivers up front have been collected, and the complexion of this race has just changed. Not from a strategic perspective,
grandstand on the carrier there.
And those who we thought were going to walk away with this win today.
Yeah, the drivers who've led the second and third most laps in the race are completely wadded up, and, well, Connor Zilich is already out of his car before they could even get it on the tow truck. Shane Van Gisbergen was trying to drag that beat-up race car back to the NASCAR Cup Series garage. So both of those Chevrolets from Trackhouse completely torn up. Not sure if they're going to be scored out of the race or not until the teams can get a chance to look at them to see if they can repair those race cars.
Yeah, this is just an unfortunate situation. Just looks like Austin Hill didn't get in the corner and turn in where he needed to, and it slid up into the 18 or the 88 there and got him loose. It's unfortunate situation. One we'll work through here. The impact to the wall less than what we saw yesterday, because yesterday Sam Mayer hit that inside wall and kind of changed the trajectory to be a bigger head-on impact over there. We'll get this thing reset and let these guys that are left just battle this one out.
A lot of speedy dry is being applied to the racing surface out of Turn 1, and now they'll obviously check the integrity of that wall. There are pieces of equipment that can aid in pulling the wall out, making sure it's lined up, and there are replacement jersey barriers. And like we found out yesterday, these jersey barriers are thousands of pounds, and it's not easy just to pop one out and put one into place. It does take a big crane and a lot of equipment to reposition the walls, as it were.
Yeah, the equipment from the United States Navy and equipment from our friends at United Rentals as well. They are stationed all the way around this circuit, and they've already gotten on the site and have already begun work there on the wall. To drivers left in turn number 1, which is a right-hand bend. Obviously, it's a fast bend as well, but one small mistake there. Second day in a row, we found out that it can
we've been there a couple times.
Chaos.
So the red flag
Panthers
is
are
out. We were
trading for Brady Kachuk.
The red flag is flying now, and the field has come to rest on the back side of the course.
They're going to play together. Wow.
9 laps to go in Stage 2, coming to 8 to go when they come back to the start-finish line, and that will put us
caution
just
count
past the
is
halfway point
4.
of this
4
race,
cautions.
near the halfway point of this race here today.
So let's talk a little bit about strategy. We've got 9 laps to go here in stage number 2. We know that once we get the red flag lifted and the caution comes back out, they'll have to open pit road by normal NASCAR caution flag procedures. Pit lane will open up. So this close to the end of the second stage, knowing you've got 44 laps left in the race itself, do you come to pit lane now?
I don't think you change what you did from what you just had the opportunity. I mean, we just had the opportunity to come to pit road, so if you were thinking you wanted to come to pit road, you come. I think the cars that will come at this point will be the cars that need another adjustment or had some damage here or slid their tires and locked them up and feel like they need to put something different on.
I imagine with all the debris that's placed down, that's a factor of consideration as well, and that takes, obviously, this strategic playbook or call sheet, whatever you want to call it, has gone through a couple of different adjustments, most recently with the Brent Cruz, or actually the loose wheel from Bubba Wallace. That was an ill-timed caution at the end of Stage 1, and then now this one. There are strategic ripple effects.
So our Buc-ee's open today here in Arizona, y'all, up in Goodyear.
Out there on the racetrack that have damage to them, but they're not able to be inspected because the crews can't
90
see
in
them.
Florida
so we
today.
gotta wait till those cars come back to the pit lane once we go back under the yellow, and then that sets off a whole new process for those teams that were involved in this most recent caution.
You just mentioned Bubba Wallace after got the wheel that came off the car on the track. By rule, that's a 2-lap penalty. He got one of his 2 laps back on the caution when Brent Cruz had the engine or transmission failure out on the track on lap 29. This latest caution flag should give Bubba Wallace his 2nd lap back.
I'll play the game. Let me look it up.
Lead lap now.
And if you're wondering why he lost 2 laps, he lost a wheel. As we've been describing to you at the end of stage 1, that was at lap
beautiful
19.
Here today.
That wheel came off in
96
turn 10
degrees.
after they tried to flip the stage.
96 and sunny here in the AZ.
Well, the penalty for that is a 2-lap penalty when you lose a wheel. He served that, and now through this process of the caution flags that we've had, has gotten him back now what will be on the lead lap. And now the tall task for Bubba Wallace is to work his way through the field and see if he can get back up front and contending for a top 5 spot like he was racing in earlier today.
Time now for a Coca-Cola Family of Drivers update presented by Coca-Cola. Grab a Coke and enjoy the race. We're going to put this Coca-Cola driver spotlight on the driver in car number 7, who's running in the 7th spot. That's Daniel Suarez. Steve Post.
Yeah, Daniel Suarez down here running up inside the top 10 well up there. Ryan Sparks, the crew chief. Ryan, first off, just what have you seen as far as Daniel getting through that mess down in turn number 1?
Yeah, that was a wild restart right there. Obviously, some guys up front on older tires didn't have the grip they needed to get through that corner. So, thankfully, I think we squared up the nose pretty good, and I think we're going to be okay and should be able to stay out right here.
Okay, how good is the race car in general? Assuming no significant damage on this, how good has your race car been?
Daniel's been pretty happy with this freeway insured Chevrolet Camaro all day. We had a little mistake on pit road the first stage, but we've rebounded well, and we're going to keep ourselves in this position and see if we can bring this thing home.
I guess the restarting the engines do well here.
All right, thanks.
There's Ryan Sparks, and as a matter of fact, they're firing up the engines. We're going to let him get back to work. He is crew chief for Daniel Suarez, one of the Coca-Cola family of race car drivers.
And that's the good news, as the red flag has been withdrawn and the caution flag has been put back out. Let's check in with Chris at the Care Center.
Connor Zilich is out of the Infield Care Center. Connor, what happened here on the restart? Tight racing going to turn number 1.
Yeah, just really unfortunate. I felt really good about our Red Bull Chevrolet. Yeah, unfortunate that it took both of us out. I just feel really bad for the team, everyone involved. Yeah, we had really fast cars and hate ending the race like that.
That's your first laps today. What can you take away today going into next week at Sonoma?
67 sunny in Port
really
Austin.
Proud of the speed out of the cars and how good the team did this weekend. Both Shane and I were really quick, and yeah, hate to end the day early.
Appreciate your time. That's Connor Zilich again, checked and released from the Care Center. Looks like Shane Van Gisbergen making his way out as well. We'll catch up with him in just a moment.
Yeah, Connor Zilich, another bad finish, and it has been an absolute string of bad finishes for Connor Zilich, especially here once we crested into the month of May.
Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, all it is really is a big gas station.
Successful campaign last year in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Connor Zilich has been met with nothing but frustration. 3 of the last 4 he's finished last. I mean, his best finish of the year came with a 14th place finish at COTA back in the spring in Austin, Texas.
All right, come on, y'all. If we're going to sit here, keep hitting the sub if you haven't. If you haven't hit the subscribe, please do so.
And on the back half of the 30s,
yeah, the video
like to get a full race in and a race with no stripe and struggle.
All right, they're in the top of the 7th. It's still 6-1.
Those days will come, but his rookie year is testing him like he's never been tested before.
Yeah, and a lot of that's a test psychologically. He's one of 4 drivers.
SVG getting interviewed coming out of the Care Center
in the 2026 season.
A lot of people put money on SVG today.
Some of the drivers that did get some damage. We'll start some of this coverage with Steve Postman. How much of this?
So let's see. Let's keep an eye now. Hopefully that 77 is ready to rock and roll here.
Absolutely watching as some of the cars now finally make
67 mostly sunny. However, rain expected at about 20.
They just had Daniel run way
says Shelby.
the racetrack and just
sunny in LA, but air quality is bad because of the warehouse fire in Boyle Heights.
Tires of that car, so looked like he was in good shape and really.
No, I live in Arizona now. I grew up in LA, Wormy. I grew up in LA.
Might be Ty Dillon. They're continuing to work on the hood of that one as
I haven't lived in LA since '86.
Out on the racetrack and a lot of damage back. A couple cars really dinged up back in the garage area.
Back to the Care Center and Chris.
Yeah, Yeah, Shane Van Gisbergen is out, one of the top contenders today. Walk us through what happened here. These restarts seem to be pretty chaotic so far we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, I got a good one. They kind of slipped up out of 16, and I couldn't clear them, so I backed out of it. But then, they just slipped up at one and nowhere to go.
What did you think of the racetrack through this point of the race? Sounded like it was getting faster. You had some contenders there jockeying for position early in this race.
Yeah, it was amazing how it gripped up in the second, third stints, and the track really was coming alive, which was cool. I think we went quicker than qualifying, which is amazing, but yeah, wish we were still out there.
Tough ending for SVG again, who's been checked and released from the care center.
Yeah, tough break for Shane Van Gisbergen. We'll wait and figure out exactly where they're going to score him when this is all said and done.
Let's let you know where they're running, presented by Straight Talk Wireless. To all the fans enjoying today's race, you show up. So does Straight Talk Wireless, an official partner of NASCAR, holding the line so you get more and pay less for it. No contracts, no surprises, straightforward, always available at Walmart and straighttalk.com.
At the moment, it's Riley Herbst being scored as the race leader for 2311 Racing. Second is Kyle Larson. Third is Daniel Suarez. Fourth is Zane Smith. Being scored in fifth is Joey Logano. Sixth is Corey Heim. Seventh, Tyler Reddick. Eighth is William Byron. Ninth is John Hunter Nemechek. And 10th is Carson Hocevar.
Cole Custer is 11th. Cody Ware is 12th. Josh Berry is 13th. Ryan Preece is 14th. And Chris Buescher is 15th. Ross Chastain is 16th. Chase Briscoe is 17th. A.J. Allmendinger is 18th. Todd Gilliland's 19th. And Denny Hamlin's 20th.
Alex Bowman, 21st. Chase Elliott, 22nd. Ryan Blaney, 23rd. Austin
They're
Dillon,
interviewing
24th.
Hocevar
Eric
right now,
Jones is
Carmen.
25th. Kevin Magnuson is 26th. Noah Gregson, 27th. Jimmy Johnson, 28th. Ty Dillon, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 29th. And Ty Dillon is 30th.
31st is Austin Cindric. Brad Keselowski is 32nd. Bubba Wallace is back on the lead lap in 33rd. Austin Hill in 34th. Connor Zilic 35th. Shane Van Gisbergen 36th. Ty Gibbs is in 37th. Michael McDowell in 38th. And Brent Cruz, driving in relief for Christopher Bell, is posted in the 39th position.
An absolutely beautiful Sunday here in Coronado, California, just across the
I can't
bay from
stand
downtown
Reddick. He's a
San
punk.
Diego.
Why is he a
Breezy day,
punk?
Bright California sunshine, temperature 71 degrees.
Why is he got to be a
drivers
punk?
Are getting the opportunity to choose what lane they want to restart in, and those drivers will have that opportunity as we get set for another restart.
And, of course, when that happens, they'll be coming into the Poet Restart Zone, presented by Poet. Poet is proud to be the official bioethanol partner of NASCAR, delivering high-octane bioethanol with zero carbon.
So as the field works their way 2 by 2 through turn number 13, they're gonna line up and side by side. Riley Herbst, Kyle Larson will be the front row.
One now.
Herbst, how about this?
Let me grab the score.
He's really come on here as of late. Riley Herbst is a driver. Obviously, was announced he will not be back behind the wheel of that car next year for 2311 Racing. Still searching for an opportunity next year. Although there is some rumors flying around the Cup Series garage that he may land not only on a foot, he may land on both feet and be just fine. As Corey Heim was announced to take over that number 35 car starting next year.
A lot of silly season
Here we
news
go,
still
back
to come
underway.
as we work through the summer months and set up for our run into the chase and into the playoffs later on. Here they come into the Poet Restart Zone. Riley Herbst and Kyle Larson bouncing off each other, coming through the Poet Restart Zone, but the green flag is up. We're back racing, and it's Riley Herbst that'll take the lead, leaving Kyle Larson to race with Zane Smith to turn 2.
Everybody minding.
Yeah, I think Michael Jordan kind of likes him.
Down the hill into turn
My old man
2.
lives in Marana.
Has the lead, but he hasn't got any daylight. He's got
That's your old man. If you see a Challenger that's hauling ass. Yeah, Bubba's out, Skip. Bubba had a wheel come off. He might still be racing, but he was down like 4 laps at one point.
The lead at a turn number 3. Now it's side by side for second as Riley Herbst and Kyle Larson battle. Larson trying to.
Yeah, we don't know about that for sure, Leon. We might change our mind. I don't know.
Give the second spot to Larson. Herbst has been shuffled back to position number 3.
Riley Herbst will just have to take his medicine right now through the left-hand turn number 5, fall back in line, and now try to ride this one out and prevent anybody else from coming up on the attack. Up front, though, it is Zane Smith showing the way up the back straightaway to turn number 6.
Flying the colors drivers for Front Row Motorsports leading his first lap of the afternoon. Kyle Larson, Hendrick Motorsports running right there in position number 2. Then in third, you've got Herbst, Logano, and Heim. They are the top 5 as they head for the left-hander in turn 8, soon to make the right-hander in turn 9.
All of that traffic working down to the right-hander right now. Zane Smith on the point as he comes off the corner, and he's opened up here by a couple.
12 in the house. We just passed 6,000 views.
Riley Herbst tries to get stabilized.
We're on stage 2, lap 14 of 20, 34 of 75 in the race. I guess we're not even, we're just over halfway.
He needs a good run. It's been a challenging year for
not even halfway yet.
Middletown, Connecticut. He's running firmly in the top 5, and he's
10-1 now, Baltimore. God dang it.
Kyle Larson and whatnot in hot pursuit.
Alonso homers,
Smith, who makes their way
scores
to the back of the course now to the front side, headed to turn 15.
Wow, we getting spanked, y'all.
Uses all of the racetrack, takes it out to the wall, and the exit of the left-hander.
We getting El Spanko on a Sunday.
Kyle Larson has made up some
yeah.
ground. He's only half a car length off the rear deck. Smith. Riley Herbst in third. Joey Logano, a very strong fourth. Single file among the top 10.
Yeah, but Dan, nobody's getting away from each other. They're going to stay close together past the start-finish line. Lap number 34 will go on the board. Riley Herbst, the race leader. We've got 7 laps to go, 33 laps complete, 7 to go here in the stage. Now they work their way to turn number 1, down the hill back to Dave Moody.
He's managed to open things up by a couple or 3 car lengths at the lead as they race now through Rogers Road, headed for turn number 3. Zane Smith with the lead by just a couple of car lengths over Larson.
Kyle Larson not allowing Zane Smith to get away. Riley Herbst again holds down that third spot. Joey Logano has been able to muscle his way to 4th, and Corey Heim completes the top 5. Everybody single file through the top 10 cleanly off turn 4.
They come out of turn number 4 now, making their way into turn 5, and Zane Smith has now led in 3 of the last 5 NASCAR Cup Series races, doing a great job here in the early going.
Happy Father's Day, Dwayne.
Of the Anduril 250 race at the base. Larson, Herbst, Logano, Heim all stacked up right there. New players at the front of the leaderboard as they race to 6.
Further back, the challenge is on. Tyler Reddick took a peek to driver's right on Daniel Suarez. Couldn't make the pass. That's the battle for the number 6 position. It will be Suarez will hang on to that spot, and Reddick is there. Suarez finally able to squeeze by. He'll get by in front of Kurt Becker.
Ryan Preece will try to follow suit as well. Suarez opened the lane. He went by. Preece went by. And Tyler Reddick in that exchange will lose not 1, but 2 positions.
No problem, right, Craig? No problem there. They got a huge lead in the division.
And as all this shakes out, they are racing for a spot towards the tail end of the top 10. Matter of fact, from 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th on back. It got physical there for a moment between Daniel Suarez and Tyler Reddick, but that sorts out now as that battle.
I don't know, Yosemite.
Turn 14,
I think you only do that when your team's winning, bro. I don't think you do it when...
by a half a car length over Kyle Larson. Everybody hugging the wall on the short chute and into the chicane. Riley Herbst in third. Joey Logano in fourth. Corey Heim in fifth. Carson Holzemar showing some good speed just in front of Daniel Suarez, Ryan Preece, and Tyler Reddick.
5 laps to go in stage number 2. Kyle Larson able to outbreak Zane Smith, but Zane Smith awfully strong at the front of the field on exit of each corner.
He's been able to put his car exactly where Larson wants to be on entry into the corner, then get back to the throttle a little more quickly than Larson is able to do. For the moment, he holds on to the lead. A car length, maybe 2 back to Larson. 3 more back to the third-place machine of Riley Herbst. Then it's Corey Heim and Joey Logano.
Corey Heim was able to move around Joey Logano, so now it's Heim who's got 4th. Logano is 5th. Behind them, Carson Hocevar holds down the 6th position. Daniel Suarez and Ryan Preece complete the top 8.
Race fans are being entertained to a great battle for the lead between Zane Smith, Kyle Larson, and Riley Herbst with 5 laps to go in stage 2.
NASCAR Powerball. The chase to 1 million is on.
Finalists, are you ready?
Don't miss your chance to collect cash prizes on your way to an all-new destination where you could take home $1 million.
Insane! The winner, contestant number 2.
I can't believe it.
The official lottery game of NASCAR is back for the chase. Powerball. The chase to 1 million starts now.
Get ready to rev your engines, NASCAR fans. The thrill, the speed, the action. You can now experience it all for free on the NASCAR channel on Tubi. Feel the adrenaline with a library of unforgettable races from Daytona to Talladega. It's a front row seat to NASCAR history. Best of all, it's completely free. Stream anytime, anywhere on your favorite fast platform. No fees, no
77 says Carmen.
Find the NASCAR channel on your streaming device and start watching today.
All right, they go to a commercial break on Prime with 4 to go. 4 to go in stage 2.
Rear view mirror with Riley Herbst, Corey Heim, and Joey Logano.
We're approaching the midway point of the race, 2 hours into it.
This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice
4
of NASCAR.
cautions, 9 lead changes, 7 caution laps. Zane Smith is your leader by .292 seconds over Larson, 1.212 over Herbst. Hocevar down there in 6th, behind Logano.
But we just had a really good race car, and that's what it takes. It takes a good group of guys, a good crew. This is really a team sport.
Catch the ARCA Menard Series West at Sonoma Raceway, Friday, June 26th at 6:15 Eastern, live on the NASCAR channel.
NASCAR fans, iRacing Studios brings you NASCAR 25. Race hundreds of the biggest stars of the sport.
I don't know what's going on, y'all. I'm bored to death right now.
Sonoma. Start your career in the ARCA Menard Series.
I am bored to death.
Up to Cup while managing team members, sponsors, and more. Or compete online with fans around the world. NASCAR 25, available on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. Head to NASCAR25.com.
I went up to 19th.
This is Joey Logano. You're tuned into the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Today's broadcast is presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit Progressive.com.
Good hard racing here with just 4 laps remaining in stage number 2. Carson Hocevar picks up a couple of spots. He gets by Joey Logano. He's going to bring Ryan Preece along with him as they head to Kurt Becker.
Here they come now. All of this traffic funneling back off turn number 9. You've got Kyle Larson leading Zane Smith and Riley Herbst. Corey Heim is in 4th. Ryan Preece 5th. Then Carson Hocevar in 6th. Joey Logano rides 7th. And Daniel Suarez, he's in the 8th position.
Here they come now, making their way through the front side of the course. Tyler Reddick has gone for a spin. That Paula Casino Toyota Camry getting looped around. He has been able to refire the car, but he will lose several spots on the racetrack. With 3 laps to go in this stage, waiting to see if anybody is going to take the opportunity, Alex, to come to pit road. This could be another strategic play that could present itself here as we get into
up to
the
4th, Carmen.
Race leader Zane Smith, second place Zane Smith, I should say. He's a driver that was last on pit road, lap on 17. And indeed, here comes Zane Smith. He's coming to pit lane right now under green. Joey Logano will follow him in as well. Other cars begin to peel off.
Looking forward to the summer race in Daytona as well as Indy, and the fall race at Dega.
Afternoon for Zane Smith and Front Row Motorsports. Ryan Virginian's crew chief said we were going to stay out if we got past for the lead, but opted to come in and flip the stage. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, lacking rear grip. Also in is William Byron, the Anduril Chevrolet. Girardi to the right side. A little air pressure adjustment. He'll be on his way. C-post.
And Cole Custer comes in, gets 4 tires, Sunoco Racing fuel down here. The Texas A&M Aggie colors on the Cole Custer car. Round to the right side, Sunoco Racing fuel can is plugged in. Cole Custer dropped the jack. He is down and away.
Pit service happening lap 38. 3 laps to go in stage 2. Kyle Larson will stay out. He will continue to lead.
Trouble turn 4. Around goes Noah Gragson hard into the concrete barriers at the exit of the corner. He was racing around other traffic, and now he is sitting there in the wrong direction, sitting up against the wall in turn 4.
We stay under the green flag for that problem that happened out in front of
There's
Tim
Gregson
Cattle.
around.
Noah Gregson, the driver involved in it.
Going the wrong way.
There are some teams that would love a caution right now in what has turned out to be a closing couple of laps before the end of the stage, but Gregson, Mike, is going to be able to refire the car and continue on.
So there has been adjustment to the process and the procedure for cautions. The SCCA track workers are here, and if there's a problem in a corner on the racetrack, they will wave blue flags. If the corner workers begin waving yellow flags, that means a full course caution. And because this track is so long, we see a lot of blue flags. They put out the yellow flag for a full course only if they have to, and obviously with the Noah Gragson situation, it did not warrant.
91 was the one that turned around the
Kyle
4.
Larson is the race leader. He's off turn number 15.
Waiting for Kyle Larson to negotiate the second gear. Left-hander, turn 15. Here he comes. And he's got
Can't believe the base police haven't pulled these guys over yet.
Second-place man, Riley Herbst. They take the... Kyle Larson slides the
That would make it more interesting, I'll tell you that. That'd make it more interesting. You let the base police go and pull people over during the race.
Pit road and an aggressive pit entry for Kyle Larson. The race leader will pit with 2 laps to go in the stage. That'll turn the lead over to Riley Herbst with Ryan Preece, Carson Hocevar, Joey Logano, and Daniel Suarez right behind him. 40 miles an hour.
Patrick Mahomes on somebody's pit box.
Kyle Larson brings the car in. Jaffer Hall, the front tire changer.
He's on the top of Larson's 5 pit box.
Man, they were quick on that side, around to the right side of the car. Brandon Harder has the fuel can engaged.
No way is it going to go 3 more hours. Is it, Brandon? I might turn it off if it goes that long.
So Kyle Larson pulls back out on the racetrack. Cliff Daniels led team. And, Mike, this is a big race weekend and a big sports weekend. We got a lot of celebrities on hand here today.
Namely, 3-time Super Bowl champion winning quarterback Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. He was watching the pit stop that Steve Post just described.
The entire starting offense for the Chiefs is at this game.
His brother is here, Jason Kelsey, who is tied into Prime's broadcasting of the National Football League. Marshawn Lynch has been on the property. There have been a lot of dignitaries that have made their way to Naval Base Coronado today.
Dignitaries?
Yeah, the race leaders right now are headed for turn number 8. It's Riley Herbst showing the way to Kurt Becker.
Here he comes now.
All right, they're through 7 in Los Angeles.
9. Here he comes.
10-1 Orioles.
Leading up to turn 10. He's got Ryan Preece just a couple of car lengths behind him already. Both drivers are across turn number 11. Now they let the car flare out to driver's right and angle down into the left hand, turn 12.
Herbst and Preece making their way through that set of corners, and when they come back to the line, it'll be the final lap of stage 2. Riley Herbst having a heck of a time getting through 12B, and that allows Ryan Preece to close in even more. This Toyota Ford battle comes through turn 13 into 14, with Preece now applying heavy-duty pressure to the back bumper of the race leader.
All of a sudden, he's right there. Now he pulls the trigger, pulls to driver's left, gets to the inside of Riley Herbst. Ryan Preece takes the lead right at the entrance of the chicane. Riley Herbst tries to fight back, but nothing doing. Preece has gotten away.
Now Ryan Preece and his blue and white Ford will come up the final corner. Turn number 16 will begin the final lap of stage number 2. Ryan Preece has Riley Herbst right behind him. They go through turn 1.
Down through turn 1, now up to the top of the hill on Stockdale Boulevard. Preece able to pull away by 2, now 3, maybe even 4 car lengths as he begins to leg out the advantage over Riley Herbst on to Rogers Road. Headed now to turn 3. Lead continues to belong to Ryan Preece by 3 car lengths.
Ryan Preece holds about a 2 or 3 car length advantage over Riley Herbst. That's the top 2 as they enter turn number 4. Behind them, A.J. Allmendinger right now running 3rd. Chris Buescher is 4th, and Ryan Blaney holds down the 5th spot. Blaney trying to contest Buescher for that 4th position as they
Brandon B. at $10 super chat.
Their way up the backside of the course onto
Appreciate it, Brandon. Happy Father's Day, brother. Happy Father's Day, Brandon.
Backside of the course in turn 6, 7, and 8 with his rearview mirror not as full as it had been. Ryan Preece about 3 car lengths in hand over Riley Herbst, but those two have checked out mightily over A.J. Allmendinger, who runs in position number 3, some 4.2 seconds behind as the leaders make their way into turn 8, head into Kurt Becker just outside of turn 9.
Ryan Preece looking for a stage win here at San Diego. He will come through corner number 9.
Final lap of stage 2. Finally.
Over Riley Herbst. They have broken away from the rest of the pack. It's a margin of another 15 to 17 car lengths to A.J. Allmendinger. He's still under all kinds of pressure. Chris Buescher is still right there, just a few feet off the back bumper.
They work their way through turn number 12. Ryan Preece has now gapped second place Riley Herbst by another car length.
At least these guys will be at Chicago.
Trying to get away and pick up another stage win. He finished stage number 1 second. Ryan Preece just on the outside of the chase grid coming into the race, having himself a good start to the day. Preece now heads to Dan Hubbard.
Ryan Preece showing a lot of road racing talent here this afternoon in San Diego. He brakes hard, goes down the
and
first
Valhalla,
gear.
Valhalla.
Ever so perfectly. Riley Herbst trying to keep up, but he's a good 6 car lengths in a rear to the leader.
Race leader Ryan Preece through the left-hander, turn 16. Green and white checkered flag is waving at the start-finish line, and Ryan Preece has won stage 2 of the Anduril 250 race at the base. Here's how they finished in the stage, presented by the Powerball. NASCAR Powerball, the chase to $1 million.
Hey, appreciate it, Mark. Appreciate
Start your
it.
entries for the chance to win $1 million at NASCAR Championship Weekend. The official lottery game
So
of
Preece,
NASCAR,
Herbst,
Powerball.
Busher, Allmendinger,
$1
Blaney.
million starts now.
Hocevar.
Ryan Preece will win the stage. Riley Herbst finishes second. Chris Busher third. A.J. Allmendinger fourth. And Ryan Blaney finishes in fifth. It was Carson Hocevar in sixth. Daniel Suarez in seventh. Ross Chastain in eighth. Todd Gilliland ninth. And Joey Logano finished in 10th.
Hey NASCAR fans, this is Richard Childress. Hear that? That's the sound of pure speed, thanks to zero carbon bioethanol from Poet. Poet's bioethanol means cleaner air, higher octane, and better performance, all while creating a healthier racing environment for our fans. Plus, it's 100% American-made and supports our farmers. You can't beat zero. Learn more at poet.com/NASCAR.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Thanks, Jalapeno. Is Thor a father? No.
Rule 250 for the conclusion of stage 2. Pit road will be open in a moment. From Naval
Haven't
Base
seen
Coronado
Theo.
in
I haven't
San
either,
Diego.
Shelby.
This is the
I haven't
Motor
either.
Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
How many laps in the final stage?
The all-new RE4000
It looks like 25.
Bluetooth scanner
25
from
laps
Racing
in the final
Electronics.
stage.
Hear uncensored audio from your favorite drivers, or listen to the live MRN broadcast.
this thing's gonna
all
go up to
hands-free
5.
and wireless with Bluetooth technology.
It's gonna go up to 5 o'clock
lightweight,
at least.
And built for race day, the RE4000
Yep.
delivers zero latency, so you never miss a moment of the action. Powerful, wireless, effortless. That's the RE4000. Learn more at racingelectronics.com.
The NASCAR
Well,
Foundation
12-1.
truck
Oh, goody.
giveaway is here. You can win a brand new Ram 1500 truck from Daytona.
Oh, goody. I can
Dodge.
put another
Each
score
entry
in
is
for
just a
Baltimore.
$25 donation that helps a child in need. Plus, 4 phase winners will receive a VIP experience at the Coke Zero Sugar 400 in Daytona.
Green flag, we are racing at Daytona.
Enter now through August 17th at NASCARFoundation.org/car giveaway. It's your chance to win big while giving back.
Well, you don't have no hot dog
This is William Byron. You're tuned into the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
350 for 15.
Back at Naval Base Coronado, working Hardy's caution number 5. Stage 2 is over. We right
At
now
one
have
lap,
35
3.4
laps
miles.
to go in this race. Pit road is about to be open after Ryan Preece just won his second stage of 2026. And with what he's been able to accomplish today, there is a points implication just by the stage points he's been able to accumulate.
Yeah, he came in 33 points out of the chase last place position, and with what he's been able to do, earning 19 points so far today, Preece has whittled that down.
All right,
to
they
just
go to the bottom of the
14
8th,
point deficit.
12-1
So Ryan
Orioles.
Preece having himself a good run.
Bottom of the
I was
8th,
thinking about
12-1
it because
Orioles.
Preece wins stage 2. Ryan Blaney won stage 1. The last time
You're gonna
Ford
lose and lose.
won the first 2 stages of a NASCAR Cup Series race was back in March at the Darlington Raceway. So we'll see if Ford can continue the trend and try to get the black and white checkered flag when this is all said and done.
A lot of the conversation recently in the sport has been about Toyota and its dominance. And You had a month there where
Pit
Chevrolet
road
won some
open,
races.
cars coming
Haven't
down.
heard a lot out of Ford. Matter of fact, the last Ford win in the NASCAR Cup Series came from Ryan Blaney at Phoenix in March. The Blue Oval Brigade could definitely
At least you made the right choice of not doing Dodgers.
Here today.
Pit lane is open, and there are a lot of drivers beginning to make their way there, and we'll start with Chris Wilner.
Yeah, Ross Chastain opting to come in as well. He is on the strategy that many of these drivers were to gain some stage points today. Brandon McSwain said, how's the car? Ross said, still a little bit loose in the rear, so they'll make another air pressure adjustment for tires and fuel. Also coming in are some other drivers.
Here's woke up, said, nah, F this.
And some more in front of Steve Post.
Well, I think it kind of happens naturally when you're about to go out on the road. I don't know.
He's down and away. AJ Allmendinger.
But then some teams, it's the first game of a road trip that they struggle on. But I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, it'll be good to get to Minnesota tomorrow. So looking forward to that, actually. Looking forward to that 3-game set.
Pit road. Ryan Preece stayed on the track. He'll maintain the race lead.
So we'll do that. And then Thursday,
He'll go to second. Ryan Blaney stayed
Thursday,
on the track.
Chad, I'm not sure if the Dodgers are off or what, but the U.S. plays soccer, I think, maybe. I'm not sure. On Thursday.
Sizing up a car or a PC, winning requires performance.
34 long laps to go. No, 24.
X2 Elite.
40 to 50, 50 to 60. No, you're right. 35 laps to go.
Often throttle back to save battery. PCs
35 laps.
X2 Elite deliver max performance when unplugged and mobile. So how do you
That's right. That's right. Theo did say they were going to take him out. So they're probably there right now. They're probably out eating dinner.
Can come with unexpected problems.
Dang,
FA-18 Super Hornet.
To enjoy myself without my favorite water activity. I mean, sure, we could still go tubing, fishing.
No
or
biggie, they'll be
chillax on
fine.
Sony,
Yep,
but
yep.
Without the wakeboard, what's the point?
Sorry you won't sweep the Orioles.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company.
You might have found some hot dog buns, y'all.
From Naval Base Coronado in San Diego, this is the Motor Racing Network.
might have
the
found
voice of
some.
NASCAR.
NASCAR fans, iRacing Studios brings you NASCAR 25. Race hundreds of the biggest stars of the sport on top tracks from Daytona to Sonoma. Start your career in the ARCA Menard Series and work your way up to Cup.
It's still at least a full week lead, right? Real Black Chaos? I mean, it's a full week lead.
Around the world. NASCAR
You think of it as time
available
instead of
on
number of
PlayStation,
games.
Xbox, and PC. Head to NASCAR25.com to buy now.
Hi, folks. Kyle Petty here. I want to tell you about a place that's dear to my heart, Dicty Junction. It's a year-round camp that gives kids with complex medical and physical conditions life-changing experiences that are fun, empowering, and always free for families.
We've stopped
Please
gaining
help
subs
Dicty
again,
Junction.
so it must just be
Support kids
regulars
who
up
need
in
it the
here.
most.
Anyway, if you're
By
new, hit
making
the
a
sub.
donation today. Any amount will help kids attend camp for free.
I feel like doing a jab here, y'all. I feel like just taking a little siesta.
/donate.
This is Hal Reddick. You're tuned into the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Motor Racing Network's coverage from Naval Base Coronado is brought to you by Wendy's new Biggie Deals. By Zone Nicotine Pouches. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited. If you're a fan of intensity and flavor that lasts, try Zone. And by Straight Talk Wireless, an official partner of NASCAR. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com.
Welcome back to Naval Base Coronado. The San Diego Race Weekend is brought to you by Anduril, transforming defense through advanced technology. We do want to say Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there who are listening
Will
to
Ford
us
win
here
today?
around the country and around the world. Hope you're having
Another
a
road
great
course
day
next
today.
week?
Happy Father's Day to all of our fathers with the Motor Racing Network team as well.
A lot of fathers on the property. I've seen a lot of families here this weekend. Had a chance to walk out onto the Midway earlier today, and the Midway has been packed. Everybody's having a blast out there. Hope all of you are having a blast listening to our coverage on the Motor Racing Network. So glad you're spending your Sunday afternoon with us. Next weekend, we're going to take the weekend off. The Performance Racing Network will have all the coverage coming your way from Sonoma. We'll pick the schedule back up the following week as we make our return to Chicagoland Speedway.
You look grumpy.
4th of July weekend. Last time we raced at Chicagoland in Joliet was back in 2019. We'll have ARCA Menard Series coverage your way on Friday, July 3rd.
You going to go out with that old lady shirt on?
Series action on Saturday, July 4th. And NASCAR Cup Series racing in the Eero 400 Sunday, July 5th. Hope to see you at Chicagoland Speedway. Get your tickets to join us at ChicagolandSpeedway.com. But if you're unable to make it to Joliet, you can hear all of the action right here on the Motor Racing Network.
Drivers just had their opportunity to choose their restart lane, brought to you by Freeway Insurance. Ryan Priest chooses
There's a spider on your mic.
On this restart on the front row. He'll have Chris Buescher stacked up to his right elbow. Row number 2, we will see then. It will be the bright green Grillo's Pickles Ford. That'll be Todd Gilliland with Ryan Blaney to his outside. And then in row number 3, it'll be Chase Briscoe and Austin Dillon. Dillon, remember, got turned around under green early in the race. He's been able with strategy to rebound, and he'll restart in the 6th spot.
You're coming to the Poet Restart Zone, presented by Poet. Poet is proud to be the official bioethanol partner of NASCAR, delivering high-octane bioethanol with 0 carbon.
Field works their way up off of the chicane, headed to turn number 16. Green flag goes in the air as they hit the restart zone, and we're racing again here in Coronado. 33 laps to go in this one. Nobody with the advantage. Chris Buescher works to driver's right. To driver's left, it's Ryan Priest. They're going to stay side by side off 1.
Noah's Ark formation back through the field as they head down the hill on Stockdale Boulevard. Now on the left-hander into turn number 1. Finally, things will shake up a bit at the front of the pack, although the battle continues on for 2nd and 3rd. Leader gets away. It's Ryan Priest.
21. How's he even running?
Teammate Chris Buescher.
And then behind Chris Buescher is Todd
What's the
Gilliland.
matter with your car?
Defender to the
I got a wreck
outside
on
of
the
Chris
front.
Buescher in the race for 2nd. Buescher, though, will hold him off in turn 4. So give Buescher the 2nd spot. Now it is Gilliland racing with Ryan Blaney for 3rd.
Josh Berry got twisted up in turn 2 on the restart. Had some
nice
contact.
Hey,
on
happy
that
Father's
Mustang,
Day,
but he will stay
Kelsey
on
Morrison.
the
Happy
racetrack.
Father's Day.
Ryan Priest leads up the backside of the course. Good side-by-side battle for 3rd between Todd Gilliland and Ryan Blaney.
Gilliland to driver's left. Blaney to driver's right. They make contact. Under braking, they do it again. Blaney will squeeze by. Gilliland has no choice but to yield the spot. The left side wall came up in a hurry. Now Gilliland is under attack. Chase Briscoe, the Indiana native, takes his Toyota to driver's right, but Gilliland battles back.
As that battle continues, Ryan Blaney having completed the pass to move up into 3rd. Blaney's done a terrific job all day long at getting himself positioned for the preferred line, seemingly at every corner. He does the same thing again off turn number 9. He had these sights set on the top 2.
They work their way through turn number 12. Very tight, very technical portion of the race course. Ryan Priest, NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour champion, getting it done on the streets here in Coronado, California, on Naval Base Coronado. Priest, the race leader. He's got in his back pocket the field continuing to jockey for positions all the way around. But at the moment, up off of turn 14, it's all Ryan Priest.
3 Fords occupying the top 3 spots, and here comes Chris Buescher to the inside of Ryan Priest. He'll take the lead on the entrance of the chicane. Buescher takes the top spot. Priest is now 2nd, with Ryan Blaney continuing in 3rd.
New leader, Chris Buescher, across the start-finish line. Buescher has bubbled up to the top of the leaderboard. Right there behind him, you've also got more Fords lined up in the persons of Ryan Priest and Ryan Blaney and Todd Gilliland. Fords are the top 4.
RFK Racing at the front of the pack as they make their way into turn number 2.
Caution on the speedway, a full course caution. And this will be our 6th Hardee's caution of the day. This is for debris on the racetrack.
Kelsey.
I'm fairly confident it's come off of the Josh Berry Wood Brothers Ford on the restart in turn 2 at the back of the field. He got roughed up significantly. The nose of that red and white Ford Mustang Dark Horse was ripped apart. He had to limp that car all the way back around the track, shedding parts all the way around, and that'll put the caution back out.
You know, Dave, when we take the green flag, they come through turn 1 and they do the jump downhill into turn number 2. While that's a wide open portion of the racetrack, everybody's got to funnel their way back in. And, well, sometimes not everybody gets the memo or is on the same page.
What's going on with them Dodgers?
He goes from full throttle, high gear.
All right, they're through 8. They're through 8. 12-1. Orioles.
Stockdale Boulevard, and then they've got a slam.
Rojas pops out.
At least second gear and heavy on the brakes for the 90-degree turn in turn number 2. And yes, as you mentioned, sometimes people don't get the memo. They're not all on the same plan. And that time around, it ended up being a bad situation for Josh Berry and Wood Brothers Racing.
As we sit with 32 laps to go, 5 of the top 7 are Ford Mustangs. The high Toyota is 5th, and Chase Briscoe, the high Chevrolet 6th, and Kyle Larson. But Steve Post, 1st and 2nd, is Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing.
Yeah, and just walked in the garage area this morning, and always enjoy when I see Chris Buescher just leaning up against a stack of Goodyears.
Yep.
And walked up, and we just had a wonderful visit about a lot of different things. But watching these two at the front, a lot of the visit was about this. I asked Chris what his thoughts are on
someone named M. Ciani is up to bat for the Orioles.
Road courses. He's a winner at Watkins Glen
I
a couple
guess.
years ago. Took it off from Shane Van Gisbergen. So he loves the traditional road
Dodger
courses. Not really
hat on in the picture?
These old worn-out racetracks because of tire wear. He said, "Now I'll say this." Ryan Priest coming over to RFK Racing has helped both Brad and I. Ryan is so good at managing tires, so good at managing rear tires. So those modified races on those old worn-out tracks up in the New England states. And he said Ryan Priest has really helped
till the victory is won
today. And I just find it interesting, those two right now battling at the front spot. The modified ace, the NASCAR veteran here with Chris Buescher. You're learning some of the lessons from Ryan. And right now they're 1-2 out on the racetrack with this old worn-out racetrack. So we'll see how they fare as this race unfolds with 32 laps to go.
Of course, Chris Buescher in the news most recently signing a multi-year contract extension with Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing. There were some teams out there that wanted to get their hooks into Chris Buescher, and RFK shut that down, signed him to a long-term multi-year extension, and now will find himself
give up on the Dodgers to Shelby.
Keselowski racing effort for years to come.
What happened to my mom is that her school job, she was chasing a student. She fell down, sprained her right foot. Sorry to hear that, Kelsey.
He goes about his business.
Sorry to hear that.
Great feedback to his team and gets adjustments made. When you look at his road course prowess, he averages a top 10 finish on road courses in the next-gen era. He just quietly goes about his business, and this is a big piece in the silly season puzzle to fall here. The first domino realistically here in the summer stretch.
Well, don't be pulled in by that calm, soothing demeanor. You don't want to poke that bear, because we've seen it from time to time that, I mean, while he does handle his business quite calmly and efficiently, he does have a temper to him, and that's somebody you don't want to rile up.
I mean, earlier this race, he and SVG kind of got to get into it and work their way forward. But yeah, he's quiet, but he lets his racing craft speak for him.
He does. And, I have to laugh a little bit because I was talking to him in the off season. We ran into each other, and he had just gotten back, and he was a little frustrated. I was like, what's the problem? He went up right after the season ended and had to go up and buy a pony for the first time. And he was just caught off guard. He had no idea what he was getting involved in. Didn't even know if he got ripped off
kind of funny. It shows how checked out they were.
But he got a pony, brought it back home, and his kids are enjoying it.
All right, they're going to the bottom of the ninth, Chad. Bottom of the ninth.
Do what you got to do as a dad sometimes.
Dodgers coming up to the bat, down to the last 3 outs.
Through this. I'm looking at this caution and where we are. The number of caution laps we've run. We've got the top 5 or 6 cars here. They last pitted at lap 30. When we've got a whole cycle of cars, a plethora of them have pitted at 41 or 44.
Plethora of them.
I'm wondering, I thought at first, Steve Post asked me this question, I thought at first that we might be in a situation where the guys that came at 30 have 2 stops left. With these cautions, I'm wondering if it rolls out where everybody just comes one more time.
More strategic plays are in motion. Lap 44 is complete. When they come back to the line, we'll have 30 laps to go.
In racing, every turn counts, every adjustment, every decision.
99 loof balloons.
Second. On your job site, it's no different. That's why you
recently
need
the
more
Knicks
than
came back
equipment.
from being down
you
29
need
points.
Rentals team behind you. With specialized solutions and technology impacting every part of the job, performance starts with the right partner. United Rentals. Work united.
Still 31 laps to go, chat. 31 laps to go.
Links, the official wheel meat protein snack of NASCAR. You could win twice. First, because wheel meat protein can help your hair grow thick.
I believe that we will win.
Bro, that mullet is looking thick, long, and voluptuous. You know it.
And second, because you can enter the Jack Links Eat Meat and Win sweepstakes for a chance to win 4 epic NASCAR getaways, tickets, and more at jacklinks.com/NASCAR. Mullet voluptuousness and length may vary. Enter now at jacklinks.com/NASCAR. No purchase necessary. Sweepstakes ends 12/31/26. U.S. residents 18 or older. Void where prohibited. Sponsor Link Snacks Inc.
From Naval Base Coronado in San Diego, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Find your motorsports podcast on the Motor Racing Network. Climb atop the pit box with Todd Gordon and Steve Post on Crew Call. Head to local short tracks on NASCAR Coast to Coast with Chris Wilner. Hit the dirt tracks on Wing Nation with Steve
Do you know who
Post,
sang 99 Loose Balloons? Shit, you're going to tell me and I'm going to remember then. But no.
The latest NASCAR news and interviews.
You're going to tell me, but then I'm not going to. Then I'll remember.
Motor Racing Network podcast
Nina?
on YouTube
I don't know.
or any audio podcast platform. Looking for weekly motorsports podcasts to stay up to date on what's happening on and off the track? The Motor Racing Network is the place. Hear from NASCAR crew chiefs on MRN Crew Call. All the happenings from regional touring series and local tracks on NASCAR Coast to Coast. Sprint Car Talk on Winged Nation. NASCAR history on MRN Classic Races. And hear from the drivers.
Michael Nelson in the house. Happy Father's Day to all the daddies out there. Who's your daddy?
For your favorite podcast platform.
Nina. Well, I kind of was on it then, Soup. I was kind of on it.
On the Motor Racing Network.
What did I say? Nina? Nana?
About to go back under the green flag here in Naval Base Coronado. The mid-race update right now being brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Liberty Mutual customizes your auto and home insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
13 lead changes, and those are official lead changes at the start-finish line among 10 different drivers who have taken a turn leading the race. Ryan Blaney's led the most laps so far today. Connor Zilisch, Shane Van Gisbergen were second and third, but both Zilisch and Van Gisbergen are out of the race after a multi-car crash on a restart back on lap number 31. Currently, as we sit with 31 laps to go in the race, Chris Buescher is the race leader.
Field is getting ready to come into the Poet restart zone. This will leave 30 laps to settle it here in San Diego. Green flag is back out, and here we go. Chris Buescher up to the gearbox. He will pull away over Ryan Blaney and others as Chris Buescher hangs the hard right-hand turn through.
The COO might have went and got soda pops. She might have.
He's clear by 5, maybe 6 car lengths.
I can't believe she wore that old shirt she wore out there. But
hard left turn on the Rogers Road. He continues to show
don't give a
Blaney
shit.
rides in second. Here's the battle for third. Chase Briscoe ducks the drivers left to move under Ryan Preece.
Chase Briscoe and Preece remain side by side for third. Behind them, Kyle Larson and Zane Smith wheel to wheel. Those 4 drivers now clear turn number 4. Race up Quay Road, going uphill ever so slightly and heading to 5.
Those drivers stay wheel to
guys
wheel.
in second, Theo. Blaney second. Briscoe third. Larson fourth. Chris Buescher, your leader.
And Zane Smith. 3 drivers able to get by Ryan.
What the hell happened to our guy, Carmen?
Way up the backstretch, focusing in on the
what happened to the 77?
Chase Briscoe running into third position. He's got company. Larson's there. Zane Smith. Ryan Preece on the comeback trail as they set sail up the back straightaway, following this ongoing battle for third that enters the left-hander in turn number 8.
Here comes that battle now. Sets up for the right-hander turn 9. Kyle Larson tries to come away with that third position. Chase Briscoe has been a stubborn foe, however. He continues
here
to
comes
fight
the COO,
on, but Larson
here she
now
comes.
completes the pass by the time they get to turn number 10. He's already off turn 11, and Kyle Larson now.
Where the hell is he at, Carmen? I'm looking.
Chase Briscoe feels a challenge from Zane Smith as they work their way through turn number 12. Smith
I'm looking
will get
for
by
him.
and grab the spot, and that'll leave the lane open for William Byron. Haven't spoken
Hamlin
a lot
up
about
to
the
10th.
of Charlotte, North Carolina today, but William Byron has
Host of our 11th.
into the top 5 as he'll
Hamlin
ease
10th,
by
host of our
Chase
11th.
Briscoe and leave Briscoe to race with Corey Heim.
Top two have already gotten through turn 15, and there is Kyle Larson riding in that third spot. We concentrate on that battle for fourth.
Oh, Larson, this is Robert Shelton.
William Byron right behind him. Chase Briscoe slides a little bit. Gives a good look to Corey Heim off the chicane.
29 laps to go as they come back to the
29
start
to go.
finish line and scream down this front straightaway in front of all the race fans.
What's up, baby?
On a completely sold out
Anybody
day
make fun of
here
your
at
shirt?
Naval Base Coronado. The field goes back to turn 2.
As they come into turn number 2.
Did you already put on the brats? Will you turn them at the halfway?
Leaders now have kind of separated themselves from each other. It continues to be.
Flip them in the middle, though, so 7.5 minutes.
Blaney trying to play catch up. He's still 2 car lengths back.
Blaney keeping Chris Buescher at arm's length right now as the top 2 go into the right-hander in turn number 4.
Ill to the victor says, let's go 77.
In third. Then you've got Zane Smith and William Byron. Side by side for 6, coming out of turn number 4.
Buescher's lead about a half second over Blaney. 2 seconds back to Larson.
They're racing for 6, 7,
There's Hocevar
8,
right
and
there,
9th,
right behind, trying to follow Hamlin past the 60.
Chris Buescher and Ryan Blaney continue to wrestle for the lead. Couple of Ford Mustangs going at it there. One from Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing, the other from Team Penske.
And those two have been able to gap third place by a healthy margin. It continues to be Buescher up front. Penske's Ryan Blaney stays in his tire tracks, under braking in turn 8, headed to 9.
Here they come now. The lead battle comes through corner number 9, sets up onto the short straight, headed up to turn 10. Buescher with the lead. Blaney matching his every move. Blaney's car bobbles just a bit off the turn. Now he's
so Larson get a win. This is Robert.
Leader off the end of the short straightaway from turn 11, headed up to turn 12.
Come on, y'all. If you're new, hit that subscribe button. Get a video like.
To the driver's left and right back to the right. Here they go. Up off of the corner. Buescher with the lead. Blaney right there underneath the trunk lid of the race leader. 2 Fords at the front of the field. It's Chris Buescher in the left hand. Turn number 13. Back on the loud pedal they go.
1 hour until the Game of Thrones or whatever it's called.
Second place driver of Blaney.
Season premiere.
Buescher comes off of turn 15, sliding his car to driver's right, almost collecting the wall, trying to do everything he can to stay in front of a hard-charging Ryan Blaney. Blaney locks up the right front, right in the middle of the chicane, and he continues to give chase to Chris Buescher.
28 laps to go when they get to the line, and the leaders are starting to stretch out just a tad, but there is some pit strategy in play
to
right
see
now.
Masters of the
One
Universe and
driver
had
inside
my
of the top
Dairy
10
Queen
decided
cake.
to come to
There
pit
you go.
road for service. That would be William Byron of Hendrick Motorsports.
E.
William
Wilson says,
Byron will
ASCAR,
complete
thank
his
you for
stop
posting,
at
but no
lap
thank
48.
you.
Let's cover that stop.
Down ASCAR. Hey, Wilson, is it always miserable in your world? Are you always a miserable prick? Mr. Wilson?
Caution, but Williams said, I cannot drive it. He is now in, and they're
Are you
taking their
always a
time on
miserable
this
prick?
Anduril Chevrolet. William Byron
Just
again,
asking.
they've got the left, right side jacked
Just
up,
came
the
to
right
mind.
tire is off, now the hood is up. So problems for William Byron after getting inside the top 5.
Challenge
Kielbasa and onions and green peppers on a hot dog bun with chili. Damn.
He got by Chris Buescher off of the 4th corner. Meanwhile, back in turn 2, Eric Jones spins his car around and gets it pointed in the right direction after he and Austin Dillon got mixed up.
So up front, Ryan Blaney is the new leader. Chris Buescher right behind
And so
him,
the
but
Dodgers
Kyle
lose
Larson
the
has
final
had a consistent
12-1. The
presence
final
all day
12-1. They
inside
will
the
get
top
on a
10.
jet plane
And
tonight
Kyle Larson
and
has
fly to
worked his way
Minnesota
up
for a
to
3-game
the
series
3rd
against the
position.
Twins.
And last time at the start-finish line, it's Kyle Larson that had the fastest lap of everybody as he heads to turn 9.
Here he comes now. Kyle Larson goes to work. He looks to driver's left, trying to find a way to get around Chris Buescher.
28 to go, Chet. 28 to go.
He keeps his foot in it. Larson is on the prowl. Across turn 11, he has to back away for just a moment, and now he...
You're welcome, though, for me transmit it, though, Mr. Wilson. You're welcome.
Whole shot there into turn 12. But Chris Buescher did a good job of covering it, but he can't cover this one. Here comes Larson.
Thanks
Back
on the
to
baby
bottom of the
demon.
racetrack. He'll open up the inside lane, side by side. They lean on one another, make contact, and Kyle Larson will muscle his way through. He will go to position number 2, and now he tries to catch
Theo
Ryan
says, go,
Blaney
go, go.
as they head to 15.
Fire up Valhalla Air.
Occupy the top 3 spots, single file up the short chute to the chicane. Blaney still.
I'm not going to throw him out of here. He's probably gone already. Whatever.
4 car lengths, although Blaney not so clean through the chicane, locks up all 4 tires upon exit.
Sorry to ask. Can you tell me where Elliott is? Yeah, I can. I can.
Chase Elliott goes for a spin in turn 12.
Elliott just spun in turn 12.
Rejoins the race. We pick up the battle
I'm
for the
looking
race
for
lead
him,
yet
though.
Again, right across the start finish
I'm looking
line
for
as
him
they
on the
race their
ticker,
way
brother.
down into turn number 1. Good hard racing with Blaney.
Blaney leads the way, but Kyle Larson is beginning to whittle away at that deficit.
Larson's second, it says.
4, perhaps 5 car lengths, heading for turn number 3. It's another 7 or 8. Back to the third-place car of Chris Buescher.
Ryan Blaney, who made that pass on Chris Buescher about a half a lap ago for
Yep,
the lead,
12
really
to 1.
had to pick the pace up because Kyle
The track
Larson
is right there,
approaching.
Michelle.
This time, off of turn number 4. The gap
What do you
between
think that
the
is?
top 2 is 3 car lengths.
Problems for Brad Keselowski. Damaged left front will bring his car to pit road. That BuildSubmarines.com having a challenge at lap 48. While we continue to follow the battle for the lead between Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson, Chris Buescher, Zane Smith, the top 5. Everybody now trying to keep up with Blaney and Larson, but further back, it's Zane Smith on the move.
In turn 6, Zane Smith will squeeze by Chris Buescher. He'll pick up that position.
Larson
going to
win, says Robert.
So Zane Smith now rallying
Would
back
you count out
front of the
the
field.
77?
Chase Elliott getting turned around further back of the pack.
Blaney showing as the leader.
Front, here comes the leader off turn 9. The leader, Ryan Blaney. Kyle Larson, though, shadows each move that he makes. This pair about a dozen car lengths in front of Zane Smith.
Tomorrow is another
Smith,
day.
who, of course, just moments ago completed the pass to go to third.
Appreciate it,
He's
Robert.
going to try to run down the lead duo. Kyle Larson right now in second, sizing up Ryan Blaney. Here they are up off of turn 12.
They headed for the
Larson
carrier, it
with
looks
a
like.
good bite. They go through the gearbox on the short straightaway. Blaney's Ford maintains the top spot. The red, white, and blue Chevrolet of Kyle Larson is there in his back pocket. He rides in the second position.
Ryan Blaney has changed his approach earlier in the day. When
Welcome
he
back,
had
Shelby.
smooth
Welcome
and
back,
clean.
girl.
Now he's going to fend off Kyle Larson. Nothing doing. Kyle Larson drove up alongside Ryan Blaney and took the lead away just before the chicane. Ryan Blaney goes back to second with Zane Smith in third.
Kyle Larson back to the top of the leaderboard. Ryan Blaney ushered back to second. One driver we've not been speaking much of is Ryan Preece. He's falling down the leaderboard, and he has plummeted all the way back to 14th. Steve Post, what's the story?
Car has just gotten really, really loose. Rear grip has been.
They say they get 3 to 6 miles per gallon in these cars.
Really, really anxious about the race car. Derek Finley.
Elliott lost his horseshoe.
4 more laps before we can make
It's
it
his
to the
Scott
end.
guy.
You're just going to have to hustle that race car, elbows up, and go 4 more laps before they can bring Priest down and set him up for the run to the finish.
Challenge and change for the 4th spot. Corey Heim to the inside of Chris Buescher, and Corey Heim now climbs the leaderboard. What a drive for this youngster in a
I'm leading in my Prius. Do you see me? Says Scoop. I saw you. I saw you. Oh, the 9 gets turned around by the 2.
In the NASCAR Cup Series here in 2026, he is a driver that has been signed to a full-time contract in 2027.
What are you getting per gallon, Scoop, in your Prius?
He will be replacing Riley Herbst, who is free to look for employment in other organizations and elsewhere. But Corey Heim, the defending NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series champion, having a good go of it so far here today in San Diego.
And I really like this development process that they've got for Corey Heim, running 12 races.
What you doing today, Shelby? What you doing?
Giving him a chance in between races to kind of digest and prepare himself for it. Not throw him to the wolves of every week of the grind of it. Let him learn a little bit about it, and he's doing a really good job with it.
Dazzled in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series as a full-timer, dazzling again as a part-timer in the trucks, and he's getting a lot of folks smiling here today as he's got a top 5 running with 26 laps to go.
Coca-Cola. For the big, for the small, the short, and the
Not
tall.
sure on Denny.
Peacemakers, risk takers.
Michelin.
For the optimists.
What is that name?
Pessimists. For long
Michaela?
distance love.
McHale?
For introverts.
Elliott's
and
going to get it back,
extroverts.
says Anthony Stringer.
The thinkers and the doers.
Larson, Blaney, Zane Smith, your
and
top
you.
3. Good job by
Coca-Cola.
Smith
For everyone.
in an underfunded
Pick up some
team.
Coca-Cola at a store near you.
Hamlin up to 8th.
Straight Talk
Chastain
Wireless
9th.
Race day wisdom.
You just chilling today, Shelby?
Ever shave on race day. Why mess with what works?
What you
NASCAR
gonna have for
fans know.
dinner?
So does Straight Talk Wireless, holding the line with the same price since 2009. And get this, free 5G phones for
You remember the
existing
Yugo?
customers.
I do.
Straight Talk
I do,
is an official
Wormy.
partner of NASCAR. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Same price since 2009 applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan from 10/16/09 to present. NASCAR is a registered trademark of the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, LLC, and is used with permission. Taxes and fees apply. Plan
4
purchase
wins
required
for
all.
Hamlin.
Welcome
Appreciate it,
back to
Scott.
Naval Base Coronado under the green flag.
$40 to
Stops
fill up
are
these
taking
days
place.
beats
Chris
my
Romer.
F50.
Chase Briscoe is in here with 25 laps to go. A little bit outside the fuel window, but hearing rumors there possibly could be a debris caution. So James Small brought him in. Ford Tire Sunoco Fuel, the Grillos, Ford Mustang of Todd Gilliland.
There's a
is
pickle
in
car.
front row.
Griot's Pickles.
They were going to two-stop strategy this, but with the cautions, they're trying to stretch it. We'll see what happens, but really slow on the right side of that race car. Steve Bose?
Not a sold on here just yet on this one. We were within 2 or 3 laps of getting to that fuel window opening up. Well, now I say that, here comes
Beats my
Austin
F-150.
Dillon. Great recovery from him after the incident early in the race where he got spun
Wherever
around
you
with
go,
four
I go.
tires. Sunoco
Worst car
Racing
ever.
fuel for Austin Dillon.
Let me tell you, y'all, when the Berlin Wall came down, all the East Germans had a car called the
Naval Base
Trophy,
Coronado in San Diego.
and it made the Yugo look like a luxury brand.
You've never been one.
You had to mix it, gas and oil, like a lawnmower, when you filled up with gas.
And working with your hands. In harnessing the power of an E3 spark plug with Diamond Fire technology, yielding better engine performance. You have a choice to make.
You guys seen these trucks they're going to come out with, chat, that are supposed to be like 25 grand for a brand new one?
E3sparkplugs.com to put the power in your hands.
Just a base pickup truck.
Listen up, NASCAR fans. Now's the time to turn your love of racing into big-time prizes. Because NASCAR Fantasy
Some new
Live
company
is your
name. I
fast
can't
lane
remember
to
what it was. It
bragging.
was.
Serious racing here. Pick 5 drivers each week.
There's a new company coming out with one that really looks like just a little base pickup truck.
All for your shot.
I don't hate it either. I don't hate it.
Let's get this party started. For official rules and to learn more, visit NASCAR.
And I think Ford's going to try to
sign up today.
do a cheap one as well, but I won't ever buy a Ford again because of this. They're spying on us, y'all. Every one of these sumbitches is spying on us.
24 to go here in San Diego. More pit stops happening on pit road. Steve Post.
Chris Buescher brings his RFK Racing Ford Mustang.
Definitely big different on gas. My buddy has a Chevy Silverado Duramax.
Pretty happy with that automobile. Just kind of as time went on, ran out of speed on it. Chris Buescher's down and away. Chris Wilner, I believe I saw Zane Smith in front of you.
I don't care if Cal wasn't in the Army that long. He was in the Fulda Gap.
Like there's quite a few that opted to come down. So 4 tires and fuel for Zane Smith, the Huntington Beach native from just up the
fourth.
road. He complained
Hocevar up to fourth. Pit stops going on though.
On his way, Steve.
Ryan Priest.
So some of these guys are going to have new rubbers.
Loose, but in checking further with the crew, now he was complaining about the car being a little tight. Going to be 4 tires, Sunoco Racing Fuel. This is
No. There's a new company, Wormy, that I saw.
Dropping a bunch of spots.
A new company that I saw, but I can't remember. It was just like one word was the name of the brand.
Number 9, that's Kyle Larson.
And it was a box truck is what it is, y'all. It's a box truck.
On the track right now, presented by Craftsman.
I think it's an automatic, though.
Always sound simple until they're not. Luckily, Craftsman has your
and they have that switch in it.
Built to power through the mess. You can go from what have I done to yeah, I did that. Head to craftsman.com today. Craftsman, build on.
I can't remember the name of that, y'all. It was
I
mean, my computer's probably recording me. It'll probably put one up for me to buy now in the next 2 seconds.
Smith has been getting it done. One that we don't expect, Denny Hamlin in the top 10. They've just quietly, we talked about these 2 races being where Tyler Reddick will stretch it back out. Denny Hamlin's up in the top 5 at this point, cycling himself forward. He's getting a points lead cut down again. And the third one is Bubba Wallace. Lost a wheel early in the race, had a 2-lap penalty, has gotten those 2 laps done back, and he's back in the top 15, fighting forward in the top 10.
Denny Hamlin has been power scarfing.
I can't remember what it was, y'all.
Month or so, he came in 19 behind. At one point, he was behind Tyler.
Larson's
Reddick
got
by
this,
1,
says Robert.
And now that has opened up.
Larson is the leader. His lead, 5.28 seconds over Heim, 8.04 over Blaney.
In San Diego, Kyle Larson continues to lead.
Yeah, Slate.
5 seconds over.
That's it. Central Texas. Slate is the name of the company.
Larson out of turn number 3. The left-hander turning on the Quay Road.
Yeah, I wish it was a manual too. If it was a manual, I'd be in.
Larson has got a large lead over second-place driver Corey Heim that now just enters the 4th corner.
Yeah, Slate is the name of it, y'all. Look it up. Slate Truck.
Well, Denny Hamlin had a bad second part of that last lap after
Let's see if I can find a picture.
Praising him. He lost 3 positions. Bubba Wallace went to 7th past Hamlin. He brought A.J. Allmendinger and Tyler.
It reminds me of like an old Army type deal.
The 10th spot.
Got 3 Toyotas racing right there. We documented the challenges and the resurrection of Bubba Wallace today. Tyler Reddick has also been on the move, and the Denny Hamlin getting the shuffle backward there. And he claims to not be the world's best road course racer. We know Denny Hamlin can get it done on intermediates and short tracks. Road course racing has just not been his forte in his Cup career.
I wouldn't say it's his forte, but I did watch him at Sonoma just about win there.
I got a
Tony
picture
Stewart
here.
Got by him on the last corner, so he has some prowess, but it's not the dominance that he has in other forms.
How about Kyle Larson? We haven't talked a whole lot about him other than being a driver that are passing for the lead and driving away. Larson now has led his 5th circuit here in today's race. He's on the
here's one with the
race winless streak right now. Kyle Larson,
customizable,
one of the longer winless streaks of his NASCAR
electric
Cup
truck
career. Maybe this is the
this
day
makes
that
it look like a Blazer.
in here in his home state of
Shit, I'd rock
a lot
that.
of racing to go. 23 laps.
I would rock that right there,
a little
chat.
over 3 miles a clip. So we do have a lot of racing to go, but at this point, I would think that that's a good step forward for Kyle Larson, Cliff Daniels, and that number 5 HendrickCars.com team. Just basically not saying morale was low, but when you've had a day like they've had with all the challenges that they've had this year, I would say that that's a step forward, and at least it'll make them feel good going to Sonoma next week.
And you look at the pace that they have.
Electric.
He took the lead from Ryan Blaney, maybe 5 laps
You've
ago?
seen a few around L.A.?
He's got a 5.7.
Dumbest truck is the Cybertruck.
Steve Post.
Yeah, you know those Cybertrucks are losing their value like crazy, Scoop.
This has been nickel and dime adjustments.
If you're in a Cybertruck and you paid full stick or more, you are buried.
About it being loose. Kyle said, I'm just a little bit snug on the
Get a Maverick, but they are nice. Unfortunately, only an automatic EV.
With his line with some of the SMT data, and they've worked on the car just a little bit, not a lot. And Kyle Larson has responded, and he sets the pace. Have not figured out exactly what their strategy is.
How am I going to change the race when I'm streaming it, COO?
I think right now Kyle Larson's just enjoying the time at the front of the field as he brings that HendrickCars.com car continuing around the racetrack.
We are seeing the power of new tires.
I wish you could find a
questions coming in, considering that we're on a street course.
A cheaper one like 20 or 20,500 that was a not all electric but a hybrid
tire with a lot of give up. And when you bolt on a set of
and a manual
Racing Eagles, they matter. And if you don't, you will be at a penalty.
Customizable, yeah, wouldn't that be fun?
Those cars blast by you, those that do and have them.
Yeah, and we've just.
I mean, they've tried that before, right? Toyota tried it with that line they had, Scion.
He lost 3rd to Carson Hocevar this last.
Look at that hole in the 54 car, y'all. Looks like he got hit by a torpedo.
Racing Eagles than those cars
in the front of the car.
Yeah, he's on. If you look at it, he's 23 laps in the tires.
They appreciate it, Central Texas.
On him, and you're definitely seeing the last 5-6 laps. It's really
North Texas Transportation Network.
I would expect them to pit road pretty quickly here.
Tip of the cap to Ty Gibbs, involved in a wreck earlier today.
We don't have charging stations around here? We do.
Lap 31 that he was
I've seen him.
9-car accident. While they have not totally restored the integrity of the right front bumper, there is
Larson's lead 5.6 over Heim, 10 seconds over Hocevar, who's moved into 3rd.
To bring that car home in some sort of capacity. Right now, 7th on the leaderboard. And Alex, there's a moment in this race where we didn't even think he was going to be able to continue with all the damage he incurred back in that crash.
No doubt. Oh, here's Ryan Blaney.
Jeep hybrid is nice.
And headed to pit lane. So Ryan Blaney and his team must have the radio.
Yeah, I love the Camry that we have, y'all. The hybrid Camry.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The communication on the radio. Blaney brings the Mustang into the crew. It's Keyston France, the tire changer on the front. Justin Fox on the rear. Look good on the left side of it, around to the right side. Jackman, the veteran, Graham Stoddard. He's got the jack out of the car. He twists the handle of the jack, waiting on fuel. Down and away they go. Ryan Blaney for what they plan on their final stop of the day. He pits here on number 54.
My, how far the pitting effort for Ryan Blaney has come in 2026. That team has
Father's Day, woman.
Pit stops. They were forced to make some personnel adjustments earlier this year, but ever since they've made
I didn't get no presents for Father's Day, y'all. Nothing.
That Ford Mustang to pit road, they are operating in a
I
much
didn't get
better
nothing for
position
Father's Day
than they were early on in this season.
Yeah, they've made 2 changes. They brought Graham Stoddard, who had won championships with
Deep hybrids are under a stop driving order.
Back in 18 as well. A veteran
man
who came in to kind of stabilize some things. And then Justin Fox, actually son of Raymond Fox, the car chief on this car. He's been working his way through the program there. They made the change about a month ago.
On the
rear changer. They were tough. They were like 30-something on pit crew ranking. They had lost almost 90 spots on pit road, and they're now at the point they've lost 97 total.
And modern day 4x4 pickups are just too dang fancy.
So Ryan Blaney gets the pit stop done. Could very well be his final.
Yeah, I still regret I sold my little 4-wheel drive Toyota pickup I had.
Kyle Larson up.
I sold mine. It was a 4x4 with a 5-speed in it.
For Kyle Larson over second place.
Regular cab.
Third place
roll-up windows.
Ross Chastain is currently fourth. Bubba Wallace from 2 laps down is back to fifth. Tyler Reddick.
Get used to pugs, lizards, and dogs flipping you off once in a while.
Speed. He is seventh. Ty Gibbs with a beat-up race car is eighth.
20 to go. 20 to go.
Hamlin hanging on to the top 10 with 2 hands.
Ryan Blaney, after pitting, has come out onto the pit lane.
We're going to have to watch the Dragon Show
Cole Custer is 12th.
John on delay, you know what I mean, after it's already been played.
14th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 15th. You got Zane Smith in 16th. Chris Buescher 17th. Daniel Suarez in 18th. Michael McDowell 19th.
Yeah, I can't remember what year it was. It was an old one, though. It was before they called them Tacomas. It was a DX.
He's 21st. Jimmy Johnson
Toyota Tacoma or Toyota DX pickup.
Chase Briscoe
4x4.
Alex Bowman 24th. Austin Cindric is 25th. Todd Gilliland 26th. Kevin Magnuson 27th. Ryan Priest 28th. Eric Jones 29th. And Austin.
Wow, why what? Why did I sell it? I don't know.
He's in 30th.
Josh Berry is 1 lap down in 31st. Ty Dillon is.
Because I'm an idiot is the real answer to that question.
Brad Keselowski 7 down in 33rd. William Byron 7 down in 34th. And these last 5 drivers are out.
It didn't have a speck of rust on it. Nothing,
Austin
y'all.
Hill in 36th. Connor Zilisch in 37th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 38th. And Brent Cruz, driving in relief of Christopher Bell, posted in the 39th and final
When
position.
I sold it, I bought it for 10 grand when I first got out of the Army.
With
Bought it for 10 grand. It had like 1,000 miles on it.
San Diego race weekend.
I sold it with 70,000 miles on it for 10 grand. 20 years later, more than 20 years later. Later, Leon.
Winning real is the way we roll. Paula Casino Spa Golf Resort.
Warning, this
Had a Ray Chevy Blazer.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited. When it comes to drivers, we all have our favorites. Same goes for Zone nicotine pouches, offering a variety of bold flavors.
I need a
available in strengths of 6 milligrams and 9 milligrams. Whether you're a fan of mint, citrus, subtle, or spicy, you're sure to find an intensity and flavor.
All right, we
that
tried this
Zone
air
pouches
fryer
on
thing,
discount
y'all.
Mailed right to your door. Get 20% off at
We tried this air fryer thing for the Bronx.
Zone when you use promo
So if you're
code
still in
RACING20.
here and you told me 350
Kyle Larson is enjoying a
for 15,
3.7-second lead.
they
over
better be
Corey
good.
Heim. We're in the late stages. 19
Or
laps
someone's
remain
getting put on
from
a
Naval
plane.
Base Coronado in San Diego. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Every time the siren sounds or lights flash, someone's life is on the line. At Wheelan Engineering, we know first responders carry that weight every day. That's why for over 70 years, we've led the emergency warning industry, designing and manufacturing the lights, sirens, and safety systems they trust right here in America. Because when the mission is critical, there's no room for second best. Wheelan Engineering, trusted to protect first responders.
Not broaching. Didn't get no broaching.
It's your chance to win big while giving back.
Sonoma, a spectacular setting for this race.
They make contact. It's side by side through turn number 12. At the line, it's going to be Sawalich. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I hear you, Jalapeno.
Race leader.
It's ridiculous what a new truck costs now.
That's what it takes. It takes
I don't
a good
know.
group of guys, a good crew.
I have friends that are still in the business, and I don't know how they're surviving.
Sonoma Raceway, Friday, June 26th at 6:15 Eastern, live on the NASCAR channel.
This is AJ Allman. You're tuning in the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Welcome back to Naval Base Coronado. Today's race is brought to you in part by Snapdragon.
18 to go.
Get the processor your PC wishes it had. Snapdragon.
So with
Reddick
just
moving
19 laps to go, let's revisit the keys to winning today's race, and they're presented by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com. Todd?
Yeah, for those that are still running, I think they've all lived by my first rule: know your limits and don't overstep them. Guys have done a good job. We've seen a few instances where they've overstepped.
Oh, I know, Spyman. I know, buddy.
Situations for a few of them, but first you must finish.
I remember when I first got in the car business, chat.
The second of mine was to manage your
What,
tire
babe?
allotment. I feel
What?
like the racetrack is rubbered in, and we've seen cars going deeper and deeper on runs. I don't feel like tire quantities of sets is going to be a play here. I think everybody's got what they need.
Do the
with
Farmer John
probably an
hot links
extra
in the
set
air
to
fryer,
put
but only
later.
10 minutes?
And my third key, and this is one of
It's
that I really
pretty
feel like we're starting
perfect,
to
y'all.
see, is build a rhythm all day and learn areas of the braking zones you can exploit in the final stage. Kyle Larson just really good in the braking zones to work his way to the lead and got himself out front. I think others will be working on that as well.
Well, the good news is Kyle Larson has gotten to the lead. The last time he pitted and took tires was lap 38. Corey Heim pitted lap 37.
Oh, what I was saying.
Got a string of drivers behind them.
When I first got in the car business, you could buy a brand new.
What's the tire wear implication there? Is a couple of laps here?
We had brand new Chevrolet Z71 4x4s, extended cabs.
Of where we've had cycles. Ryan Blaney
with a conversion package on them, meaning the plush seats like you'd see in a conversion van.
Before they came to pit road.
$24,999.
Laps we're going to see the cycle play out.
$24,999. We had 4 of them, and we could not sell them
really good pace. I'm going to give
for almost a full year.
Time was 6 seconds behind him. He's down to
I drove him in 4th of July parades 2 years in a row.
Rolling right now behind the Chevrolet race-leading car of Kyle Larson. Those drivers make their way towards turn number 12 at the moment. Things begin to tighten up at the front of the field with Larson and Corey Heim right there, very gingerly working their way through turn number 12. They do have the lap car of Josh Berry, Mike, in between them.
Josh Berry, damaged from a few laps ago on a restart.
Ron?
And they've been able to put some bond
Hi,
on
Ron.
that race car and
Trip
basically put that car back together. And Josh
Hi, Ron.
on the racetrack. Let's check back in with our turn announcers.
You didn't tune in to watch me eat. You tuned in for some kind of commentary on the race.
4-mile road course.
Well, here's some commentary
Mike, I think our lead
on the race. Here's some commentary. Ronald Triplett.
As you mentioned, has trimmed the deficit a bit, but that
and I have a question for you as part of my race commentary. Why are you a prick?
They got some damage in that earlier crash.
Why are you a giant prick?
Up onto the back bumper of Kyle Larson and is
Ronald?
Probably bothering him a little bit. Kyle would rather not have to race a lapped car right now, but as Corey Heim looms closer, Josh Berry even closer still.
Now over in turn number 4, Tim Cattle-Famo.
Yeah, certainly the battle for the lead has been tightening the last few laps. One thing that I've been noticing over here in turns 3 and 4, and Todd kind of alluded to this earlier, how the track is taking
a forerunner.
over. As the race has gone on, the entry or how deep these drivers go into turn 4, the right-hander has gotten deeper. They're getting on the throttle a lot harder coming off of turn number 3 and then sailing it into turn number 4. That has progressively gotten more and more interesting to watch as the race has gone along, because I think the drivers are more confident that there's a little bit more rubber on the racetrack, which means they can try to push their cars a little harder. We'll see if that has any issues for some of these drivers, especially if we get a late race restart. But that is one thing I've been watching in this section in turns 3 and 4.
Now to the other side of the course, Kurt Becker is located in turn 9.
And Mike, here on the north side of the course, no one has really gotten to a point where they have really taken control on this end of the racetrack, but drivers have been
People
able
are
to
so
minimize
miserable
their
these days,
mistakes
y'all.
and at least get somewhat more comfortable. We're talking about turns 9 through turn 12. And again, that is a right-left combination of turns.
You are a biased, Dempsey Hadn't supporter.
Bubba Wallace. They have really been able to make
What?
things work to their advantage each time by on this end of the track.
You're an idiot as well, a prick and an idiot.
Drivers has had an afternoon filled with challenges, if not outright adversity, and here they are now both running.
Yeah, nobody's keeping you here, Ron.
Your commentary and let you call the battle for the race lead headed your way. Here it comes.
Ron, I know you're a lonely, sad person. I know, Ron. But nobody's making you stay in here.
Here comes Kyle Larson. Both of them will peel off and come to pit road. These pit stops will take place. 16 laps to go. 16 laps to go, I should say.
16 to go.
Battle for the lead had tightened, and now that battle comes to pit road. Now the pit crews take over. Let's cover the Corey Heim stop first.
What a run for the Georgia native and Corey Heim.
Holy shit.
Higher the early part of that run when he was last on pit.
Bubba is back up to fifth.
Burnt the rears up, catching Kyle Larson. They opted to pit with the leader. Four Goodyear.
I got a feeling Ron doesn't like that Bubba is back up to fifth.
Kyle Larson was in 22 laps.
I have a feeling.
16 to go to the end. The cruiser
Hosebar showing as the leader.
Up just a little bit as far as grip goes. He pulls out on the racetrack, and Kyle Larson is going to leave pit road ahead of Corey Heim here with his final pit stop.
So he will maintain that track position, does Kyle Larson.
Corey
Heim right behind him. That'll turn the race lead over to Carson Hocevar, who works up off of turn number 5. Hocevar all by himself at the front
Caution's
of the
got
field.
him up.
His advantage is going to be healthy now over as we wait for it to cycle over. Tyler Reddick will be 7 seconds behind.
Tell his mommy
Carson
on me.
Hocevar.
Bubba Wallace now third. He's 15 seconds behind Hocevar. Last time Carson Hocevar was on pit road was at lap 41. Last time Reddick was on pit road, lap 44. Bubba Wallace,
Bussin', y'all. The Brat's killing.
As well. So with Carson Hocevar,
God bless America.
Lead, that will set up a very interesting.
He's illiterate as well, probably.
16 laps remaining.
And the way this is playing out, and this is, by the way, our longest green flag stretch of the day, our 16th consecutive lap.
They sure are, Mike. They sure are moving
this
up.
Has been highly entertaining. We've had 16 official lead changes at the start-finish line among 11
oil on the track here in this
that
turn.
have taken their turn at the top of the leaderboard. Obviously, new records for a brand new race and a race course here at Naval Base Coronado. But Carson Hocevar right now is the driver at the front of the field as Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has a bit of a problem.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. looks to have driven into a runoff area at the bottom of turn 2, and it looked there to be
bye-bye, Ronnie.
Trailing from that car.
Bye-bye, Ronnie.
So, with that being said, we remain under the green flag, but we're watching a good battle for the lead on the racetrack. Here's Corey Heim and
bye-bye, Ronnie.
Larson.
I heart you.
They were just on pit road. They both have fresh tires.
Heart you, Ronnie.
Turned the wick up on the back bumper of Larson's car.
Yeah, he was running him down before the pit stop, and now yet again he has caught Kyle Larson again. This is a great race for position.
Hocevar on pit road as the caution comes out.
They rocket their way towards Dan Hubbard.
Watching turn 15 and waiting for Kyle Larson to make his way through turn 15. Kyle Larson still in front of Corey Heim.
Full course caution. There is fluid on the racetrack. Meanwhile, Carson Hocevar and Tyler Reddick are on the pit lane. Let's cover the Hocevar stop.
Yeah, Carson
Hard
Hocevar
nose.
had a really nice day here.
Hard nose hits the jackpot on the slots.
Cycling around. He's kept the car clean and has a pretty good race car. 4 tires, Sunoco Racing Fuel. Chris Wilner, what's the story on Tyler Reddick?
Yeah, Tyler Reddick burnt the rear tires off, but he's had an eventful day as
Man,
well.
he said I was mean, y'all.
Contact. His teammate Bubba Wallace was able to make it in before the caution. Not happy as Chris Gale. Denny Hamlin was mere feet away from making pit entry and got caught by the yellow. They were planning to make the same stop and now will have to come back, but a good break for those that were able to make it to pit road.
Party's caution number 7 is flying. Fluid on the racetrack in turn 2, right in the middle of a small sector of green flag pit stops.
That's not good, y'all.
Petty wins his 200th career NASCAR victory.
Who wants a hot dog?
Who made that history? President Reagan was there. He got us on.
It's not an airline. You don't have to tell us about your departure.
Trade off from that standpoint. Motor Racing Network's NASCAR Live presents podcast The Road to Royalty. Jeff Gordon, a colorful career, 50 years of MRN, the 1993 season, Junior's Journey, and more. Search for NASCAR Live on your favorite podcast platform.
Introducing the RE4000 Bluetooth scanner from Racing Electronics. Experience uncensored real-time audio from drivers and crews. All hands-free and wireless with Bluetooth functionality. Fast, lightweight, and zero latency, the RE4000 keeps you locked into every pass, every pit stop, and every checkered
Or
flag.
Ron just
Plus,
punching
with
it air right
automatic
now.
over-the-air programming at major events, setup is quick and effortless. Check it out at racingelectronics.com today.
From Naval Base Coronado in San Diego, this is the
Man,
Motor
I was
Racing
hungry there,
Network,
y'all.
the voice of NASCAR.
With the Motor Racing Network's Classic Race.
36th Annual Southern 500. They come down to the start-finish line. Bill Elliott and David Pearson get down.
We dig into the MRN audio vault for unforgettable races and moments.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. Earnhardt's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
Available on MRN.com and podcast platform.
Alan Kowicki out of turn number 4, the new Winston Cup champion. He does it across the line.
MRN Classic Races.
Introducing the RE4000 Bluetooth
34,309 is subscriber count.
Experience uncensored real-time audio from drivers and crews, all hands-free and wireless with Bluetooth functionality.
We're at
Fast, lightweight, and zero latency. The RE4000 keeps you locked into every pass, every pit stop, and every checkered flag. Plus, with automatic over-the-air programming at major events, setup is quick
almost
and
8,000
effortless.
views.
Check it out at racingelectronics.com today.
This is Eric Jones.
And the Dragon Show is about to start.
On the Motor Racing Network, the voice NASCAR.
6? Oh, yeah?
Today's broadcast is presented by Progressive
go to the
Insurance.
dogs
Save
and
when
the
you
snake.
bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance.
Rubbing fenders used to be known as trading paint.
So we worked the Hardy's caution flag here.
I think
for
it's
the
still
sixth
known as
time.
that,
Ricky
Spy
Stenhouse
Man.
Jr. made contact with the wall exiting turn number 1. It broke something underneath the hood of the car and put a lot of fluid down the hill headed to turn number 2.
Yeah, it looked like maybe the radiator ended up, sheltered over there. It looked like water
So
came out.
14
of
to
both of
go,
those hood vents
14
off the
laps to go.
windshield. I don't know how he saw back through there, but water came up out of the radiator. We had a car behind it, the onboard camera. It got.
I want to go
plastered
look
with
at
water, so
Ronnie's
a good
page.
caution here.
There was a runoff area at the bottom of turn 2 that Ricky pulled into where other safety vehicles are
We go check out
positioned.
his
So
channel.
It wasn't like he went around the racetrack. This would be a shortened cleanup, just tending to matters going down the hill into turn 2, as opposed to it being a broader effort to get buttoned up.
He joined
Wait and see exactly how this will play out. Chris
last
Buescher should
year.
take over the race lead. He was on the pit lane back
Nothing on
lap
his channel,
number
though.
51.
Time to get in the know with Napa Know-How. Safety starts underneath. Napa has the undercar solutions you need to stop issues, go further without repairs, and grow your shop. Keep undercar
Hey,
under
Hamlin
control.
going for 4
at
wins.
Napa. Todd, what do you think?
I feel like most of these.
Yeah, that caught us,
Napa
Carmen.
Know-How
We're
piece
screwed.
Here, Denny Hamlin, he's going to have to come to pit road. He was last on pit road at lap 37. He's third right now, but he can work his way forward. They're going to have to come to pit road. I'm interested to see. There's probably a handful of cars that haven't come to pit road yet. I see a couple.
Saw 2
41s,
people
a
hugging
couple
and kissing at the
44s,
market last
but
night because
they're
they
gonna
hadn't seen
have to
each
come
other
to
in a
pit road.
while. It was
Get
refreshing.
tires. I wonder how many people that came early
6
in the
p.m.
cycle
Pacific time,
might
says
come
Marky Dew.
and actually put tires on and see them drive forward at this point. That's all to be decided by these crew chiefs.
So the field works continually behind the pace car. 14 laps to go in this one. When you look at who's already pit, Todd, do you see somebody who's absolutely sure that they can go to the end of this
70s racing was the best.
Sunoco fuel?
On fuel, I feel like everybody that's already come in this cycle, even back to, say,
they got to get
early 50s.
I don't know.
feel
They're
like
not going to
they
do
can
it,
be
y'all.
good.
But these cars suck.
Looking at the mileage they're making, and this caution
These
brings
race
them,
cars
extends
suck.
the window. So if you're into the 50s, I feel like you can make it to the end. I definitely feel good about the guys that came. Buescher and Zane Smith came at 51 right at the start of their window, but this couple of caution laps will buy them a lap.
So we always talk about strategy, and you bring a lot of that conversation to us here on the Motor Racing Network, but you were boots on the ground, and you were ground zero for a long time. Talking about it on the radio is one thing, but when you're on that war wagon, you've got your engineer, you got your car chief, and everybody's lined up next to you. What is it like trying to change and move with these targets?
Theo got him
that
a
seem
Dairy
to be
Queen
evolving
cake.
Lap in and lap out. What is it like trying
And he
to
went
plan
out to dinner with the
out
fan
what you're
band.
describing right now?
It's an ever-moving
Oh,
fluid
no.
situation. You have to be aware of what's going on. And this is a situation right here. Carson Hocevar, They were on pit road when the caution came out. What a great position to be. He and Tyler Reddick both on pit road. The caution came out while they were on pit road. Hocevar actually came out of here fourth. He wouldn't have been fourth because he would have had to accelerate.
I'm not all that worried about it, baby.
But he made it to the end of it. You just got to keep in mind what's going on. And when you get in these windows, you become hypersensitive to what
because I got the best Father's Day gift ever when I got you, babe.
Because if there is,
I got you, babe.
Trying to grab that opportunity.
So
I got
big
you.
Exhale we heard was Luke Lambert, crew chief for Carson Hocevar.
I miss all the old real stock cars. Yeah, me too, Chris.
Fortuitous break.
Yeah, when you look at it right now, Carson Hocevar is fourth, and really the third of the cars that can make it to the end, and he's got 9-lap fresher tires than Chris Buescher and Zane Smith, who were first.
At least he's not in front of you.
One of 8 drivers
just
to win
staring
this
at your
year
temple.
in the NASCAR Cup Series. Took a checker flag
Sitting
earlier in the
perfectly
spring at
straight up,
Talladega
too. I don't
Super
even think he
Speedway.
has his kickstand
looking
out.
to get his second of the year. Of course, that is pale in comparison to the driver that leads with all wins, and that's Tyler Reddick. Tyler won the season
Ford Toyota up front there. Buescher, Smith, Hamlin. Hocevar fourth, the first Chevy.
With a win at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas the following. And then he went on to win the Goodyear 400 at Darlington Raceway. And then he won at Kansas Speedway. Denny Hamlin technically has 5.
DQ ice cream cakes are tasty.
Points-paying wins at Las Vegas, Nashville,
that's the windshield wiper.
Michigan, and Pocono. And he also won the All-Star race at Dover Motor
It's just
Speedway.
one for the whole windshield.
Chase Elliott has 2 wins. Ryan Blaney, Ty Gibbs, Shane Van Gisbergen, Daniel Suarez. The rest of the list of the 8 drivers.
Yeah, they're kit cars
so
now.
In the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series
they're just
campaign.
kit cars. Everybody's car is the same. They just have different wraps on them.
Pit road will open up this time by, so we expect Denny to come in, and that will give up a ton of track position, and we'll figure out once it's all said and done where he'll fall back in line. But Denny will
get Hamlin against his Mike.
The freshest tires of just about anybody back there he'll be racing with.
Pit road will be open when they come to pit road. It'll be 13 laps to go, and we'll see what strategies continue to play out. Once we get done with these stops, we should be clear to the checkered flag unless something else pops up to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. On fuel, you will be. We've got cars rolling to pit road at this point.
Hocevar showing as the leader right now.
Buescher, Zane Smith, Denny Hamlin, and Chris Wilner.
Zane Smith is in. They were talking with Brian Vergetti about possibly staying out, saying, I would rather have you run clean laps, but I think tires may be an advantage, so he'll have to drive deeper in the field. He's down and away. Denny Hamlin, a clean 4-tire stop as well. He had to come pit. Steve Post?
Chris Buescher is in. They just did not feel like they've had a lot of tire fall off the last set of tires. Scott Graves was
race off pit road.
Him happened to defend from the front, and they decided to come in, put 4 tires on with a fast race car, and go short run on offense. Also in.
Nobody has to like it, but not really much you can do about it, says Jalapeno.
Here on lap number 62.
Chris Buescher first off pit road.
IROC, draw your car number and good luck.
Smith, another good pit stop.
I used to like to watch the IROC series.
Denny Hamlin, Michael McDowell, Ryan Blaney, the 5 fastest cars off the pit lane at lap 63.
That will cycle Carson Hocevar to the race lead with 13 laps to go.
Hey, NASCAR fans.
Green flag goes in the air.
Whether you're sizing up a car or a PC, winning requires
Patricia Peretti put up a picture of a potato chip with a little piece of bologna on it. It says, follow me for more great recipes.
Other processors often throttle back to save battery. PCs powered by Snapdragon X2 Elite deliver max performance when unplugged and mobile. So how do you lead the pack wherever you go? Snapdragon. That's how.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
Dang, I forgot the wakeboard. How am I supposed to enjoy myself without my favorite water activity? I mean, sure, we could still go tubing, fishing, or even just relax on a floaty, but without the wakeboard, what's the point?
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
From Naval Base Coronado in San Diego, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
NASCAR fans, iRacing Studios brings you NASCAR 25. Race hundreds of the biggest stars of the sport on top tracks from Daytona to Sonoma. Start your career in the ARCA Menard Series and work your way up to Cup while managing team members, sponsors, and more. Or compete online with NASCAR fans around the world. NASCAR 25, available on
like some team needs to go
Xbox,
old school,
and
plow
PC.
through the modern day
Head
cars.
to NASCAR25.com.
Well, they
to buy
can't.
now.
They don't let them.
Hi, folks. Kyle Petty here.
Bologna and chips, that's brave, yeah.
Victory Junction. It's a year-round camp that gives kids with complex medical and physical conditions life-changing experiences.
67 still up there? Are you trying to get me to say 6'7"?
Please help Victory Junction. Support kids who need it the most by making a donation today. Any amount will help kids attend camp for free. Help make a difference by visiting victoryjunction.org/donate.
This is Bubba Wallace. You're tuned in to the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
We welcome you back to Naval Base Coronado. 13 laps to go. That means we're entering the Go Zone, presented by Zone Nicotine Pouches. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited. Whether you're a fan of mint, citrus, subtle, or spicy, you'll find a winner. Get 20% off at nicokick.com/zone when you use promo code RACING20.
Everybody's got Sunoco
We get a
Racing
house
Fuel.
where we
They've
take
also
Thor.
got Goodyear Racing Eagles on their race cars now. What separates them from the end of this race will be 12 laps of all-out racing. And, Alex, this is where you pull your belts tight.
Yeah, it is, but that's still a pretty long way to go here in this race, considering the fact that the longest green flag stretch we've had today has only been
2 more
16
hours
laps.
left of this race, is Brandon B. You shut your mouth, Brandon B. You shut your mouth.
Get over the tips
I got
of their
dragons
skis,
I want to
as they
watch.
say. You still got to maintain some discipline here on this restart.
Indeed you do, and the field is doubling up for that restart. When they come back to the line, 12 laps will remain.
12
Carson
laps to go.
Hocevar has gone to the top of the leaderboard. Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson, Corey Heim, Tyler Reddick there as well, with Ty Gibbs, Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez, Ryan Blaney, and Ross Chastain.
Woohoo, 77, baby demon, squish it.
Special acknowledgement to
First,
Bubba
we're going to
Wallace,
lead it,
falling
Carmen.
2 laps down early
We're
on
leading
in the
this
race,
bitch.
has gotten back on the lead lap and gotten solidly back in the top 10.
So the drivers choose
Come on,
the
Hocevar.
restart lane, brought to you by Freeway Insurance, and Carson Hocevar will choose the driver's left side of the front row. That'll put Kyle Larson to driver's right.
Marathon.
Row number 2, we'll see Tyler Reddick to the inside of Corey Heim as they make their way to the Poet restart zone.
Toyota Camry safety car heads to pit road. Here we go. Drivers continuing to sling their cars
Timothy
side to
Leopard in the
side.
house.
Into the Poet restart they go. Larson and Hocevar make contact. Green
Oh,
flag
no!
in the air. Everybody doubled up. Side by side across the start-finish line. Hocevar with the fender out in front. Kyle Larson trying to stay with him to driver's right.
Carson Hocevar leads incrementally down the hill into turn number 1. He'll have the inside line now into 2. Hocevar, driver's left, leaning a little bit on, and Larson, who leans a little bit in return. Tyler Reddick looking.
Hocevar Reddick now.
Hocevar moves left to block. They're still side by side.
Those 3 cars of Hocevar, Larson, and Reddick all stacked up coming out of turn number 3. Here's Hocevar. He'll grab the lead. Reddick goes to second momentarily. Now here's Larson.
Everybody owes him one. Everybody owes Hocevar one.
Position number 2.
Kyle Larson to driver's right. Tyler Reddick driver's left in the left hand. Turn number 5. Reddick on the inside lane will come away with the runner-up spot. Larson's troubles aren't over yet. Corey
Bubba
Heim
Wallace
is on the
up there
march, and
too,
he'll get
y'all.
by as well.
Here they come up the back straightaway. Kyle Larson stacked up there behind Corey Heim. Bubba Wallace is there. They make contact. Ty Gibbs comes into this battle as well. Everybody snaking their way through turn 6 and 7. Now up the straightaway into turn 8. They'll bang the left-hand corner. Bubba Wallace out of line, squeezing to the inside of Larson.
Here comes Wallace now. He draws right alongside of Kyle Larson. They go door to door as they set up for the entry to turn number 9. Something has to give here. Bubba Wallace keeps his foot to the floor and drives by. He completes the pass as he gets around Kyle Larson despite not having entering the preferred line off the corner.
Kyle Larson getting the shuffle backward. All eyes right now in the battle for the lead. Carson Hocevar's mirrors are filled. He'll tap the wall. That'll send him strong to the right side. Here comes Tyler Reddick diving to the bottom of the racetrack. Hocevar is sideways, and Corey Heim there as well. 2 Toyotas and a Chevrolet racing for the lead to 15.
Scramble for the top spot. Comes off of turn 15. It's a 3-car breakaway single file headed toward the chicane. It is Tyler Reddick. He has to wrestle his car into the chicane. He maintains the lead. Carson Hocevar gets tapped by Corey Heim. And he goes around. Corey Heim takes over the second spot. And Carson Hocevar is just losing position. Nothing he can do.
Reddick now the leader.
Ross Chastain
Hocevar way down there after a spin.
Has a little damage to his car. Up front, new race leader Tyler Reddick heads down the hill.
Charges down the hill toward turn number 2. He's got about a 2, maybe 3 car length advantage over Corey Heim, who now is having visions of pulling up one of the big offsets here in a part-time schedule. But there's still work to do on the back bumper of the point leader.
We barely mentioned Tyler Reddick's name at all today, but here he is as the leader with 11 laps to go, holding a 2-car length advantage over second-place driver Corey Heim. Bubba Wallace also a nice recovery this afternoon. He runs third. Larson and Herbst, that's the top 5.
23-11 Racing has bubbled up to the top of the leaderboard with 11 laps to go here on Naval Base Coronado. It is Tyler Reddick and Corey Heim along with Bubba Wallace. All 3 cars, 1, 2, and 3.
Good hard racing there. They work their way
Never happened ever.
into turn number 6. It's a right-hander. It's Tyler Reddick up front. That purple and silver Paula Casino entry has the race lead, trying to run away and hide from Corey Heim, but Corey will not let that happen.
Here comes Corey Heim now. He's trying to close the gap.
Give me a round again.
Headed down to turn number 9. Still a couple of car lengths back, though, of the race leader. Tyler Reddick is off turn 9. He's already through turn 10 and off turn 11. Corey Heim will do the same. Still some 2 car lengths separate the top 2 as they all go off the end of the short chute.
To make their way into turn number 12, this tight portion of the race course, very
Hocevar
slow
29th, 19 seconds back.
Leader. Corey Heim matches him stride for stride. Back through the gearbox they go onto the short straightaway. Tyler Reddick gets a pull
Robert
down
still says
straightaway.
Larson's got this.
2 more car lengths.
Larson in
4th
spot,
but Corey Heim tries to match him. Behind them, another 6 car lengths back to Bubba Wallace.
The winner should get a trip to the moon. This is BK.
Turn 15. Here he comes into the chicane. Locks him up ever so slightly. Pulls away from Corey Heim upon exit. It is Tyler Reddick, your leader, into turn 16.
Across the start-finish line, 10 laps to go here in San Diego. Let's give you a full field rundown. Tyler Reddick goes to the top of the leaderboard. Corey Heim in 2nd. Bubba Wallace in 3rd. Kyle Larson is 4th. And Riley Herbst in 5th. A.J. Allmendinger in 6th. You got Ty Gibbs in 7th. Zane Smith in 8th. Chris Buescher 9th. And Michael McDowell in 10th.
Ross Chastain is 11th. Chase Elliott is up to 12th. Ryan Blaney 13th. Alex Bowman is 14th. John Hunter Nemechek is 15th. Joey Logano 16th. Denny Hamlin 17th. Kevin Magnussen in his NASCAR debut is 18th. Eric Jones 19th. And Ryan Preece is 20th.
Austin Cindric is 21st with Chase Briscoe in 22nd.
Damn it.
Daniel Suarez 23rd. Todd Gilliland's 24th. Austin Dillon is 25th. Josh Berry is 26th.
Reddick, Heim, Larson.
27th. Carson Hocevar.
No, Reddick, Heim, Wallace.
28th after leading a lap ago with Cole Custer in 29th and Jimmy Johnson in 30th.
Who is the last car on the lead lap? 31st and 1 lap down is Ty Dillon. 32nd is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 33rd, William Byron. 34th, Brad Keselowski. 35th is Noah Gragson. 36th, Austin Hill. 37th, Connor Zilisch. 38th, Shane Van Gisbergen. And 39th, Brent Cruz.
Let's pick up Tyler Reddick on the course.
Tyler Reddick makes his way towards Kurt Becker.
Here he comes now through turn number 9. He still has the advantage. He's maintained it by some 2 to 2.5 car lengths.
Why does it remind you of Long Beach?
Then there's a gap of about 10 more car lengths.
BK says Wallace is a hothead. He'll never finish. I don't know. You got to give him credit. He came back from having no wheel.
Hands full here in the late going. He was putting pressure on
a road course. You got to give him some kind of credit, brother.
Going into turn 6, Larson had to check up. And
no Pontiacs or Oldsmobiles anymore,
so
Spy Man.
It's Reddick, Heim, and Wallace. Larson and Herbst
23-11 racing, 4 cars in play right now, led by Tyler Reddick, heading to turn 15.
Reddick takes it out to the wall using all of the racetrack on the exit of 15, and now in the chicane. Corey Heim able to close the gap just a little bit in second. Bubba Wallace by himself in third with Kyle Larson, a very fast forward.
Tyler Reddick from Corning, California, the race leader, but Corey Heim behind him is California Dreamin'. He's riding second. Bubba Wallace goes third. They flash by the start-finish line, make their way to the right-hand turn number 1, and then back down the hill towards Dave Moody.
Tyler Reddick so far has been able to fend off the advances.
An NCIS agent?
Place driver Corey Heim. Heim is hanging in there, but can't really seem to put any pressure on Tyler Reddick. It's a good 15.
I don't think so. No, Oldsmobile's gone.
Right now, Tyler Reddick and Corey
Oldsmobile
Heim
and Pontiac folded. They folded the nameplates.
4 or 5 car lengths apart. Bubba Wallace has driven away from Kyle Larson in the 3rd spot. Riley Herbst runs 5th. You have to go outside of the top 10, where drivers like Alex Bowman, Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin, and Eric Jones are really racing very aggressively for those positions.
Problems for Cole Custer on the racetrack. His car not tracking right. He'll be coming to pit road, flying the Texas A&M University colors this weekend. His hands are full with less than 9 laps to go. Again, everybody in hot pursuit of Tyler Reddick here in these late stages.
Tyler Reddick, the race leader, heads towards turn number 8. Right behind him is Corey Heim, not letting him get away, headed to Kurt.
And Bubba Wallace still trying to close in from that 3rd position. Here's Wallace now. Let's see what he can do in turn number 9. Still facing a deficit of some 7 to 8 car lengths before he can get to the back bumper of Corey Heim. He's got a similar margin out his rear window before we come back to Kyle Larson. Everyone just making progress one more time, moving to turn 12.
But laps are getting fewer. 9 to go. There'll be 8 to go by the time they get back to the start-finish line. Nobody close enough in the top 5 to really mount any sort of challenge, at least to this point. Dan, you get the sense that these drivers are simply biding their time until it's time to push the button.
Maybe biding their time, and I don't know how much more button they got to push. Tyler Reddick simply cannot relax, and it reminds me about Friday practice. Reddick had issue after issue with the chicane. Not so now. He knows exactly where the turn is. He knows exactly where the shift point is, and he is keeping Corey Heim at bay some 5 to 6 car lengths.
Off the corner, they race back to the start-finish line. It will be 8 laps to go. Just doing a contrast and compare from qualifying. These speeds that they're running now in the late stages of this race, a mile an hour faster than the ones that they turned in qualifying a day ago. They head to turn 2.
A lot of that's got to do with familiarity with the race course. Certainly a lot of that's got to do with the fact that it's gotten some rubber put down over the course of the weekend as well. Right now, it's all working out in favor of Tyler Reddick.
Tyler Reddick leading
55 Buick Spy Man.
Turn number 4 by 3 car lengths, so Heim slowly starting to close in on him. However, Reddick controls the lead for now. Larson, Herbst, still chasing Bubba Wallace for the 3rd spot. Out of turn number 3, other cars battling hard for positions. Eric Jones and others all stacked up.
When you think back to the NASCAR Cup Series practice, this was the weekend got off to an icky start for Tyler Reddick. He spun a couple of different times, had some problems in qualifying. Remember, he started at the back of the field today, and now Tyler Reddick with 8 laps to go, make it 7.5 laps to go, Mike, is your race leader.
He's done a great job of getting his sea legs under him and getting that Paula Casino Toyota Camry working to where he needs it to work
the big
best,
steering
the
wheel
most at just the right time. And with 7 laps to go, he is checking all the boxes. Let's pick him up on the backside of the course.
Tyler Reddick, perhaps in the practice session here a day or 2 ago, pushing the envelope and finding out just where the limits are to navigating this course. Seems to be working fine for him right now. He's still the leader, and he's off to turn 12.
Turn 12, A and B as they work their
second
way
lead for Reddick over Heim. 3.5 back to Bubba Wallace.
He's doing everything he can to keep pace,
4.697 back to Larson.
That little bit extra, whether it be tire, whether it be skill, but Corey Heim is keeping Tyler Reddick honest in this ongoing battle for the lead and the win here at San Diego. Tyler Reddick and Corey Heim have checked out by 3.5 seconds.
I had my 77 Cutlass.
Over Bubba Wallace as they come to the line and have 7 laps remaining.
Before we get these final 7 laps in, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network.
I don't know how Reddick drives like that, lean back like that, yo. I don't know how he does it. Lean back like that.
Motor Racing Network is
mashing
live
it
at Naval Base Coronado in Coronado,
I'd be up on that wheel.
For the Anduril 250 race.
I'd be up on that wheel.
My name is Alex Hayden, alongside is Mike Bagley and Todd Gordon. We're in the broadcast
Hamlin up to
booth
16th.
here on property with Dave Moody, Tim Catalfamo, Kurt Becker, and Dan Hubbard in the corners. Steve Post and Chris Wilner up and down the pit lane.
We have been slowed 7 times for Hardy's cautions, the most recent coming at lap 61. We're sitting at lap 68 right now, and as Alex mentioned, 6.5 laps remain in this one. Tyler Reddick trying for his 6th win of 2026, and he's doing a good job of keeping Corey Heim behind him.
Yeah, he is. He's doing an excellent job, and Corey Heim making his first career NASCAR Cup Series road course start. He tried to qualify on the streets of Chicago last year, but didn't make the race. So this is his first Cup road course start, and Kurt, dare I say, he's raising eyebrows.
Yeah, he really is. And in the meantime, Bubba Wallace, who had been a factor at one point, still third, still very much in the top 3, but he has virtually lost contact with the top 2. Reddick and now Heim, and give Heim credit. He's been patient. He does know we're not to the white flag lap just yet, so as a result, he just continues to size up the race leader, Tyler Reddick, to see when the next opportunity arises.
They make their way up off turn number 12. Here's the Paula Casino Toyota. Tyler Reddick opens up another car length or so. Make it 4 down the short straightaway. They head for the left-hand turn
like
number
that too.
13. Reddick smooth there.
I had a Cutlass Oldsmobile like that as well with the 455.
Reddick hits to Dan.
It's just amazing to watch this young man, Corey Heim. This is a part-time drive, and yet he is not overdriving the machine. No mistakes so far that I can see, at least at this portion of the track, and he's able to close the gap on the leader through the chicane.
Off the chicane through turn 16 and to the start-finish line. 6 laps to go. The lead was a couple of car lengths. It's almost up to a second as Tyler Reddick begins to slowly extend his lead with time running out.
Teammates out of the 2311 Racing stable, so you kind of figure that if Corey Heim can get to the back bumper of the leader, he's not going to bulldoze his teammate, who just happens to be the Cup Series point leader, out of the way. But first and foremost,
6 to go, chat.
And Reddick's having none of it.
Corey Heim, to your point, Dave, is really struggling to get off of the corners the last few laps. The rear tires just aren't hooking up, and he is slowly losing ground to the race leader, Tyler Reddick. Battle for third flares up in turn number 4. Bubba Wallace has slipped into the clutches of Kyle Larson. Larson is on his back bumper, headed to turn 5.
Behind them, A.J. Allmendinger gets by Riley Herbst. Allmendinger,
330 horsepower with 500 foot-pounds of torque.
Herbst falls back to 6th, but what a drive it is. What about 2311 Racing, Mike? All 4 of their cars are in the top 6 right now.
Bubba Wallace, the one that's having the closest challenge from the back door. That's where Kyle Larson is closed in. That would be a battle for third. But it's Reddick leading, Corey Heim second, Bubba Wallace third, and Riley Herbst now has just fallen outside of the top 5, having been bypassed by A.J. Allmendinger a lap ago. But this is a spectacular effort for 2311 Racing today.
Let's pick up the leaders in front of Kurt.
Tyler Reddick still has the race lead, and Corey Heim still rides along in the second position. That battle for third remains a good one. You've still got Bubba Wallace in that third spot, and Kyle Larson is right there just waiting for the chance to pounce.
He is, but can't quite find the room he needs on the side of Bubba Wallace. Maybe this is the opportunity.
Laney ninth.
Takes the red, white, and blue Chevrolet, bounces it off the left side of the purple Toyota of Wallace. Wallace will keep his foot on the mat. He'll hang on to the position. Larson forced to fall back in line, recoil, and go after him again off turn number 14.
Remember, these two have quite the history. Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson. They come off turn 15, nose to tail. Wallace will beat him to the chicane. Larson's nose starts to dance a little bit on him. He's trying to keep the car pointed in the right direction. Still in hot pursuit of Bubba Wallace. That's the fight.
Dang, DB.
This race
DB.
for the third position between Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson is
DB.
7.4 seconds behind race leader.
You've been drinking
Tyler
the Haterade.
5 laps to go. Let's follow Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson as they continue to tighten up in their ongoing battle.
Less than a car length the difference. Larson sets up driver's left, trying to make the low dive on Wallace. Wallace slams the door.
Larson passes Wallace for third, but 8.36 seconds back.
Nose to nose. Kyle Larson will take over over third.
Kyle Larson will take the spot away from Bubba Wallace. Wallace trying the crossover move going into turn number 4. Gets right to the back bumper. Larson off the corner. Now it's Larson who starts to pull away from Bubba Wallace. Again, this is happening for third, going up the hill.
Boy, Kyle Larson went to the whip when they got on the front, or on the straightaway, I should say, and he's opened up 2 car lengths on Bubba Wallace. Now, up at the front of the field, Corey Heim in second has run down the race leader. That's Tyler Reddick.
Tightening up for the battle for the lead. Corey Heim was about almost a full second behind him a handful of laps ago. It is now down to a half a second as he heads to Kurt Becker in turn 9.
The red, white, and blue nose of the Toyota, driven by Corey Heim, just continues to
Three Toyotas up. Well, they haven't updated the running order yet here. They still show a Wallace in front of Larson. That is not true. They got to come back to the start-finish.
Beginning to loom a threat here in the closing lap.
Tyler Reddick, Corey Heim running 1 and 2. When they come to the line, it'll be 4 laps to go. Heim is doing some exploration. He'll swing drivers left or right, just trying to get a good run here or there. But so far, Reddick has been able to match the advances stride for stride. Very smooth on the steering wheel, smooth on braking, smooth on acceleration as they head to turn 15.
Corey Heim is looking for any vulnerability, any chink in the armor of Tyler Reddick, who slides it into the chicane. Reddick may have almost thrown it away right there. Corey Heim, a half car length off the rear deck lid of Tyler Reddick.
Corey Heim is applying the pressure on Tyler Reddick. They fly by the start-finish line. 4 laps to go. Reddick, Corey Heim tighten up. Right hand, turn number 1. They'll jump over the bump, go down the hill like Starsky and Hutch today.
Gaining on him.
Down the hill on
He's gaining on him.
Turn number 2. The gap is less than a full car length. Good acceleration off the corner by Reddick. He'll open it up to 1.5. Now 2 as they hit turn 3.
Reddick definitely is checking his mirror, seeing where Corey Heim is looking and how he is getting closer to his back bumper. This time through turn number 4, it is Reddick who pulls away a little bit from Corey Heim. The gap between the top 2, make it 3, now 4 car lengths as they go to turn 5.
With 4 laps to go, Corey Heim has just turned the fastest lap in this race, but he's going to need
he got
more
spun,
because
Chuck.
Reddick
He
is
got
able to
spun.
pull him out of turn number
He's
5,
way back there.
Heading up to turn number 6. Tyler Reddick will open it up to about a 7 car length advantage.
He's trying, Mike. He's trying to get up there.
Number 6 and 7. It's a right-left combination. Reddick is there. Slides the back end of his Toyota just
AC Haney in the house.
Corey Heim is in the number 2 position. Matches him stride for stride back to turn number 8.
Here comes
I had 100 on Larson. I was up 1K. Didn't sell.
Works his way down to turn number 9.
I'm a gambling
he comes
man.
off the right-hander. He still has Corey Heim a couple of car lengths back in second. Heim gets off the corner, tries to pick up the chase again. By the time they work across turn 11 through that right-hander, they're now down to the left-hand turn.
I don't remember where my gambler alert is.
Way through turn 12. No change in the gap between first and second. Tyler Reddick and Corey Heim respectively. Heim continues to match stride for stride. You get a sense that he's just simply learning right now from Tyler Reddick, waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Reddick has the lead. 2 car lengths behind him is second place Corey Heim. Laps getting fewer to Dan Hubbard.
And here they come off of turn 15.
Way down there, girl.
Heim has faded maybe just
way down there, Carmen.
By half a car length. He tries to shorten that gap as they enter in the chicane.
20th for Hocevar.
Nails the quick left and the 2 quick rights. Reddick continues to lead, headed to turn 16.
Tyler Reddick on 11-lap
Gambling
old tires.
fever.
Corey Heim on 12-lap old tires. 3 laps to go. Both these drivers have checked out now. Over 10 seconds. Kyle Larson is behind
Reddick
the battle for the lead.
screwed
Heads to 2.
a little bit Heim on his bumper.
Victory and defeat this afternoon may come down to millimeters. Just one tiny little mistake in one corner could make the difference. So far, Tyler Reddick has been just good enough to keep Corey Heim in the rearview mirror. Here comes Heim. He dives to the inside. Drivers left in 3 and they're side by side.
Corey Heim to the left side of Tyler Reddick. They're wheel to wheel for the lead. Reddick goes into the corner. They bounce off each other. It's Heim, though, out of 4. That's got the advantage by a half a car length.
Oh, wow.
Number 5 is Heim, who clears Reddick, but Reddick now goes back to the inside in 5.
As the preferred line, they slide and they make contact. Corey Heim slides wide. Tyler Reddick stabs the brakes. Corey Heim gets away with the race lead. He'll open up 2 car lengths up the back straightaway. Corey Heim with the race lead in the closing laps.
Unbelievable set of circumstances, breaking loose with 2.5 laps to go. Corey Heim muscles his way under the NASCAR Cup Series championship points leader and takes the lead, and now will pull away by 3 car lengths. In the process, they're in turn 8, headed to Kurt Becker.
I'm gone, man. He gone.
With the lead by the time he comes off turn number 9.
I bet you if you bet money on Heim, you're winning big. You're going to win big.
2 to 3 car lengths, fans standing and applauding as he goes across turn 11. Corey Heim, the race leader here at Coronado.
Off turn number 12.
Pushing and shoving.
Corey Heim pull away. He is the defending NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series champion. When he wins, it's known as Heim time. When he comes back to the start-finish line, it'll be 2 laps to go, and he'll be able to declare that time in NASCAR Cup Series racing for his first ever win. But there's a lot of racing still to go on. Tyler Reddick in rebound mode right now, headed to 15.
Corey Heim has the lead, but can he bring it home through the left-hand turn in the 2 right-hand turns and the left-hand turn past the chicane. Tyler Reddick much cleaner off the exit of the chicane. He's still in hot pursuit of Corey Heim.
Tyler Reddick looks like he struggles to apply the power down on the exit of the corners. Corey Heim not having that problem at all. 2 laps to go on Naval Base Coronado, and it's Corey Heim up front.
And Alex, that's where the lead changed last time around. Reddick was not able to get the power down coming off turn 2. Corey Heim was. He was able to put a nose to the inside, and it was on from there. Reddick's not done yet, though. He's still just 2 back.
Still a long way to go in this race as the top 2 exit turn.
Reddick might have a flat. Heim's gone, yo. Heim is gone.
Trouble. He's got the left front tire down on his Toyota. He pounds the concrete wall as he comes off of the corner. Kyle Larson and Bubba Wallace now fastly approaching Reddick, who's got a tire down on his Camry.
Tyler Reddick's chances to win this Anduril 250 race at the base have just diminished. He is well off the pace as Corey
8
Heim
seconds back to Larson, chat. 8 seconds.
They work their way into turn 6. Corey Heim all by himself.
This is game over.
The point in the race now, Kurt, where Corey Heim.
This is game over if Heim doesn't wreck it.
And be as smooth as possible with no pressure from behind.
And this is a familiar situation now at this point for Corey Heim. So many of his NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series victories have come in dominating fashion, but he's proved today he can fight, and he can fight and be successful at the NASCAR Cup Series level. Corey Heim absolutely all alone on the north end of the course. He's already off to turn 12.
Makes his way gingerly off the throttle.
Almost past Larson, but 10 seconds back.
White and blue Mobil 1 Toyota works his way through turn number 12. Back on the accelerator.
Surprising, yeah.
Straightaway. Setting up for the left-hand turn number 13. Nobody behind him at all right now as he makes his way into turn 14, headed to turn number 15.
What must be going through the mind of this young man, Corey Heim? He is on the brink of the biggest win of his career. Here he comes off of turn 15. Now into the chicane, all by himself, way off the revs. He is keeping it low. Now he gives it the gas, headed toward turn 16.
Yep, going to be a new winner.
16. He'll hang the
white flag. Next flag ends it.
Line. White flag is in the air. Corey Heim is 1 lap away from his first ever win in the NASCAR Cup Series. He's headed to turn 2.
Final time down the Stockdale Boulevard straightaway into turn 2. Keep your concentration, young man. Don't let the emotions get the better of you. You're less than a lap away from victory lane in the NASCAR Cup Series. Down Rogers Road. Corey Heim to turn 3.
Corey Heim just trying to hang on here. He has got a large lead. The fans wave at the leader as he goes by me for the final time. Hugging the coastline through turn number 4. Corey Heim all by his lonesome as the leader headed to turn 5 for the final time.
Making his way there by himself. Smooth as silk. It's Corey Heim. No trouble through the left-hand bend, turn number 5. Corey Heim up the back straightaway. Through the gearbox he goes again. Rolls out of the throttle. Sets up for turns 6 and 7.
6 and 7 coming up for Corey Heim. He doesn't need to impress anybody. He doesn't need to set the world on fire. All he's got to do is just ease this Toyota Camry back around this mammoth road course. He has cleared turn 7. Here he comes into turn number 8. The left-hander as Corey Heim's lead is now 11 seconds over Bubba Wallace headed to 9.
The fans
Blaney,
on the
12.
north end of the course have all risen to their feet. Hats are in the air. Towels being waved. The applause, the cheers, they're all for Corey Heim, looking for glory in San Diego.
Corey Heim.
He looks like a little kid, y'all.
And B. He'll
look at him.
Out of the 12. Now we'll swing drivers right to BA, and then he'll go to B. Here he comes now. He'll swing through the left-hander. He'll set up for that run through turn 13. Corey Heim unchallenged, standing tall in the saddle, coming to the checkered flag, headed to turns 14 and 15 for the final time.
Corey Heim makes it to left-hander, turn 15. That's a second gear corner, normally flat out, but not this time. Corey Heim has the luxury of a huge lead. Now he downshifts all the way down to first gear. Exits off the chicane for the final time, headed to turn 16.
Here's Corey Heim off turn number 16. Naval Base Coronado military time. Locally, it's 17:15. In NASCAR, it's Heim time. Corey Heim has won the Anduril 250 race on the base. His first career win in his 13th career start. The 23-year-old from Marietta, Georgia, is a NASCAR Cup Series winner. Corey Heim wins it. Bubba Wallace will finish second.
Wow.
Kyle Larson comes home third. Zane Smith will be fourth. And rounding out the top five is A.J. Allmendinger. Let's go to pit road.
The 2311 camp for the 67 crew of Corey Heim. Absolutely
First
losing it
NASCAR
here.
win.
They celebrate their young driver's first career win. And a welcome back to Cup Series victory lane for Booty Barker. I know it's been a while. What has this young man done to this program as he gets ready to go full-time racing?
He's a bad man. He's awesome.
How did he get it done today? This whole company had a great day today.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of great people. So, yeah, we got it done.
What does it mean to you to get back to victory lane in the Cup Series?
We're winners regardless, so I'm good.
Congratulations. Booty Barker's going to go celebrate. What a moment for Corey Heim as they celebrate here on Naval Base Coronado.
Corey Heim adds his list to an impressive list of drivers that have received their first NASCAR Cup Series win on a road course. A.J. Allmendinger did it back in 2014 at Watkins Glen. Chase Elliott did it in 2018. Christopher Bell did it in 2021 on the road course at Daytona. Ross Chastain did it at Circuit of the Americas in 22. Daniel Suarez at Sonoma in 22. Tyler Reddick at Road America in 2022. Shane Van Gisbergen on the streets of Chicago on 2023. And Corey Heim did it as well. He does it today at Naval Base Coronado in San Diego.
Wherever you are in life, Freeway gives you more ways to choose and more ways to save. You choose the coverage, you choose the price. Because at Freeway, it's all about real people, real choices, and real savings for every driver. No matter where you live, Freeway's here to help. Your way. And remember, you always win with Freeway. Go to freeway.com and start saving today. Freeway, your way.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs.
Your winner.
The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle. The eldest who think they're so
Let me turn off this
grown can get a $6
audio.
biggie bag.
Appreciate it, y'all. Congratulations to Corey Heim, his first NASCAR Cup Series win. A part-time ride. You all right, Bowtie? Brandon B., I said a few weeks ago, say it again. I think Heim will be known as one of the best ever in 10 to 15 years. Wow. All right, later, BK. So this guy's going to race for 2311. They got some pretty good drivers. Pretty good young drivers. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here, y'all. I'm going to get out of here. My next live stream will be tomorrow night, Dodgers versus Twins. I believe it's a 4:30 start here in Arizona, 7:30 back east. Nice donuts. Nice donuts, man. All right, I'm out. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Valhalla Sports Talk is off the air. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy your day, Val. Night be homies. We're going to watch some dragons.
The sun is beating down on the asphalt plains. 40,000 horses pulling on the reins.
I know, baby.
I can feel the rumble in the hollow of my chest. Today we put the metal and the spirit to the test. Mechanics in the pit with the grease on their hands. A sea of colors rising in the crowd. It stands. A green flag drops and the world goes blurred. The loudest thunder that you ever have heard. It's a high-speed chase for a crown of gold. Stories of the legends that have yet to be told. Banked on the edge where the rubber meets the bone. Fighting for the lead and the glory alone. Left turn, living at 200 per hour. Chasing down the dream and the engine power. Chasing down the dream and the engine power. Drafting on the bumper of the number 3. Looking for a gap that the others can't see. Paint color swapping on the back stretch run. Getting real hot underneath the southern sun. My vision is a tunnel and my heart is a drum. Waiting for the moment when the openings come. I'm white knuckle tied on the carbon fiber wheel. Guided by the spirit and the strength of the steel. It's a high-speed chase for a crown of gold. Stories of the legends that have yet to be told. Banked on the edge where the rubber meets the bone. Fighting for the lead and the glory alone. Left turn, living at 200 per hour. Chasing down the dream and the engine power. Chasing down the dream and the engine power. Three wide through the tri-oval floor. Can't hear the radio above the roar. The checkered flag is waiting in the hazy heat. Decided by an inch or a fraction of a beat. It's a high-speed chase for a crown of gold. Stories of the legends that have yet to be told. Banks on the edge where the rubber meets the bone. Fighting for the lead and the glory alone. Left turn, living at 200 per hour. Chasing down the dream and the engine power. Burn the tires down till the smoke fills the sky. Underneath the lights where the champions fly. Yeah, we're rolling home. Yeah, we're rolling home. Thunder at the turn. The sun is beating down. The sun is beating down on the asphalt plains. 40,000 horses pulling on the reins. I can feel the rumble in the hollow of my chest. Today we put the metal and the spirit to the test. Mechanics in the pit with the grease on their hands. A sea of colors rising in the crowd. It stands. A green flag drops and the world goes blurred. The loudest thunder that you ever have heard. It's a high-speed chase for a crown of gold. the others can't see. Paint color swapping on the backstretch run, getting real hot underneath the southern sun. My vision is a tunnel and my heart is a drum, waiting for the moment when the openings come. I'm white knuckle tied on the carbon fiber wheel, guided by the spirit and the strength of the steel. It's a high-speed chase for a crown of gold, stories of the legends that have yet to be told. Banked on the edge where the rubber meets the bone, fighting for the lead and the glory alone. Left turn, living at 200 per hour, chasing down the dream and the engine power. Chasing down the dream and the engine power. Three wide through the tri-oval floor, can't hear the radio above the roar. The checkered flag is waiting in the hazy heat, decided by an inch or a fraction of a beat. It's a high-speed chase for a crown of gold, stories of the legends that have yet to be told. Banks on the edge where the rubber meets the bone, fighting for the lead and the glory alone.